You were originally a worker with a debt of 800,000, but today you have bought all the luxury cars in the city, and even accidentally became the chairman of a trillion-dollar group. All of this is because you have bound the unlimited expansion system. Your daily task is to spend money to show off. The more money you spend, the bigger the show-off, and the more cashback you get. From a debt of 800,000 to the world's richest person. It only takes 3 days. Your name is Lee Tuohai. Graduated for 5 years. No car, no house, no savings, heavily in debt. Your girlfriend Xiaoshu also gave you a green hat and then left in uncle's Mercedes. Just when you were feeling down, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, the host has bound the wireless expansion system, and as long as you spend, you can get a minimum of 10 times cashback. Task issued, purchase luxury cars and planes as transportation within 24 hours. Unlimited quantity, unlimited price. All expenses will be covered by this system. Task reward, the amount spent this time will be cashback 10 times. Upon hearing this, your eyebrows raised, and your golden finger finally arrived. So, you took out your phone to go to the 4S store to buy a car, suddenly realizing that you already have a system. Why bother buying a car? And decisively selected a super luxury car. Then, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, the host has chosen the most luxurious way of travel, obtaining the title of luxury travel, and a reward of 2 million cash. Wow, 2 million? You didn't expect the system to give such a big reward. 1 minute later, a Porsche 911 stopped in front of you. After getting in the car, you touched the genuine leather seat inside. This is the life. By the way, handsome, why are you driving a luxury car worth millions and still working for Didi? Hearing this, the young driver sighed. I used to be a rich kid. My family was wealthy, giving me millions of pocket money every month. But this year, the economy is bad. My dad's company went bankrupt a few days ago. My mom took the remaining money and left. I don't know how to do anything except spend money, and my expenses are high, so I have to work for Didi now. I want to sell this car to tide over the situation for now, but I haven't found a good buyer yet. Upon hearing this, your eyes lit up. This guy is indeed a rich second generation. He knows where the good houses are and where the pretty girls are. He seems clean-cut. If you hire him as a driver, you could use him as a starting point to get to know many influential people in the city. Then you directly said, I'll buy your car, name your price. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, stopped the car by the roadside, and grabbed your thigh. Bro, you're not joking, right? I really need this money now. If you really buy it, Yuan Hua, will be your servant in the next life. Don't get too excited. I said I'll buy it, and I will. It's just a Porsche 911, like buying a toy. Name your price. My car has only run a little over 10,000 kilometers, with various new car parts in the engine. Almost brand new, worth around 1.5 million on the market. You nodded and said, let's make it 1.6 million, with an extra 100,000 as your dowry. I'll pay you 30,000 per month. If you don't mind, you can be my driver in the future. Bro, I have nothing more to say. Really, from now on, you are my big brother. My dear big brother. Alright, send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. As the transfer was successful, a system notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining your first sports car, with a reward of 16 million cash. Then, you said to Yuan Hua, let's first find a Rolls-Royce dealership and then buy a few more cars. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua was shocked, almost dropping his jaw. Bro, your strength is truly unfathomable. Just then, a truck turning left collided head-on with the Porsche 911 driven by Yuan Hua. Onlookers saw this scene and started gossiping. Oh my, the truck driver is done for. Yuan Hua cursed as he got out of the car. Don't you know to yield when turning left? Are you brain dead? The truck driver panicked, crying and banging his head against the truck's door. This is it. I work hard driving trucks outside, barely earning over 100,000 a year. My child is still in college. I really can't afford this. As he spoke with a snotty voice, Yuan Hua turned around to ask Li Tuohai what he meant. At this moment, Li Tuohai was sitting on the heel of the broken Porsche 911, swiping his cell phone indifferently, and when he saw Yuan Hua coming over, he calmly held his cell phone out to him. Wah, do you think it's better to go with gold or purple for the paint color of this car? I think we'll go with purple. My sister says it has a lot of flavor. He looked up, his eyes calm and a faint smile still on his lips. This kind of reaction is Yuan Hua how can not imagine. He thought that Li Tuohai is holding back a big move, has not yet exploded, and spoke with some stumbling. Hi, the car is insured. Insurance? What insurance? Lee Tuahai walked to the traffic police and said, "I don't want the car. You have the labor. Help deal with it." When he finished, he turned his head and quickly left the scene of the incident and walked to the side of the road to get a cab. Manhwa also felt very guilty and followed up, apologizing at the back, saying, "Brother, hi, do we really not want the car? If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come." Lee Tuahai stopped a cab and got into the back seat of the car. "Master, go to Magic City Superstar, Rolls-Royce 4S store." Once the driver master heard that it was the Rolls-Royce's 4S store, his movements were extremely exaggerated as he turned around and looked Lee Tuahai up and down, his two eyeballs staring round. And he didn't say anything for a long time. Then he turned around again and started the car without a word. "Wah! Learn from this. This is called professionalism." As the words fell, a familiar voice once again resounded in Lee Tuahai's mind. Ding! The host's Porsche 911 was smashed at an intersection, and could have been fixed for compensation and reported to the insurance. But he chose to treat this luxury car as a disposable item and directly discarded it. His behavior is in line with the status of the top God's heroes, and is hereby rewarded with 10 million yuan. Balance, $18.3 million. Cool. It's a blast. After receiving the system reward, Lee Tuahai, who was sitting in the back seat of the cab, had a stronger bottom. He looked through the car window at the lights outside, and the excitement inside him rivaled that of a high court for those ordinary people who work in this city. It's called the Magic City, and he called heaven on earth. Rolls-Royce? He couldn't even think about it before. At the moment, it's only about 10 kilometers away from the dream shining into reality. In the consumer goods sector, he had previously heard brands that boasted of being the Rolls-Royce of their field, to elevate the tone of their brand. And nowadays, Rolls-Royce not only represents the top brand of the automobile industry, but is also synonymous with ultimate luxury and unlimited customization. It even ranks with sailboats, yachts, and airplanes. Therefore, Rolls-Royce's 4S store will not be opened inside an ordinary car city. He will be like a luxury store, open next to Hermes or Chanel. Very pushy. Boss, that's $57. Manhwa took out his cell phone and hurriedly scanned down the QR code with WeChat to pay for the car. Say that earlier, he was still skeptical of Lee Tuahai's strength, thinking that it was just talk, but he didn't expect it to really come now. The two men got out of the car and pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce 4S store. It must be said that when he first went in, Lee Tuahai was still a little nervous, and even Manhwa, who was standing by the side, was a little uncomfortable. Earlier he had been paid by the old man and couldn't even afford a cartwheel on his own. The two entered the store and looked left and right. The decoration inside did not imagine that kind of opulent feeling. Very simple and modern, with only a few Rolls-Royce interior elements embellishing the car. A star roof, a wool carpet. It feels like you're walking into a giant Rolls-Royce. "Hello, is this Mr. Lee Takumi?" A saleswoman's voice came from inside the store, followed by the sound of heels crunching on the floor. The saleswoman who ran over was fair-faced and tall, wearing a red corset with a zipper that wrapped tightly around her ample breasts. The lower body is a silk texture black skirt, slightly permeable, the skirt on both sides and a very high split. She trotted all the way over. The bottom of the skirt wrapped in a pair of long white stockings, thighs hidden. Her whole body exuded a beautiful, sultry and prodigal feeling as her waist swung up. "Well, I am." Lee Tuahai nodded slightly and praised in his heart. "This car is top of the line, and the female salesperson is also top of the line. Mr. Lee, this way please. Go to the VIP room first. I'll give you a detailed explanation." Lee Tuahai, heart snickering. "Also do not know this detailed explanation. Is not serious?" The two were guided by the saleswoman into a Rolls-Royce customized VIP room inside. It was minimalist with a long table with a few chairs, a display screen on the wall, and the iconic Rolls-Royce star top on top. "Mr. Lee, you can start by picking out the paint color, the interior, and the statue of the goddess of joy." The saleswoman opened her computer and said, "I don't know if you've heard, but the reason there isn't an identical Rolls-Royce on the road is because of our customization system called Bespoke. You can customize any part of your car. Tens of thousands of paints and interiors in a variety of materials are the basics. And you can even customize a model just for you." The saleswoman opened a Rolls-Royce picture and introduced, "This is a unique model that Hong Kong City tycoon Sam Li asked our company to build in 17 years. The Sweptail Huiying, based on the Phantom Coupe, worth £10 million, limited to one globally, prestigious to the extreme." Lee Tuahai was not interested in what she said at all, and just looked her up and down. Damn, the proportion of that body, that imperial temperament, that little dress to wear, makes a man feel an urge when he sees it, the kind that wants to kick her ass and bully her into tears. He coughed dryly. "You don't have to introduce me to so many. I'll just buy them for fun. Is there a current car? I'd like to test drive it first." He looked at the saleswoman and smiled slightly. "Let's see how the driving experience is first, then decide whether to buy it or not." With that, He looked to Yuan Hua, who was poking at the bespoke customization system. A very shiny lightbulb. Wah! You go to Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and Mercedes now and see if there are any existing cars? I want to buy one of all of them. Yuan Hua jerked his head up from in front of the computer screen. Brother, hi. You're collecting stamps? Chapter 11, Everybody Smart Buying a Car Instead. Not such a big deal. Li Tuahai shrugged his shoulders, looked at the saleswoman and asked, is there a current car? Can you test drive it? The saleswoman froze at first, and from the other woman's mouth, she guessed that she might have met a big shot. However, judging from the age of the other party, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was the son of some big shot's family. She had lived for 27 years and had dealt with people who were either rich or wealthy due to the reason that she was a luxury car saleswoman. And even then, she had never seen such a bold and arrogant person. Buying a car by stamps? Don't even bother to ask about the car's features? It's too powerful. Yes, Mr. Lee. If customization is too much of a hassle for you, there's one already configured in the showroom. Why don't you take me to see it? With so many introductions, those who don't know will think I can't afford it? Li Tuahai passed Yuan Hua a wink. Brother, hi. Then I can really go and ask. Yuan Hua, who was at the side, said, what is this talk? Hurry up and do what you've explained. Don't be a grunt. Seeing the saleswoman printing something on the computer, Li Tuahai added, remember to find me another driver for each car. I want a professional, a good face, and a body that looks stronger. Good Lehigh brother, then I'll go first. Yuan Hua was shocked, feeling that this big brother might have recognized the right one, and walked out of the Rolls-Royce 4S store numbly. After the people left, the saleswoman walked over to Li Tuahai with the printed documents. What's that in your hand? Oh yes, Mr. Lee. This is the customization information and quotation for the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the showroom. After saying that, she led Li Tuahai out of the Rolls-Royce's customization room and the two of them went to a Phantom in the showroom. The saleswoman describes, this Mirage Plus has a Hermes orange exterior, gold statue of the goddess of jubilation, a long double beltline, 22-inch wheels, and a black, panda-colored interior, and is offered at around $14 million. And that's about it. By and large, for the exact configuration, you can see this customization sheet. Saying that, she handed the document she had just printed to Li Tuahai. No need to look at these trivial things. Imagine driving this Rolls-Royce to the Bund at night. Li Tuahai jabbed his index finger in the air. In Mordor terms, 2 words, pie head, potty eye. It's so accented. The saleswoman smiled slightly. Mr. Lee, there's no need to imagine. We can go out for a test drive now. With that, she helped Li Tuahai pull open the driver's door. Oh yeah, I heard there's a customized black umbrella on the Rolls-Royce car seat that costs over $200. 000? It's not that expensive. The saleswoman held out the black umbrella at the door of the car and said, like the regular version of the black umbrella costs over $10,000, but this one has a custom tiger print on the end and costs $30,000. Li Tuahai took the $30,000 umbrella and held it open. A smell of money instantly filled. Okay, put it back for me. After stowing his umbrella, he got into the driver's seat and looked up to find a meteor streaking across the roof of his car. There's a meteor? Oh, that's right, Mr. Lee. Every 7 seconds if you're at the top of the starry sky, a shooting star will cross. And then what about this side, where you can adjust the brightness of the star roof? The saleswoman reached out with her slender right hand to the console above the rearview mirror and turned up the brightness. Also, what about our Rolls-Royce models? They don't have a tachometer. They have a power remaining meter instead. The car also has a bottle of mineral water with the Rolls-Royce logo on it. Li Tuahai swept a glance. Estimated that a bottle of mineral water to 2 or 3,000. More expensive than what? Paris water. Drink is a luxury and honored. He was just about to reach for it when the saleswoman didn't care if he could afford it or not. She just picked it up and unscrewed it for him and handed it over. After taking a sip, the saleswoman was kind enough to put the water back. Li Tuahai inserted the Rolls-Royce key and stepped on the gas pedal. The unique sound that exuded a sense of full luxury shook his scalp. He drove the car, with the saleswoman in the passenger seat, toward the road outside. It was an extremely unique driving experience. Like going to another world. The car was traveling on the main road. The speed was not very fast, but there was not even one behind who dared to honk. Maybe that's what it feels like to be in the top class. As Li Tuahai drove the car, his afterglow glanced at a stunningly beautiful thigh wrapped in white stockings. The long skirt underneath the saleswoman's body was already permeable, and the split was still very high, so when she stood, she probably didn't feel how it was, but as soon as she sat down, her whole thigh was violently exposed in a big way. How's it going? Carefully Tuahai found that the saleswoman's earrings are Chanel's, necklace is Bulgari's, tights are Gucci's, black skirt is Parisian houses and high heels are YSL's. In order to have more to talk about with their clients, they need to know more about luxury goods. which is an excellent entry point when communicating, but it is costly to maintain this kind of life. The income from sales is mainly based on commission, and with the economic downturn in recent years, the number of new customers who buy Rolls-Royce will be relatively much less. The financial situation of these practitioners, I think, is also very tight. Li kicked the brakes and parked the Rolls-Royce into an underground parking lot. The saleswoman acted a little flustered in the face of his sudden accosting. Me, as you know, the economy hasn't been very good lately, and a lot of our original clients have even gone bankrupt. Li Tuahai twisted his head and looked at the saleswoman with unapologetic eyes and said, "You should also stop calling Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, it looks rusty. My name is Lee Takumi. You can call me Takumi, Jessica, Jazabi, just call me Bae." She held out her hand, and Lee Tuahai politely shook it, not letting go of the grip, and the other woman was up for it and didn't pull away. At first glance, it's a show. Bae, you are excellent. There are only 24 Rolls-Royce stores in the whole country, and if you are configured according to the top quota of 6-8 people, there are only less than 200 people, and you are one of these 200 people. Lee Tuahai still clutched the other party's hand, and had to say that a woman's skin was just more delicate than a man's. Lee Hsien, Takumi, don't make fun of me. The recent performance decline is very serious. The economy is not very generous. Bae, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. We're all smart people. Lee Tuahai patted her on the thigh twice. I understand, Jazabi said. If you hold up, just let your mind be done. Not everyone wants to, and you have to be handsome too. Chapter 12, Buy them all. Hiya. The backseat of the Rolls-Royce was filled with a scent that made Jazabi's eyes misty. A large wave of heat surged through the two men's bodies from the inside out, and all the dust settled on the two of them, dressed and slightly embarrassed, sat in the car, blowing cold air from the air conditioner. We're a good match, and you're right up my alley. Yes, Lee Tuahai, also no nonsense, opened the door and said, 50,000 per month, 5 days a month to accompany me, when the mood is not good to be at the beck and call. Now go back to the store to get the pose machine. At this moment, he finally experienced the joy of his uncle. Hate the uncle, understand the uncle, become the uncle, and, perhaps, people will eventually become what they hated when they were young. Okay, thanks Takumi. Jazabi came over to her. A faint floral scent didn't enter her nose. Lee Tuahai pressed his right hand on her pilled head, his palm feeling the hairspray that had already dried between the strands of her hair. He smiled faintly. Like head pressing? Jazabi leaned into his arms with misty eyes and pouted. Like, and talk back. My chow. This 50,000 is worth it. Lee Tuahai, heart shocked. This is still just no when. That extremely serious imperial sister female sales? It's also too contrasting. Money can be a really good thing. Without money, you can only appreciate the sweetness of the goddess, while with money, you can enjoy the contrast of the goddess. He stepped on the gas and drove the car back to the 4S store, where Jazabi prepared the relevant information for him and brought the pose machine. Li Tuahai swiped 14.37 million without hesitation. All the other salesmen in the 4S store cast envious glances at Giuseppe, who went out for a test drive and came back to sign the contract. Or full payment? It is important to know that those who buy Rolls-Royce Phantom in installments and those who buy Rolls-Royce Phantom in full payment are two different classes of customers, and the latter circle is the top circle of almost the entire society. This circle of people, like Lee Tuahai, extremely low-key, from the dress cannot be seen. Dressed in ordinary or mediocre a person may be strong. Jia Shibei walked to Lee Tuahai and resumed her professional saleswoman's aura. Mr. Lee, I'll go and prepare the handover ceremony for you, so you can go to the VIP customization room first and take a short break. Xiao Liang, make tea for Mr. Lee. She called out to the intern she had brought with her, then stepped on her heels and trotted off to prepare for the handover ceremony. Not long after that, intern Xiao Liang went backstage and asked, Sister Shibei, how do you know that guy is rich? Just from his age, dress, and aura. He doesn't look like much. Oof, Jia Shibei sneered, telling Xiao Liang with her experience of so many years in the field of luxury goods sales. The audience for this product of ours is very different from the audience for mass luxury goods consumption. A lot of the people who can really afford to spend on Rolls-Royce are exceptionally low-key. People who no longer need to prove themselves through price tags and logos. They don't shine in a crowd, and those who understand will naturally get it. After that, he arranged for Xiao Liang to set up the delivery site. At this moment, Lee Tuahai, who was drinking tea in the VIP customization room, once again had a familiar voice in his head. Ding. The host purchased a Rolls-Royce Phantom at full price. This is a landmark milestone, representing that the host has entered a brand new class. Most of the hardships on earth mostly have nothing to do with you, and your biggest worry will henceforth become spending more than you can afford. Simply spending more than you can afford. The more you spend the more you get rich. System reward, 100 million. Balance, 139 million. Damn it. There are some achievements that people are born with and not without. And I'm a billionaire in just a few days? Lee Tuahai had some scalp numbness. And the bottom of his heart was even stronger. When he first entered the Rolls-Royce 4S store earlier, he didn't even dare to speak too loudly, as if he was afraid of scaring the car now that the money was up to a certain amount. His entire state of mind instantly relaxed as he sat in the customized room of the Rolls-Royce. What might have been a bit restrained earlier in the stay turned into a total treat. Enjoy everything here. Enjoy the community. All the spiritual sustenance for the rich. At that moment, Jazabi pushed the door and walked in, saying, Mr. Lee, the delivery ceremony is ready. You follow me. Lee Tuahai smiled and got up, walked behind her, caught her off guard and grabbed her cue-bouncing ass. The feel of it, called us soft. Stop it. There's surveillance here. Jazabi's face went red. Fear the hammer. Who dares to call me a no-no? Come on, criticize me morally. After saying that, Lee Tuahai stretched out his tongue and licked and devoured her earlobe. Then he was about to get his hands on her. Jazabi turned around violently. Really don't make a scene here, please. I'll come stay with you tonight, okay? Bring a couple uniforms? Lee Tuahai stopped his hand movements. Yes, you can pick whatever you like to see me wear. I have plenty of clothes. I'll buy them now if I don't have any. Jazabi whispered. Spider tights? Bunny girls? Stewardesses? Bright-colored stockings? Maid? Role-playing? Jazabi was shocked to hear that, changing her inherent impression of him. You're so flirty. Thinking about the fact that tonight is the Dragon Boat Festival. Su Chang and Su Mei, they are also on vacation. So it's just the right time to come out and have some fun together in the evening. To release the release.to say that earlier he was still a pure virgin. Just now after some clouds and rain in the car, it instantly stimulated his potential in a certain area and became a well-deserved top godfather. In the future, if there is anyone else who dares to talk about wrapping dumplings as playing bondage, as a way to molest him, he will use various means to give her a real bondage. Sister Siebel, the delivery ceremony is ready. Just come. The two walked out of the Rolls-Royce customization room and went to the delivery point, where Jazabi presented Lee Tuahai with a bouquet of flowers and 4 salesmen held salutes in their hands. Bang! Congratulations, Mr. Lee Tuahai, on becoming our distinguished Rolls-Royce owner. I wish you smooth winds and smooth water, god of fortune, and blessings all over the world. Lee Tuahai, holding flowers in his hand, stood beside the Rolls-Royce car and posed with a standard scissor hand and a smile on his face the moment the shutter is pressed. This moment of happiness is fixed, but he knew that this was just the beginning and would never be the high point of his life. Just after picking up the car, a call came from Manhwa's side. Brother, it's all been asked for you. There are cars available. On the Ferrari side it's a 488 Pista Spider. On the Lambo side it's an Aventador SVJ 63 Special Edition. And there's also an Aston Martin DBS and a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, all of which are available. The Rolls-Royce 4S store was relatively empty, and even if the call was not loud, the surrounding sales could hear it clearly. Lee Tuahai replied. Buy them all. Tell them to prepare for the delivery ceremony. I'll be right there. Jia Shibei, who was standing on the side, secretly rejoiced that he had made the right bet. The owner who could afford a Rolls-Royce definitely had more than one luxury car at home. She secretly resolved that she must use all 18 of her skills as a way to please Lee Tuahai. This is a big backer that comes along once in a million years. Big money, big capital. Chapter 13, as my private showroom, ding. The host ordered a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider and received a rebate of 550,000. Ding. Host orders a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ 63 Special Edition and receives a rebate of 1,000,000. Ding. The host ordered an Aston Martin DBS and a Mercedes Maybach for a total rebate of $2.5 million. Inside the Rolls-Royce's showroom, Lee Tuahai was talking to Harakiri, and the voice messages of PayPal's arrival rang out one after another. And the arrival message resounded with echoes in the empty Rolls-Royce showroom. All 5 sales in customized suits were shocked. And Jazabi regretted it. They say a man's first time with a woman makes a lasting impression. She regretted that she hadn't maximized her bedtime skills just now. Those eyes of hers, the small gestures, those witty words that could arouse a man's desire. All could have been done in a more subtle way. There is no shortage of all sorts of highly refined beauties around a man who can make money steadily like this. And once, it's impossible to say that there won't be a second time. Brother, hi. Those cars I told you about can all pay a deposit. If you do not buy, these deposits are non-refundable. Oh, buy. Definitely buy. But what have you misunderstood? Lee Tuahai felt the shocked eyes of the few sales around him and was secretly pleased, especially that sales Xiao Liang, regretting that she didn't show her charm in front of the big gold master when she made him tea just now. Instead, They made tea and then spent that precious time setting up for the delivery ceremony. Young people just out of society are socially inexperienced and stupid. To a little bit of social experience of female sales, encountered this kind of once-in-a-million-years big gold master, has long been in the VIP customization room kneeling. Misunderstanding? On the other end of the phone, Manhwa, who was standing in the Ferrari showroom, was confused. Brother, hi. What kind of misunderstanding? I don't get it. When I say by all, I don't mean only by these cars you told me about. Now, the entire Magic City 3 million or more luxury cars. As long as there is a 4S store with a current car, buy all of them. Lee Tuahai said casually. It's as if you're buying one of those luxury cars that other people are dying for. As if you're buying a small children's toy. Buy them all? Manhwa pulled up his pitch violently in the Ferrari showroom. He was completely taken aback. Brother, hi. I only have over $1 million on hand. Buying it all won't even be enough for a deposit. Last time I went to ICBC to open their highest VIP customer there. Later I will transfer $10 million to you. It should be enough for the deposit. When the words fell, Lee Tuahai hung up the phone. He kept his head down and fiddled with his cell phone, manipulating transfers on his internet banking. Mr. Lee, are you thirsty? Drinking water? A male salesman busily came forward, holding a bottle of mineral water with the Rolls-Royce logo. It's easy for the stomach to get bad from drinking cold ones. Mr. Lee, how about the hot tea just now? Would you like some more? In turn, Xiaolian lifted her short skirt upward again to show off her long, straight legs, but Lee Tuahai had seen too many of them in the past few days. And he liked the slutty ones. The body simply doesn't respond at all to a temptation of this magnitude, considering the principle that meat and fish can get greasy if you eat too much of it, and that you have to mix meat and vegetables. He nodded and said, the tea is good, and the sweet aftertaste is quite strong. A little more then? Rio playfully sidled her little head up, her face brimming with the innocence characteristic of a youthful girl. Go! Lee Tuahai took a few steps towards the customization room and stopped in his tracks. And all the sales following behind him were busy stopping as well. I forgot to turn off the PayPal arrival reminder just now, so I'm sorry if I made you all laugh. Goo. Mr. Lee, you are too low-key. A few sales followed behind, saying all kinds of compliments. Being cold-shouldered, Jia Shibei. Want to squeeze cannot squeeze in, let alone say what compliments. However, she also knew the chips in her hand, and quietly followed at the end. And if Lee Tuahai looked at her, she gave a big smile. The IT wasn't now that she really needed to do her homework. But tonight, would she be able to give Lee Tuahai a night to remember? Walking into the VIP customization room, Lee Tuahai sat on the sofa, that was pinching the shoulders, pounding the legs, and handing the tea. High-end sales meet the biggest customers and often take the most primitive service. What do you care about face? As a salesman, if you have a commission, you have face. Without commission, there's no face. Lee Tuahai picked up his cell phone and put it to his mouth, saying, Wah, $10 million has been transferred to you. It's still the same account from last time. Wait in the Ferrari for now. I'll be right over with some tea. After more than 10 minutes, Lee Tuahai got up from the sofa and looked at Jia Shibei, who was left out in the cold. Just now he deliberately left her in the cold. It was called a desire to escape. Can you drive? Will do, Mr. Lee. Jazabi's heart snickered with joy. A pair of large eyes with blue pupils sparkling. Lee Tuahai stifled a laugh in his heart, but he still couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just now in the car, you called someone honey, husband, father, but now you're calling someone Mr. Lee in a proper manner? A strange feeling of exhilaration grew in him, and it was pretty fucking exciting. Take it. Lee Tuahai tossed her the keys to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Plus, turning around, I asked, which one of you is the store manager here? She sent me to Ferrari to pick up my car. Is that okay? There won't be any deductions for perfect attendance or anything, will there? The people looked at each other with 4 eyes, laughed, and said, Mr. Lee, you really have grown a pair of eyes. Sister Shibei is the store manager. Ouch. Kinda unexpected. Lee Tuahai looked at Jia Shibei, who was holding the car keys, and then looked at the other sales. No wonder she was dressed differently, also quite good at wearing. Upper body red tights, lower body semi-transparent silk system open fork long skirt with lace-edge white stockings, feet on 10 centimeters high heels, visual impact pull full. Who doesn't look like a headcase? And now she had become one of his lovers. The high and mighty shopkeeper in the Rolls-Royce 4S store in the open. And behind his back, a tame little puppy dog that he owned. This, then, is the beauty of money. This, then, is the great dike of society. The two drove towards the Ferrari 4S store 5 kilometers away in the Rolls-Royce extended Phantom they had just picked up. Lee Tuahai arrived and bought the Ferrari SF90 straight ale, Ferrari 296 GTB, Ferrari 296 GTS with a big hand. In total, I bought more than 20 Ferraris before and after. Almost different models of Ferrari in stock. All of them the special limited edition series. which has also been ordered, is subsequently awaiting the arrival of the current car in stores. Ding. The host purchased a Ferrari in a philatelic manner, and has been awarded the title of Divine Magnate Luxury Car Collector. This is a small step towards the goal of being the top God's hero, so we are rewarding you with $2 billion in cash. Special reminder, the source of funds are all legal and compliant. Please don't doubt the system's ability. 2 billion. 2 billion. Hearing the system's voice coming from his head, Lee Tuahai wrapped his arms around Jia Shibei's small waist, and his hands were shaking. His heart was beating wildly. A large amount of energy was released inside, and it desperately needed a vent to release it. It was the ultimate in excitement and joy. He couldn't even imagine how extravagant the days ahead would be. Lee Tuahai swallowed a mouthful of spit, forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and said faintly to those sales that had already had their hearts beating wildly in shock, "I'm a relatively low-profile person, and this matter can't be spread out. I don't have room for so many cars, so I'll make your place my private showroom." Chapter 14, Driving Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, Aston Martins, and Mercedes Maybachs at a young age. No problem, Mr. Lee. The male salesman in a tailored suit and an inch-long hair held a contract of purchase. The right hand couldn't stop trembling, according to the theory that the Ferrari 4S store, as the customer's private showroom, is not allowed. But in the face of the mega customer in front of you, it is completely possible to make an exception and enjoy the privilege. "No, I'm buying a car. Why are your hands shaking?" Lee Tuahai sat on the sofa, seeing that sales was more nervous than himself. Instantly amused him. The inch-haired male salesman smiled awkwardly and said truthfully, "Mr. Lee, I'm not afraid of your jokes. It's the first time I've seen you being so generous since I've been in the industry for more than 20 years. Ha ha." Lee Tuahai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Just ordering 20 or so current cars and 8 global limited editions is just nothing to make a fuss about." He picked up the signing pen on the coffee table and, to the extreme shock of the people around him, signed his name with a big hand, followed by a good handprint. "This is the last one signed, isn't it?" "Yes, Mr. Lee, let's go for the car delivery ceremony." Lee Tuahai got up and walked towards the Ferrari 488 in the showroom. As always, he compared scissor hands, holding flowers in his left hand, leaking a professional smile as the shutter set in the moment. "It's hard to talk about happiness because he's numb after taking the picture." Lee Tuahai looked at Jia Shibei, who was sitting on the side of the rules. This girl brought out quite a long face for him. "Bev, get the car. We're going to Rambo." "Well, soldiers split into two. Wah, you go and order me 3 more helicopters. This is sometimes too much traffic on the ground. Travel is not very convenient." Yuan Hua was shocked and didn't know what to say at this moment. To say that the circle he came into contact with around him was also either rich or noble, already very close to the top of the society, but he had never seen someone as bold as Lee Tuahai. Not to mention him, probably even his dad had never been exposed to anyone belonging to this tier. He guessed that Lee Tuahai's background, in the Magic City, in the country, might be of the through-the-roof kind. Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was the scion of some mysterious big family from abroad, scattered in the Asian region. After all, those rich people from big families like to have more babies. "Wah, what are you staring at? Don't you have a source to buy a helicopter? If you don't have it, ask around with your friends," Lee Tuahai said as he wrapped his arms around Jiaxi's soft little waist. "If you really don't have one, I'd suggest that this low-end circle is something to stay away from. It's not conducive to your progress." Yuan Hua slowed down and nodded his head as if pounding garlic. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. When we shot the luxury car music video before, we used a helicopter to follow the shooting. Just ask those friends." Sometimes karma was just so marvelous, and he had literally stumbled upon a thigh this time. "Hi, I really want to make progress so badly." "That's fine. The things that are explained, handle them properly for me, and you won't be treated poorly." Lee Tuahai wrapped his arms around Jia Shibei and carelessly uttered a sentence on his way out. "When the time comes to operate the operation, our Uncle Yuan may not be able to fish it out as well." Yuan Hua's head snapped up when he heard this, and a dazzling light instantly flashed in his dull eyes. After exiting the Ferrari 4S store, Jazabi pulled open the Rolls-Royce door for Lee Tuahai, treating him with immense respect. After so many years in the field of luxury sales, she knew the psychology of rich people too well. You must always put yourself in the right place, and not think that just because you've gotten to know a client well, you can make jokes and disrespect him, and think that you can be friends with people at that level. That can only be described as wishful thinking on your part. Once the other party feels uncomfortable, he will not hesitate to buy and leave the scene. The reason will not even tell you. Directly change the personal service. People of their level of wealth, surrounded by people who wanted to serve them, must have grabbed their heads. "Mr. Lee, is the air conditioning still at the right temperature? There are no outsiders here. Just call me Takumi." Lee Tuahai left hand on Jia Shibei's thighs rubbing. "The woman's flesh is just soft. That wrapped in white stockings plump thighs, QQQQQ. If it were anyone else, Jazabi would have called the police, but this person was Lee Tuahai, and she was afraid that the other person would not touch and be interested in her. Ah, Takumi, Jazabi's lower body twisted violently. Don't touch there. It tickles. I'm driving. The Rolls-Royce carried hot, humid water vapor all the way to the Lamborghini's 4S store. As soon as he entered, Lee Tuahai asked, "Where's the restroom? I'll wash my hands first." Damn. Should have let that bitch lick my fingers clean. After washing his hands, he followed the usual routine of signing the contract, fingerprinting, and taking pictures of the car delivery ceremony, with the customary scissor hands and professional smile. Go to Aston Martin. The Rolls-Royce Phantom will be parked outside for now. I'll take the Lamborghini Big Bull. Lee Tuahai took the keys from the shocked eyes of a group of sales, getting in the car and starting it up. He slammed his foot on the gas and headed for his next destination. Don't you like head pressing, little slut? Like, Jazabi said with what seemed like hooks in her eyes, looking at him like an obedient baby. Are you a little slut? I'm a little slut, Lee Tuahai said. I'm driving. I can't spare my hands. Jazabi's small, delicately painted makeup head poked toward his abdomen. Or so they say in the big city. Women come to things. This is something that if it were a pure little earth girl, she probably wouldn't even understand the words. Ha, 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 hey. Jazabi lifted his head, caught his breath, and continued to bury his head in hard work. Poof. Lee Tuahai slammed on the brakes, pressed his hands on Jazabi's head, shook his body a few times, and stepped on the gas amidst a sea of curses. If you're so good at this, isn't 50,000 a month a little low? He wasn't one for white-knuckling a woman who took good care of herself, both physically and mentally. Takumi, it's already a lot. Twice my salary. Jazabi wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue, took out mouthwash from his classic old LV satchel, and rinsed his mouth. There's still a lot to learn by following you. Really? No need to give more than that. Lee Tuahai twisted his head to look at the docile Jazabi as he gripped the steering wheel of the Lamborghini with one hand and jerked her into his arms with his right. Why do you know so much? Say, I'm the first one you've had. The first. I'd be a real dumbass if I really believed that. I don't know what our relationship is. If we're talking about boyfriends, I dated too, Jazabi said truthfully. Oof, Lee Tuahai sneered. I wonder what the relationship is. Adoption versus being adopted. You're knowledgeable. You're a good sport. You're a good match for me. You're a good person to take out. We'll get what we want. Lee Tuahai took her to Aston Martin, and as is customary, there was another series of signing contracts, fingerprinting, and handing over of the car. With the customary scissor hands and professional smiles, this time he didn't make much of a stop. Didn't even give the crowd of shocked sales, skulking around, a chance to perform straight to the Mercedes Maybach, another set of process-based car buying nowadays. Lee Tuahai has no idea how many luxury cars he has under his name, and he doesn't bother to look at them. He sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Big Bull and selected a token 8 photos from the handover ceremony. Come here. He held up his cell phone to take a selfie as he scooped Jazabi into his arms. Jazabi leaned against his chest, displaying all the tenderness a woman could exude, smiling and posing with scissor hands. Click. A moment of happiness framed by a limousine beauty. Lee Tuahai put this photo in the center of the 9-panel grid with a paragraph of text. People will be trapped by the unobtainable things of their youth. But if you are young enough to drive a Rolls-Royce, a Ferrari, an Aston Martin, a Mercedes Maybach, with a 95-plus know-it-all woman in his arms, life, then, is like playing a game. Chapter 15, for one, love to compare. Lee Tuahai had just sent a friend circle for less than a minute. It was swiped by his top female boss, Su Ching. She was wearing a sheer tulle black leotard today, with a small black leather skirt underneath, with long lace-trimmed black stockings. Outfits that can show off her sexy body in the best possible way are a hit with her. I wonder why? The thought of men staring at her and fantasizing sent a thrill through her. After seeing the luxury cars in Lee Tuahai's circle of friends, she clicked in one by one to see them. Ferrari 488, Rolls-Royce Phantom Plus, Aston Martin DBS, Mercedes Maybach, all luxury cars. To say that the extravagant breakfast earlier hadn't made her realize the gap between the two. Those luxury cars in that circle of friends would now become a huge gulf between the two men's classes. Wait, this woman is? Su Cheng put down the ice American style in her hand and looked at the woman who was in the middle of the 9-cell grid, like a well-behaved kitten. And a feeling of inferiority was actually born in her heart. There wasn't a single thing that woman wore that wasn't a luxury item, and she exuded an aura that was rare for an unusual beauty. Lee Tuahai, you can do it. It's only been a few days since you got rich and you've hooked up with a top beauty, and holding others in submission. By the looks of it, Su Ching's circle of friends, there are also a lot of rich second generation. That condition is naturally not to say, but it was almost always taken hard by her, and the second generation gave her money to spend, but they couldn't even touch a hand. scolding them when they were in a bad mood. They will also transfer money to themselves like a licking dog and say nice things to coax them. The word bitch is in his bones. And in the Lamborghini Bull, the way Lee Tuahai dominantly wrapped his arms around that woman is what a true powerhouse should look like. It's also what it should look like to really be able to attract a quality woman. It's more of what a man should be. Just then, a message popped up at the top of her friend's circle that it was the young master of the Magic City's Sugar Cane King's family with a private jet. Sister Su Ching, have dinner with me tonight. Take you to meet some friends. Followed by a transfer of $50,000. Su Ching saw the message and deliberately didn't return it. This kind of chicken shit on the opposite side obviously couldn't handle her. She didn't know why in her head right now. She was always thinking about Lee Tuahai. To say that she liked it, I can't talk about it. It was more of curiosity, after all. After living 30 years, this was the first time a man of this tier had appeared in her life. She left the second generation hanging for more than 10 minutes before her jade hands, wearing delicate manicures, tapped 2 words on her phone screen, not available, and returned the transfer of the other side of the huge sum of $50,000, but also backwards to the other side of the transfer of $8,888.88. Good girl. Don't delay sister to go to work ha. The company has a lot of things to do. I still have to work overtime every day. Where can I be as dashing as you second generation? After 3 seconds, as she expected, the other party transferred a huge amount of $100,000 over. Sister, collect the transfer. You take the transfer. If you don't take it, you're not giving me face. Can we still play together in the future? Collect. Angry emoji. When Su Cheng saw this ingratiating look on the other party's face, a wave of boredom, even nausea, grew in her heart. In terms of conditions, the other party was definitely excellent, but she just couldn't get into this kind of guy. Well, brother, come over to my sister's house someday and I'll make you a few good home-cooked meals. It's unhealthy for you to be out there every day with all that fish and meat. After replying to the message, she collected the transfer and did so without a trace of gratitude in her heart and her perception. A relationship between a man and a woman is a game. The strong take the weak and strip everything good from each other. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses that hung over her delicate makeup, picked up her iced Americano and took another sip, thinking for a moment before liking and commenting on Lee Tuahai's circle of friends. Takumi, we said we'd hang out together at the end of the day, but I'm off work early today. Do you have plans for the evening? She no longer dared to be mean to Lee Tuahai and molest him like earlier. Point 1 is afraid that he will lose this network, and the other is because men of this wealth tier are really not to be messed with, and saying the wrong thing in front of them is going to be a big loss. Just after commenting, she saw that Sumei also gave the other person a like. This sister, she's not looking at him, is she? She sneered. It should still be about the value of the other party, about the other party's money. Sumei in the jittery voice has more than 3 million fans. Open Paramila. Weekdays to send a circle of friends. Comments in the lick dog can be a lot. She will not return one, because in her eyes simply do not see. She thinks, you're swiping me because I'm good, because I'm worth a lot. I provide emotional value to you and you swipe money for me. It's called a value swap within seconds. She replied to Su Ching's comment saying, together. After Lee Tuahai posted his friend's circle, he wrapped his arms around Jia Shibei, his right hand mooching over her face, and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the WeChat message rang. Brother, the helicopter is bought. The crew, the route application and all that is done. Just waiting for your payment. He picked up his cell phone and asked, how much? The total is $23.67 million. And the owner of the zeros wiped it out. When he heard the payment amount, Lee Tuahai was still a little surprised. Not that he thought it was expensive, but it was too cheap. I in the perception of ordinary people, airplanes are more expensive than cars and are a step up from cars. I didn't realize that the 3 helicopters combined weren't half as expensive as the Koenigsegg he'd ordered from Ferrari. $30 million. The money has been transferred to you, and drivers for each of my cars have been arranged. When it's arranged, take all the cars, 3 helicopters, and go to the Mandarin Oriental. The reason why he closed his eyes in the car just now was because there were too many system beeps in his head. He was going to ask the system if there was a silent mode, and he was afraid that the other side would say that he had gotten the better of him. In short, he now has over $13 billion lying in his account balance. The head governor of ICBC, the governors of all the major banks are calling him on the phone. He didn't pick up a single one. For their tier group, maintaining a condescending stance can prevent the other side from getting an inch. And secondly, they can get better service and a lot less hassle. Previously, before his bankruptcy, he had already suffered a lot of losses, and his grasp and understanding of human nature had now reached a whole new level. In the background, the other party simply texted. In short, they want him to make long-term deposits in their bank, give concessions, and some slippery rainbow farts that he didn't even bother to look. Takumi. Mr. Lee Jia Shibei sought his dashing payment and laughed so hard that she couldn't even close her mouth. burying that little head deeply into his arms. I like you so much. I really do. To say that a man has only money but is fat looking, he will only get lies from women's mouths, but having money plus being handsome, that sense of experience from a woman is something that an unusual person may never experience in their lifetime. That's what happened to Lee Tuahai. Someone else earlier said he looks like Jay Cho, drives a nice car, and is better looking than him, just not as talented. Now he's certainly more talented than Jay, just wealthy. At this time, Jia Shibei's WeChat rang. She sat upright and saw the message and her face instantly darkened as if she were an enemy. It's broken. The regional supervisor came down for an inspection and asked me why I didn't go back when it was almost closing time. I have to go back and make a card and explain the situation. Lee Tuahai snatched her cell phone and spoke in an indifferent tone. Store manager Jia is now out with me for a test drive. The car is in good condition. I'm going to order another one some other day. It has to be more expensive than the 10 million pounds. Sweptail Wise Shadow customized by Hong Kong City Tycoon Sam Li in 17. 4-1. Love to Climb. Chapter 16. A Show with a Top. Okay, Mr. Lee. I called store manager Jia back to tell her that the company recognizes her performance and is ready to give her 3 days off. The governor spoke back. Okay, I'll convey it for you. Lee Tuahai replied and casually threw his cell phone onto the seat. Being with me and being afraid of the inspector. Are you punching me in the face? He pinched Jazabi's neck and fainted. To say that being choked is offensive. But I wonder why. Jazabi was secretly delighted. Then, you send me back to my apartment first. I'll go back to bring some clothes, and wait for you at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in the evening. I'll get a room. Jazabi moved up and gave Lee Tuahai a kiss on the cheek, looking at him with drawn eyes. No need for a room, Lee Tuahai said. It's okay, I can afford to spend this much money, even though the presidential suite is said to cost more than $30,000. But I just wanted to spend some money on you, not when I say not. Jazabi was startled. Feeling as if the man in front of her was temperamental, she asked in a very aggravated whisper. What's wrong, Takumi? Is it something I did wrong? Only then did Lee Tuahai tell Jazabi about the morning's experience. What the hell? I didn't pay for my food? Or is it interfering with the other guests' meals? Cricket me like that behind my back. That's just it. They're really over the top, Jazabi said. It is particularly excessive. The social trend is being led astray by this group of them. Lee Tuahai said seriously, I have to have some social responsibility as a godly man, right? Dare to fucking move on the head of a Teiyukai. Bully to my head. Just then, Yuan Hua returned the message. Hi. The car and the helicopter could be headed for the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Where are you? I'm coming over to pick you up for a piece, in a little over half an hour. The evening rush hour was approaching. The main streets of the city were like the calm before a storm. A convoy of luxury cars was heading towards the Mandarin Oriental Hotel on the Avenue of Convoy, and there were 3 helicopters hovering in the air, and right in front of the convoy was a handsome man on a 28-bar bicycle. On the back seat of the bicycle, a beautiful woman with an amazing temperament and excellent figure wrapped her arms around Lee Tuahai's waist and leaned her head on his back. Takumi, it really feels like school. How romantic. Suddenly, a car honked behind the bike and a Mercedes C whizzed by. What grass? Bev, Mercedes CA. Not long after, a Porsche Panamera wearing a beastly roar sped past again. Whoopee, Bev, the Porsche. Jia Shibei wrapped her arms tightly around Lee Tuahai's waist, her forehead pressed tightly against his back, and pouted. I don't care. I just like to ride Tuahai's bike. At this time, Lee Tuahai left hand holding the handlebar, right hand pull out the shorts pocket walkie-talkie. Wah! Tell all the cars behind you to pay attention. I'm afraid they can't afford to lose money if they touch my car. Don't want to see that crying whimpering last time. Disturbing. Soon, the convoy drove in great numbers to the entrance of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, with 3 helicopters hovering in the air above the heated infinity pool on the top floor of the hotel. Gu Half City held onto the edge of the pool, a glass of red wine in his hand, and looked toward the downstairs of the hotel, mind blown. Who's making such a big deal out of this? Hotel downstairs. Lee Tuahai riding 28-bar parked in front of the hotel. He greeted the previous parking porter said, help me look after the bike. Unlocked. Also, the 200 tip I gave you earlier was in respect for your labor, not for you to crickets me behind my back. Just then, the luxury cars parked on the wide parking lot pulled open their doors. The first thing that comes to mind is a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk with high heels, and the drivers who come down from the car are almost all car models that Yuan Hua paid a high price to hire. At first, Lee Tuahai said he was looking for a few strong men to look imposing and deter others. Yuan Hua took it upon himself to hire dozens of top car models as drivers for her. From the car down the car model driver, tall, uniformly wearing a black hip-hugging short skirt, 1 meter 8 long legs on high heels, face a picture of people do not approach the high cold. Li Tuahai turned back, scanned the driver beside the limousine, and said, in the future, Put a pair of flat shoes in the car. Abide by traffic regulations. And pay attention to safety. Dozens of female car model drivers bowed in unison and replied, "Yes, boss." After saying that, he went up the stairs, toward the third floor of the breakfast restaurant. The eight-bearded lobby manager's face was green with fear. This has lived for more than 40 years, and has never seen such a big row. "You, go over there." A beautiful bodyguard following Lee Tuahai said sternly, pointing at the eight-bearded manager. At the moment, Lee Tuahai was sitting on the sofa on the terrace. Her hands were arranged in a line, and the beautiful girl who was the bodyguard and chauffeur was cutting her cigar, or kneeling service. With a sense of ceremony and dignity pulled full, she lit the Cuban cigar with a heat gun and handed it to Lee Tuahai. Lee Tuahai took a drag, looked at the trembling eight-bearded manager in front of him, and tilted the sky to exhale a mouthful of smoke mixed with a light fragrance. "I'm afraid of traffic jams in the morning rush hour. Is it a problem to ride a Manhwa bike to dinner? No problem. Is there a problem with taking a picture of breakfast and documenting your life? No problem. Wear clothes that make you comfortable. No luxury logos. And have a problem going to a hotel for dinner? No problem." Listening to the other party's gradually increasing volume, the eight-bearded manager then realized that he was kicking the can down the road because of his cheap mouth. "No problem. A bunch of you crickets me behind my back and I didn't pay. Ha!" Lee Tuahai slammed the table in front of him, bullying an honest man. Everything that happened on the terrace quickly caused the guests to gather around, and even Gu Half City, who was soaking in the hot springs on the top floor, walked down, seeing that the main character of this kind of rehearsal was Lee Tuahai, whom he had previously disdained. As the boss of Inoyo Media, at this moment, he was also born a little panic in his heart. He was shocked. One could even say that he was afraid. Such a big row, and he still didn't know the other party's bottom line, which still offended people. "Elder brother Tuahai, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Gu Half City walked up to compensate for the smile. "What? Can't you see what's going on?" Lee Tuahai smiled slightly and said, "Isn't this also wearing a dress for a show with a top?" The terrace became more and more filled with the smell of smoke. The management of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel also reacted quickly after learning about the situation. The general manager of the hotel, the public relations manager, the business manager, quickly rushed to the scene to apologize to him one by one. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. It's our poor service." "What the hell is this called poor service?" A bunch of staff cricketing guests behind their backs, all rising to the level of personal insults. Lee Tuahai pointed at the eight-bearded manager and cursed, "What the hell? I'm not just scolding you alone today. I'm scolding your kind of people. Snobs, kneeling down when you see rich people, being high and mighty when you see people with no money, pretending to be a fucking human being, right? Social mores are brought down by you rotten vegetable leaves." At this point, the general manager stepped forward and skillfully gave compensation benefits according to previous cases, saying, "In this case, Mr. Lee, you just have to dine here this year. No matter how much you consume, all of it will be free of charge." Seeing that the other party had this attitude, Lee Tuahai's two eyes instantly filled with blood as he looked towards the porcelain cup on the dining table, picking it up and slamming it to the ground. The sound of shattering was extremely harsh. "How fucking poor do I have to be? I'm here to blackmail you for food." Chapter 17, Getting Your First Vest. Lee Tuahai violently stood up from the sofa and went straight to the general manager of the hotel. Handled so skillfully. "This kind of thing has happened a lot, right? It's just that when you meet someone you don't want to mess with, you get a free year, and when you do, you get a free meal, right? So they're all bullies? Your apology. I don't accept it." Lee Tuahai stretched out his palm and slapped it lightly on the cheek of the general manager, who was wearing a customized suit. The general manager was busy retreating a step backward. Being hit in the face by a guest in front of so many subordinates made him lose face. "Mr. Lee, please show some respect." "Respect?" Lee Tuahai shook his head and grunted coldly as he grabbed the general manager by the ear and dragged him to the edge of the terrace, looking down from the third floor. There were some workers wearing yellow hats, labor suits, and rubber shoes, working in groups of 3 to 5 to unclog the sewer pipes. There were also sanitation workers in their 50s, pushing tricycles with one-person high stacks of waste paper shells in their pockets. "If you don't have money, you don't deserve to be respected, do you? If you don't have money to eat here, you should be treated with cold eyes." They got paid for their labor. They didn't steal, and didn't go robbing. Still serving to build this city well. You are still here every day to be shady. Really just take it upon yourself to be human? The general manager's ears were pulled red, usually by subordinates trying to please him. Where was treated so? This is his place. He is the sky here. But he looked at the dozens of luxury cars parked downstairs and the 3 helicopters hovering on the top floor, and he didn't even dare to fart. He knew what it would be like to openly antagonize someone who was at that level of wealth. "You let go of him." A woman's heartbroken voice rang out behind her. It was the PR manageress in her OL uniform. The manageress tried to step forward to help, just had that tendency to be 5 meters away from Lee Tuahai. The female bodyguard who had just knelt down to serve Lee Tuahai to order a cigar, flew up to make a tackle, and backhandedly took control of her. The surrounding hotel employees also had shocked expressions on their faces. Hopefully, these two in front of me still have a leg to stand on. Get off me. Let go of me. The OL uniform manageress was controlled. Where could her body move? It could only twist her upper body. By the looks of it, she's also a woman with a stronger temperament. Hao Jian, if you're still a fucking man, you fight back. I can't look at your wimpy ass. 3-2. It was ready in her hand when she first came up to stop her. One of those stout, long loaves of bread that you eat before the main meal. It is customary in foreign countries to have some bread for dessert before the main meal. Seeing this scene, Hao Jian reached out to knock Lee Tuahai's right hand away and cursed. What's your problem? Lee Tuahai was pushed by him. He looked at Hao Jian with a look of disgust. This general manager who thought he was a human being. Even his anger was different from ordinary people. And you're dragging on the foreign language? I told you that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. He skimmed at the 8-bearded lobby manager who was apprehensive on the sidelines. May the force be with you. Yuan Hua, who was standing by the side, thought he was speaking Chinese when he heard the pronunciation, and translated. Did you hear that? Brother Hai told you not to be too reckless. It's not much use. Get him under control. Two female bodyguards wearing wraparound skirts with long black silk legs immediately stepped forward and put Hao Jian down, pressing the head in one go. Older brother Tuahai. Things should not be done so excessively. Gu Half City stepped forward to round up the situation. This young-looking lad in front of him was obviously not a good one to offend. I just tried to reason. He wouldn't listen. Lee Tuahai rejoined the couch and sat down. Cigar in his mouth. Hands spread out in a line. Loosen them both. Hao Jian stood up from the ground, straightened his suit, and said, Mr. Lee, I've already brought someone to apologize to you and offer you compensation. If you have this kind of attitude, I'll have to ask you to leave. Apologize? Lee Tuahai handed the cigar to his personal female bodyguard and walked over to the PR manageress. The woman was wearing an OL uniform, but underneath it was a low-neck shirt that showed off some cleavage. He stepped forward and slapped him, then said politely, Ma'am, I'm sorry. Hao Jian instantly shouted, Security! Ask them to leave. They are not welcome in this hotel. They're just here to cause trouble. The hotel's 20-plus security team, all of whom were fierce men, instantly surrounded Lee Tuahai and a few others. Li Tuahai is very disdainful. He now has more than $10 billion lying in his account. This kind of small scene, there is no fear at all. The way I see it, it's you who have to leave. Hao Jian sneered and said faintly, Call the police. Call the police? It's reasonable for me to fire you and ask you to leave. The police are going to come and arrest you. Jazabi smiled this time and stepped forward, busy running that little hand down his front. Takumi, don't be so angry. It's not good for your health. Go over and sit down for a drink. She led Lee Tuahai back to the couch and sat down. Hao Jian laughed coldly. What gives you the right to fire us? Do you think you are a shareholder of the hotel? We're a Forbes top double 5-star hotel, but it's a tens of billions of dollars project. Not bad. I just want to buy this hotel, and I also want to take up 100% of the shares. Lee Tuahai had a cigar in his hand and pointed at the 8-bearded manager. Fatty, tell me the phone number of your person in charge of investment promotion right away. I want to buy it now. Immediately. Right now. The 8-bearded lobby manager hurriedly logged into the hotel's internal management system on his cell phone, found the phone number of the investment promotion office, and reported it to Lee Tuahai. Mr. Lee, can I not go? Lee Tuahai had just entered the number on his cell phone when he heard this and frowned at the 8-bearded lobby manager. You're thinking about fart food? Adults are only screened and not educated. You haven't heard that one, have you? Snobs like you. That's nature. It's in your bones. You can't change it. A few seconds later, the phone dialed and a very official voice came over the line. Hello, Mandarin Oriental Hotel Merchants. I'm Lee Tuahai. I'm going to buy your hotel now. Organize the offer to me. Sir, are you drinking? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Hao Jian. Speak. Hao Jian, you just organized the offer to him. I see him pretending. Really speechless. You think this is a food market? Tens of billions of dollars of projects, say buy. When the other party heard the hotel's general manager's voice, his brain first buzzed, and then he arranged for the person next to him to compile an offer out. Let the people under my hand organize first. I'll get a rough idea first. How much is the franchise fee plus design fee for this hotel of yours? How many rooms are required to start? How many thousand square feet of business area do you need? How much is the renovation fee for a room? When Hao Jian heard this, he snorted disdainfully. Che, asking for so much detail, making it seem like you can afford it. The merchants department over there quickly called back and said, Mr. Lee, It's like this. The franchise fee plus the design fee is 5 million. The starting requirement is 200 rooms. The business area is 8,000 square feet. And the renovation fee for a room is about 500,000 yuan. The detail offer on our side. The system's backstage has already tallied it all down. And the total is $133,684,450,000. Li Tuahai waved his hand. Bye. Chapter 18, End Midnight Store Rave. Now. Immediately. Right away. Notify all the shareholders of the hotel. Those who can come to the site to come to the site. Those who can't come to the site to have a video conference. The investment promotion department, after notifying the various shareholders of the hotel, uniformly gave the response of attending the online meeting. The economy has been in a recession for the past few years, and shareholders are on the verge of bankruptcy with their other properties. And hear of a gold digger willing to buy the fixed assets they have on hand to cash in. That's happy as can be when they were on the video conference and saw Li Tuahai's boyish face. Their hearts were first shocked. Then they understood in seconds this young man was more than likely a puppet, and the big man behind him was just inconvenient. After Li Tuahai notified the bank to handle the payment transaction, a familiar system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the first identity in the business world, becoming the owner of Forbes' top double 5-star hotel, taking a small step on the road to the top. God's honor, hereby rewarding the cash, $100 billion. After obtaining the 100 billion reward, Li Tuahai's heart didn't have too many waves. He was happiest and most shocked by the $100,000 of initial startup money the system gave him. All the dust settled. The third-floor terrace of the hotel left behind. Only the jaws of the crowd shocked off, especially Hao Jian, who was still making mocking remarks earlier, now slumped to the floor like a dead dog. Li Tuahai pointed at him and shouted, "You're fired. Security, blow these people out of here. They're not welcome here." Oh no, all snobs are not welcome. He looked at Gu Half City, the boss of Woyao Media, and that old face was also embarrassed into a pig liver color. There is money. To spend the money becomes a pile of scrap paper. Chock-a-block for wiping your ass. Ha ha ha, old brother Tuahai. It's true that you can't look like a person. You're so young and you have such strength. Dare I ask your father is? Gu Half City came up and said in his ear, "Give a face. Just as a friend. My company has a lot of superb female anchors. Some other day there is time to come over and sit down." Ah, truly friends with you. Li Tuahai hesitated for a moment. He couldn't afford to offend a boss worth billions more. It's a defense if he gets hit by a car crossing the street one day. Furthermore, the value of these two, Gu Half City and Yuanhua, to him was the same, and that was to quickly bring him into contact with the top circles of this society. For the top circles, it's not just money that gets you in, there has to be a circle of referrals. This part of the circle are not poor lord, dealing with people. The most important thing is to be reliable and safe. Of course, with his current strength, he naturally didn't need to take the initiative to make friends with Gu Half City, the old fox, shouting in the circle. There would naturally be many top strength people coming to show him favor. "Alice, give one of my newly printed business cards to Boss Gu." The beautiful bodyguard beside her pulled out a 24K gold business card with body odor from her chest, which was printed with a line of big words. Chairman of Magic City Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Li Tuahai. Assistant phone number, 1354. Gu Half City took it with both hands. "Yo. It's really a good fortune to know a young talent like you." Saying that, he took out a business card from his jacket pocket as well and handed it to Li Tuahai's assistant, Alice, and winking down at him very greasily. "Come to our Noyo Media when you have time to sit down. Oh, I have a basement VIP room, if you don't mind. We can share the flavor." Li Tuahai glanced at Jazabi, who was sitting next to the couch, and scratched his hair. "We'll see. I have a date tonight. Boss Gu. No farewell. Farewell. Seriously, do come and sit down sometime. Oh, we'll smoke Cuban cigars together on imported Italian sofas and fly into the clouds together." When Gu Half City left, Jia Shibei spat. "At least he's a boss worth billions of dollars. Why does he feel so greasy?" Li Tuahai held her tightly in his arms and said, "This old thing is in her 40s. What hasn't she played with? It's plain not cool anymore. So it's a guarantee there's some sick shit in the basement. You're not allowed to go." Jazabi tilted her head and pouted with a pouty look on her face. "Isn't it enough that I have you? You're so slutty. I can't help but feel something when I see you. And I still have the energy to go after every ration? Unless I have an iron kidney." As soon as the words left his mouth, WeChat sounded a beep. "Takumi, didn't you say you had plans tonight? Where should we meet?" "Su Mei and I are off duty, Sister Su Chung. Have you had dinner yet?" "Just got off work." "Yet? Then call up Su Mei and come to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel to eat roasted chicken together. And I've brought a chick with me, so the four of us can eat together." Li Takumi, Angry emoji. You've changed quite a bit since I've seen you this day. It's true. Money always alienates people. No, it's not. It corrupts. I'm serious. I'm having breakfast at Huaihai Road. Come early. Putting down his cell phone, Jazabi suddenly came into her arms and asked cautiously, "What do you mean by naya 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 naya? What am I to you?" Li Tuahai inwardly rejected this question. Say girlfriend, he felt very diaphragmatic. Say gunnery bar seems to be a little disrespectful. Say lover, the contact time is too short, and he does not know the two people in the spiritual level cannot communicate. Hey, didn't you say you were going back to get your clothes? Wah, you see her off. Come, sister-in-law. This way please. Manhwa smiled and extended his hand to lead the way. Jia Shibei's face smiled when she heard someone call her sister-in-law. Being able to become the woman of such a man was in itself an affirmation of one's own worth. Aha! Li Tuahai sat on the sofa and covered his mouth and coughed twice after observing his expression. Manhwa immediately changed his words. Miss Jia, where does your family live? Moxon Apartments. Jazabi said with some embarrassment. The two of them headed downstairs together. Li Tuahai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Wah! By Miss Jia, a house near her work. She took good care of me and I'm happy with that. Manhwa couldn't make up his mind about the price aspect and asked, what price to buy? Brother Hai? How big? Don't ask me. Ask Ms. Jia. After the two left, Li Tuahai sat alone on the third-floor terrace. Looking up at the stars in the sky, there were also 3 beautiful bodyguards standing around. And Hao Jian and his party were dismissed en masse by him. And he secretly let the headhunter, Zhang Qiudong, poach the general manager of the Junyu Hotel. Leaving professional things to professional and reliable people is a valuable lesson he has learned from his past experiences. After lying on the couch for a while, he felt a blanket over him. Ailes, who was a bodyguard and assistant, looked down with a false eye. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, there was a clattering sound of high heels in his ears. And I don't know if it's because women play too much, but when he heard this sound, his heart was tickled. Takumi, we're here. Takumi-san. After hearing Su Qing and Su Mei's voices, Li Tuahai got up from the sofa to welcome them, and after the 3 of them met, it seemed as if there was a sense of distance after only a day of not seeing each other. He saw in the eyes of the 2 great beauties a sense of consternation and uneasiness. The dozens of luxury cars parked downstairs and standing beside them, 3 female bodyguards whose face value was not inferior to the 2, gave them a sense of inferiority from a material point of view. Su Qing is wearing a close-fitting white shirt today, with long lace-edged stockings under her ultra-short skirt, and her high-heel shoes aren't worn. They are a pair of small white shoes that are extremely clean and polished. A pair of jade feet stepped on the heel of a small white shoe. And I wonder who invented this way of wearing slippers? Sister Chang, you're not going sexy today? Pure and innocent? I say your skirt is too short. Aren't you afraid of getting naked? Su Mei, who was left out in the cold, raised her mouth and said with some aggression, you're ignoring people. How about this pure love female high sailor suit of mine today? Li Tuahai's eyes moved away from Su Qing's plump thighs and glanced at Su Mei. I say you're in your early 20s. What are you doing wearing such heavy makeup? When you wear a sailor suit, you look like a young girl from a nightclub atmosphere group. After dinner we can go to PH and bounce. Don't cry if you get molested. Chapter 19, Other businesses done at home. In Su Mei's eyes, tears were welling up. Relying on the internet dividend and her own decent facial features, she has achieved at the age of 22 what ordinary people can hardly touch in their lifetime: monthly income of 200,000 plus, Magic City down payment of a suite, driving Primera, just such a heaven's daughter, usually by the live broadcast of a variety of licking dog licking, preferring to eat their own noodles, but also want to give her set of Cullinan pieces. Where have I ever been judged like that? If Li Tuahai said a few more words about her, tears should fall. Don't go too far. Almost got it. There are a few money to put you in a good mood. Su Qing went forward and wrapped her arms around Su Mei's hand and said, I'm hungry. I came all the way here. Is there nothing good to eat? Mei has even put off her nightly live broadcast for you. Oh, you can't stand it if you say a few words? Li Tuahai disliked back. With her mental quality, if there's a man-made yellow rumor someday, wouldn't she be hit by a car on the main road? To be placed before, because of their own reasons, the woman was injured aggrieved. Li Tuahai will be guilty of it. Cannot wait to kneel down to beg her. I don't know what's going on now. Maybe it's so much money that even the mindset has shifted. A man must never be hamstrung by a woman and be a Sigma man through and through. If you have emotions, solve them yourself. What's it got to do with me? Besides, I'm telling the truth. Su Mei's tears fell like fish lines as she cried silently instead. A strange emotion arose in her heart because of the special treatment she received from the man in front of her. She wondered if she had a masochistic streak. Is this rice still eaten or not? Su Mei said with a crying voice and a grin. Eat? Go to the top floor. There's an infinity pool there. And there's a Western restaurant on the side that's said to be pretty good. Lee Tuahai asked Alice to call the vice general manager and said, top floor clear. I'm going up to dinner with these two beauties in front of me. But there are already many guests who have booked in advance. The vice president showed a very difficult expression. I'm just telling you what I need. You figure out the rest on your own. Lee Tuahai raised his head, his eyes blazing. Otherwise, I'll think you're not up to the job. Listening to Lee Tuahai's conversation with the deputy general manager of the hotel, the two women standing on the side were listening to the clouds. If it's a package deal, don't you have to say so in advance? Temporarily speaking, aren't you afraid that the hotel guests will make trouble if you blow away the other dining guests? It's a Forbes top double 5-star hotel. And it's not just a matter of having money. Takumi, it's okay, it's crowded. Su Qing was afraid that something embarrassing would happen, so she busied herself by stepping forward to round up the situation. Well, Lee Tuahai said, home, right. The scope of business has expanded. 2,000 acres of orchards converted to develop land after it, and then do something else. Done something else? Su Qing looked skeptical and half-joked. This hotel wouldn't be invested by your family as well, would it? Ha 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 ha. She let out a silver bell laugh. I say, Lee Tuahai, you're not really building your own persona, are you? Spending over $80,000 to treat the entire company to Starbucks and lying about your family's 2,000 acres of orchards being converted to land? Spend a little money to set up this rich guy persona? Sumei's heart thumped as she followed. Takumi-san, those luxury cars aren't rented by you, are they? Or didn't even rent it? Went to the 4S store, gave some money and filmed a pickup? Su Qing moved her butt, came to Lee Tuahai's side, wrapped her arms around him and said, Tuahai, no money, does not affect our sister's feelings. Sister is also from a small place to the Magic City. Little by little efforts to fight up. We do not have to go to the whole of those false. As long as you learn by heart, down to earth with my sister. Sis guaranteed that you within 3 years, the monthly salary can reach this number of children. She stretched out her white right hand and spread her palm. 50,000 na? Sister Su Qing, I don't have too much of a concept about money. I feel like it's just a string of cold numbers. Lee Tuahai said truthfully, and now he has $100 billion lying in his account balance. The system had already helped him transfer the $100 billion to a different bank account. The amount was too large and could easily be targeted. $100 billion to 50,000? You don't feel anything at all, do you? What's 50,000? 50,000 in the Magic City can be la. Although it is not as good as the tax that Xiaomei pays every month, but the life can be said to be very nourishing. Eating 6,000 a month. Not bad. Let's live a little better. A person to rent a one-room apartment. 6,000. Enough to live, right? Small weekend get-togethers. Nothing to do but go places. Spend 20,000, and you'll still have some saved up. Sumei also came up and said, yeah, Takumi, don't look at the fact that I sometimes make over $200,000 a month. But I've been sinking my teeth into this business for 5 years. My family is not in good condition. I came to work in Magic City at the age of 13. At that time, I did not have any education, so I could only enter the black factories. Suddenly, she glanced at the deputy general manager of the hotel who was standing aside, and her small face flushed red. It's really shameful to talk about this in such a luxurious hotel. Handsome, we're not wrapping it up. Takumi, I'll buy you one. We've both lived through hard times. We know what it's like. The strange looks, the being fingered behind your back and told what's not like. Not like, really, I especially understand. Said this, Sumei emotion came up again. Tears brushed down, she cried as she spoke, and Su Qing took him into her arms like a big sister. Then, would the three of you like to go to the top floor to dine first and chat while eating? The vice general manager politely made a guide very respectful to go up and lead the way. After the elevator reached the top floor of the hotel, both Su Qing were surprised by the level of luxury before them. Both of them can't afford to come and spend money in a place like this despite their high income. After all, they both came from a hard life. As for buying a Porsche, it's also purely for the sake of raising one's stature and reaching out to a better circle of people. The top floor of the hotel is lit up with a premium sense of ambience, mirrored by the sparkling starry sky. One side of the infinity pool, like a huge sapphire, set in the edge of the top platform, sparkling reflection of the stars in the sky. The water inside is a little playful handsome men and women. By the pool, soft and comfortable lounge chairs were staggered, and some waiters in black dresses were giving their respective guests an essential oil massage service. A gentle breeze was blowing through the area after the waitress took the two to a secluded corner and sat down. Sumei's words opened up. She has more than 3 million followers on Shakeology and not a single person she can confide in. Where was it? Oh yeah, I got out when I was 13 and went into the light bulb factory, which was a company that made incandescent lamps. And I was on the assembly line every day running my hands through the copper wires in them just to keep them from touching each other and shorting out. Then, I got off work and heard that live streaming seemed to make money, so I broadcast it to try it out. You do not look at me now more than $200,000 a month. Oh, I even prepare to live every day, the length of time to 15 hours at every day. Oh, of course, except today. Lee Tuahai propped up his head with one hand and smiled. The two women in front of him would not have had these few heartfelt words. He was ready to call security to blow these two women out of the hotel. Su-mei. Ha? Su-mei stopped her gushing. What's wrong? I suddenly realized that you're actually quite good looking, Lee Tuahai said unapologetically. If it was still the previous him, he wouldn't be so blatant because of the lack of money and low self-esteem. Anything you say needs to be looked at. Fear of saying the wrong thing and leaving a bad impression on others. Everything changes when you have money. It becomes sudden and decisive. In this paper drinking world, money is a man's biggest bottom line. Chapter 20, buying a sports car to drive so slowly. What's the point? To tell you the truth, just this building, the entire Mandarin Oriental Hotel, is mine. I'm the boss here. Lee Tuahai spread his hands and told the truth. Su Qing was holding a tall glass and was tilting her head back to drink. And when she heard this, she couldn't help but spray it out directly. She widened her eyes and said, Lee Tuahai, you're delusional, aren't you? Su-mei, who was sitting on the side, also froze in shock. Just now she wanted to talk about her own experience, trying to encourage the man in front of her who knew this would be the case. At the moment, she felt like a clown. No, just a clown. I'm serious. Here's the deal. Let's eat now, and don't even pay afterward. The finance side will be deducted from my private account. I'm also going to give you two each a diamond membership card, but give you a 60% discount whenever you come to this hotel. As for that third floor breakfast room, eat whatever you want, and don't ever be polite with me. As the words fell, two staff members in black tuxedos walked by the pool and respectfully called out, Hello boss. Hey. Well, go get busy, Lee Tuahai said back. Then the three of them finished their dinner in a strange atmosphere. Lee Tuahai brought Su Qing and the two of them into his own exclusive conference room on the 18th floor, a large flat floor of about 100 square feet, which could be seen through a row of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city at night. Su Qing sat in a boss chair. In front of her eyes was a mahogany desk, surrounded by a few antique vases, and she did not know which dynasty they were from. In short, the simplicity reveals the atmosphere, and the luxury implies the connotation. Wow, Takumi, we all thought you were joking, and you're for real? Su-mei took her cell phone and took pictures of the antique vase, the paintings on the wall, and the night view of the city in front of the floor-to-ceiling window one after another. I'm afraid you guys won't be able to get out of the club later, so let's have a drink now. From the wine cabinet in the corner of the room, Lee Tuahai picked a bottle of valued red wine, and then took the corkscrew and walked to the mahogany table. Su Qing, who often attends various dinners, was shocked to see the Lagoon, the red wine bottle, a 90 Romane Conti. This wine could cost over $1 million. Lee Tuahai shrugged his shoulders and said, Is over $1 million expensive? For a moonlighter like me, what's the difference between it and $100? Buying a car in the morning is over $1 billion of spending. And I'm really not feeling the $1 million you guys are talking about. Su Qing hurriedly stood up from the boss chair and walked to him eagerly. If you're serious about drinking this expensive wine, you've got to focus on the rituals. Ritualistic? Lee Tuahai grunted. Do we have to call a bartender over? Sober up first, then wear a customized suit, white gloves, and take a syringe and pump it drop by drop into each person's exclusive glass? I don't think that's necessary. What's the point of focusing on rituals when you're drinking over $1 million worth of wine? It's like you're drinking a 4.5 Magnum of iced tea and you need a tall glass, syringe, and wake-up call. It's weird, okay? Lee Tuahai was stubborn enough to open the wine and pour it into 3 tall glasses. I'll help you guys carry the chairs. It must be in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire night view of Magic City while drinking red wine to have that feel. Su-mei said. The three of them sat down in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with glasses in their right hands. Dang dang, accompanied by 2 crisp ringing sounds. The three of them will drink the red wine in the cup, slightly on the head after the neon flashes in front of their eyes as if it were a dream. Buzz, buzz. A Lamborghini traveling on a main road with heavy traffic unapologetically displays the social status and wealth of its owner. Is he a V12 making that growling noise? No, he's the one who, after all these years, you can finally sweep away the aggression and human misery of the past. Takumi, is your family really converting 2,000 acres of orchards into land? Su-mei was sitting on the co-pilot. A pair of beautiful legs wrapped in lace-trimmed white silk was particularly tantalizing. Don't ask what you shouldn't. If I dare to say it, you may not dare to pass it on. My old man is in a position that you can't imagine in any way. Suddenly a person's name popped out of Su-mei's mind, and she was surprised. You're not Li Ka-shing's illegitimate son out there, are you? Li Tuahai glanced at her, but also really a little cute. He raised his hand to the passenger side and slammed it down on Sumei's cute bouncing thighs. Cool. It's so fucking soft. It would be nice to touch it again with something else. You bad egg. Sumei opened his hand and said something unforgiving, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't stop rising. At that moment, Su Ching popped a voiceover. Tell Li Tuahai to drive slower. I can't even keep up. What's the point of buying a sports car and driving it so slowly? Li Tuahai said. Tell her we'll wait for her in the lobby. Sumei's body was concave in the passenger side, holding her cell phone, and she looked down and said, Sister Su Ching, Takumi said we're waiting for you in the lobby. The Lamborghini stopped in front of and there was a line of vendors selling fried rice and noodles and oysters in front of the bar. There was also a group of handsome men and women who had just finished bouncing around, eating small barbecues with intent after finding each other the object of their evening's verbal abuse. After hearing the roar of the Lamborghini, they all cast envious glances. As soon as Li Tuahai got off the bus, he heard a girl on the side of the road say in surprise, Wow, so handsome, really handsome, my husband. The souls of several women on the side of the road were seduced by him, their eyes staring straight at the muscular lines of his body, sweeping from top to bottom. Sumei also felt that she was honored to have such a man by her side. At that moment, a slightly chubby male marketing, wearing a heel chain around his neck, a hip-hop style short shirt and shorts, and a black dragon tattoo on his flesh, was busy greeting him with a smile. Hey, big brother, over here. Male marketing called Yang Hao. Before the bankruptcy, Li Tuahai is considered to be his big customer. Once played with Xia Shu in 3 months to spend more than $400,000. It is for this kid to punch the performance. Crap. All by Big Bull. Big Brother Bull. I said how come I haven't seen Big Brother come in these months, and he doesn't reply to messages, so he's just moping around. Are short dramas so profitable, Big Brother? Go to Yokohama someday and arrange a role for me as a godly villain, so that I can act like one too. As soon as he heard the skit, Li Tuahai was inexplicably annoyed inside. He snapped. Just have fun tonight and don't fucking talk to me about work. Big brother, this is your sister-in-law, right? So pretty, ah? Yang Hao's eyes unconsciously glanced towards Sumei's beautiful legs wrapped in white silk. I yet love my sister-in-law? No. Big brother, you said this. Where do I dare to love my sister-in-law? And I don't have that strength. When Sumei heard this, she secretly twisted Li Tuahai's arm almost to the point of swelling. It doesn't hurt, especially when a beautiful woman screws. It hurts. Li Tuahai came to Sumei's ear and whispered. A warm breeze blew through her cochlea, tickling her heart. I'm what does that mean? Chapter 21, just him. That's it? Li Tuahai, your brain should really be washed with detergent. Sumei sat on the leather sofa next to the hall, holding a cell phone in her hand, looking at the results displayed by Don Yang, her little face red with shame. What's wrong? Li Tuahai said. Existence is reason. Ah, this is a human phenomenon. Why do you have to be subjective about right and wrong? What is right? What, again, is wrong? Don't bother to weasel out of you. Ignore you. Bad man. Sumei stood up from the sofa. Cripes, those legs, they really are a masterpiece. Sister Su Ching sent a message. I'll pick her up at the door. After the people left, marketing Yang Hao smiled and came over. Big brother, this girl is not bad. The body is really good, but also a single pure feeling. Simple? Li Tuahai took a cigarette handed over by the other party and lit it. Being a network anchor is like going to the sea with his mom. The smell of money and corruption is everywhere. The women who live in this environment for a long time, how many of them can be really simple? Big brother said that chick is pretending to be innocent? Yang Hao asked. Don't rule that out. But there's another one, which is that she's really simple. And some greasy old uncle likes to molest such. If she wasn't innocent, people wouldn't brush it off. Nah, it's her innocence that's wanted. When he finished, he shrugged his shoulders. As to whether he was innocent or pretending to be innocent, did it matter? Soon, Su Ching also carried a more than 100,000 yuan LV bag from the bar door walked in. That imperial sister temperament. Standing aside, Yang Hao eyes are looking straight. A figure hugging fitted white shirt, a super short skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in a strip of lace-edged white silk, and little white shoes. The whole thing looks clean and painted and sophisticated, properly the ultimate beauty. Big brother, you're developed. The quality of the chicks around you is really high. The street can really rarely see this kind of. Li Tuahai exhaled a smoke ring and looked up and down at the imperial sister and lowly in the doorway. This is my second best batch of chicks. Don't just stand there. Take us in. Sister Su Ching. This way. Li Tuahai waved at Su Ching. Yang Hao walked to the front desk and said, Tail number 3367. The card seat has been reserved. Golden Seat V1. Mr. Lee. After registering in the customer system of the front desk computer, a female receptionist wearing a standard gray OL outfit came out of the front desk and led Lee Tuahai and his group inside through a narrow, soundproof tunnel. The female receptionist walking directly in front of them lifted the heavy curtains for them. The sound of music that could explode your eardrums was all over the place. Inside, neon flashed, and there was a dancer in a swimsuit or fishnet uniform scratching her head on a stage in front of each booth. $200. It only takes $200 to get the pretty woman who can't even look at $300,000 for a bride price when she's out there to flirt and dance around in front of you for a while. That's the economic value in a beautiful woman. Li Tuahai held Sumei's shoulders and pointed to the trampoline directly in front of the disco, where a group of girls in sailor suits were bobbing their heads to the powerful music. Sue, do you think we look like the Atmosphere crew in this sailor outfit today? Sumei buried her head and looked at herself. She couldn't say it was like that. It was practically identical. I have to go back and change. Lee Tuahai cupped her shoulders and shook her and said, change what clothes? With lousy here. Who dares to treat you as an Atmosphere group? Ha, you still talk about me. Sumei looked over at him, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his shirt unbuttoned 2 times, the collar flipped back to reveal his front chest, and a silver cross hanging from it. Look at you. You don't look like a billionaire. You look like a street skank. Hearing this, Lee Tuahai simply ripped his shirt from his chest with both hands and threw it to the ground, revealing his excellent pecs and standard 8-pack abs. Oh. A couple of female perverts on the sidelines cheered wildly. Handsome. Have a drink. Lee Tuahai put 2 fingers on his mouth to send out a flying kiss and said to Sumei, what do you know? Let's do as the Romans do. It's fun to be on end when you're in this place. Nowadays society is under so much pressure. Who doesn't want to find a place to spread out and release? The road leading to the Golden Block V1 deck looks like a narrow mountain road in the countryside, and even if you pass by, you will inevitably cut yourself off from people. Su Qing covered her mouth and nose, and by the look on her face, it seemed like she didn't like it here too much. However, her entire body exuded an aura and demeanor that instantly made her the prettiest woman in the entire disco. A man arched his back and took the girl by the neck. Saying something, he suddenly got up and bumped into Su Qing. Sorry. The man apologized repeatedly, and when he looked up and saw the visitor, he was first shocked, then ecstatic. Sister Su Qing? I thought you said you were working late at night. What? Too much stress at work and want to come here to release it too? Suddenly, he realized something. He seemed to have been lied to and stood up. She wasn't busy with work. She was busy with herself. Sister, who has such a big face to ask you out? Huang Juankai's entire body was shady. The girl I couldn't get a date with. Not only did you get a date, but you ran so fast? Huang Junkai looked toward Lee Tuahai, who had taken a seat in V1 of the golden seat, his feet on the edge of the card table, his shirt uncovered, and a cigarette in his mouth, like a fucking street skater. Just him? That's it? What the hell? Why is he the one who compared me to him? Sister Su Qing, he did this to you and you still came out with her? His emotions snapped. Fuck me. Fuck dash. Mr. Huang, why are you so angry? Xiao Shi accompanies you for a drink. A beautiful woman wearing ultra-short pants and a black crotch V-shirt on top raised her wine glass and said, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Huang Juankai's lungs were about to explode with anger, and he couldn't wait to find someone to hammer and eat. Still fucking eating. Try eating another slice of my watermelon. I'll call the police if you touch my fruit bowl again. The sisters at the card table had the sense to get up and leave, and rolled their eyes at Su Qing before they left. Su Qing was disgusted with this young master of the Magic City's sugarcane king. If it wasn't for the fact that his dad was rich and couldn't afford to mess with him, he would have cursed the dumbass away. A 21-year-old brat with no hair on his head wants to sleep with my sister? You want to eat shit, you fucking idiot. Brother, my sister didn't mean to lie to you. The deadline for the job was rescheduled for the day after tomorrow, so I thought I'd take advantage of the end of the day to relax and unwind. Come, I'll have a drink with my brother. Lee Tuahai stripped away Yang Hao's hip-hop t-shirt on the card seat of Golden Block V1, which was really cold with the air conditioner on. However, the kid's face was all smiles after receiving a $10,000 tip bounty. Hosey, is it cold? Lee Tuahai asked. Big brother, I'm not cold. How can I be cold? Well, hum. Yang Hao patted his beer belly, the fat with water ripples. Brother, look. Lee Tuahai looked up as a welcome blessing was displayed on the big screen. Mr. Yang Hao Yang from Sales Department 1, and Mr. Lee from Golden Seat V1, for their great support to PH Bar. I wish Mr. Lee a happy drink and a good time, with gold spread all over the place, and a smooth wind and water to the god of wealth, wealthy and powerful. We have a future. After the big screen broadcast, the pretty female DJ on the DJ booth shouted out her marks and broadcast the above again. Chapter 22, not just spend money to rent a luxury car, really think they are rich? Junket Huang, who was sitting on the card seat, looked at the big screen and laughed disdainfully. Sis, if you really want to figure out money, I have it too. In the entire Magic City, who doesn't know the Huang family, the Sugar Cane King? Master Huang was hardwired to monopolize the sugarcane market and became a rich man with a private jet. The son of the Huang family. He clearly didn't put the Li Tuahai in front of him in his eyes. This is in the Magic City. But people with family assets of several $billion or more are, after all, a minority. It could be said that he, himself, was one of those who stood at the very tip of the pyramid. Can't say you can walk across the street out there, but it's not too far off. Sis, people like this who come to the bar looking for a scene have either never seen much of the world or are just thugs. What do you see in him? Greedy for someone else's body? Su Qing sat alone on the other sofa of the card seat and said in a cold voice, "Don't talk nonsense, Tuahai. He is not that kind of person. The first time we meet will indeed have some misunderstandings. The later slowly familiarize with it. It's much better." Crap? What the hell? Takumi? The last name is waved. And you call it so affectionately. The old man's woman wouldn't have been slept with already, would she? Huang Junkai hated his teeth and violently poured a glass of foreign wine on the table into his belly. He immediately waved his hand to marketing and said, "Change the content on the big screen. Here's $100,000, and liven up the card table for me." Huang Junkai took out a pile of cash from his handbag. Exactly $100,000. Marketing took it, smiled from ear to ear, and complimented one after another. "Okay Huang Xiao, I'll arrange it for you right away." Soon, the bar's huge screen was replaced with the name of Huang Junkai, and the camera above his card holder sent a real-time image of his section of the bar to the big screen. "Takumi, look, Sister Su Qing." Sume was shocked to see Su Chang, who was sitting alone on the card table with her upper body straight. Li Tuahai looked up for a second. It was intentional on the part of some guy, obviously to punch him in the face. Yang Hao, who was sitting next to him, also had an awkward smile on his face. He had just gotten on the welcome screen of the big screen, and in less than a minute, he had given someone a change. "Hosey, what's coming, big brother? This one is really rich. You've heard of the Huang family, the king of sugarcane in Magic City, right? He is the Huang family's eldest son. Every time he comes in, one guy orders a $100,000 bottle of wine and just lets the others drink it to him. And oh, almost every woman who dances here has been slept with by him." As the words fell, a group of men in black suits, with bright signs in their hands, formed a long line and circled around the entire bar to get to Huang Junkai's card seat. The bar Divine Dragon set. The normal one is only 10,000 or so, and this one of his is the supreme one, which costs 88. Big brother. Just this wine? Oh, no one ordered it this year. Huang Xiao is really powerful. Just that big bull of yours. Oh, he has one in red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, and he drives a different one every day, 7 days a week. You're going to be pissed off. Oh, I'm going to go to the backstage liquor store in a few minutes and serve him some fake wine. He loves that Budweiser aluminum can. Yang Hao smiled, sitting on the cardboard sofa with his naked body. Just then, Li Tuahai turned back, glanced at Huang Junkai's deck, and quickly turned his head after meeting Su Qing's two eyes. Su Qing hurriedly got up and was about to head for Li Tuahai's card seat when Huang Junkai clutched his wrist. The scene was broadcast clearly on the big screen. "What about Takumi?" Sume tugged at his baggy hip-hop t-shirt. "Save Sister Su Qing. This surname Huang is always harassing Sister Su Qing. He's not like it's because he thinks he doesn't have a woman that he can't smash with money. After chasing it down, he gets a new one every other day." Li Tuahai scratched the hair in front of his forehead back with his right hand, craned his neck, and said, "Howsy, go to the bar's finance and cash in $1 million in cash for me." "Crap big brother. What strength you do skits so profitable? Get on it fast and get yourself a $10,000 tip." Yang Hao violently stood up from the sofa. "Okay big brother, I'll do it right away." Waiting for him to leave, Huang Junkai walked over to Li Tuahai, put an arm around his neck and said, "Dude, kinda wanna make friends with you. Add a WeChat." Li Tuahai sank his face and ignored him. "Yo, if it isn't Shirtsi Media's big internet celebrity Sume." Huang Junkai looked at Sume's body trembled in fear and immediately took Li Tuahai's ARM.ASA result. The cell phone was snatched by Junkai Huang. "You gave me back my cell phone." Scram! Huang Junkai opened WeChat and searched for Takumi in his address book, and a note popped up for a Takumi classmate. He quickly clicked on Li Tuahai's circle of friends, and there were just 2 items posted in it, all recently posted, obviously a new number. "Don't need a woman to ask me if the porridge is warm. I have the money to order it myself." After seeing this friend circle, Huang Junkai laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, rich. Then, another circle of friends surprised him in a small way. Apparently, It was still underestimated before, but no more rich than he was rich. You rented these luxury cars, didn't you? What the fuck are you pretending to be? You're still young and driving a Bentley. You really think you're rich? Spend money to find a forest store to shoot a few car video. Really think of themselves as Mr. Lee. Right. Really fucking good at pretending. I'm telling you guys. Scum like him who creates a rich persona in his circle of friends and specializes in scamming women are the worst fucking human beings. Hwang Jun-kai was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. So he spread it all over Lee Tuahai and kept cursing their bang. There was a muffled sound that startled everyone. Yang Hao, who had just redeemed $1 million back with a black plastic bag, looked dumbfounded, his heart thumped. Bad. Crouching big brother, you or anyone who dares to smash off. Hwang Jun-kai held his head with both hands and then knelt on the sofa, blood bubbling from his head. The pain was so great that he held his head and shrugged up and down, unable to cry. Fighting is fighting. What's the point of talking like a pussy? Lee Tuahai stood up with a bottle of Hennessy, and he struck so quickly that everyone didn't react. Oh, damn. Taking a little breather, Hwang Jun-kai pulled out his cell phone and immediately called to shake people. Brother Gu, my old man got his head blown off at the bar. Call up some of your buddies and come over to fuck him up. After making the call, Hwang Jun-kai sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of foreign wine, drinking it into his stomach in one gulp. Then he picked up the watermelon on the fruit plate and said as he ate it, "You can't leave tonight. Like I said, Jesus can't keep you. You know Gu Half City, the owner of No Yo Media, right? A $10 billion big shot. His son is my childhood friend. Lousy will smash you to death with money at that time." Lee Tuahai looked at the 21-year-old brat in front of him as if he was looking at a child. He waved calmly at Yang Hao and took the black plastic bag containing $1 million in cash in his hand. Smash me to death with money, right? Lee Tuahai took a stack of $10,000 in cash and turned it upside down in his hand like a big red brick. Hwang Jun-kai just raised his head, and before his eyes, he saw a red brick, smashing head on. Chapter 23, Young Men, don't live too much as you please. Murder. Murder. Hwang Jun-kai held his head and shrunk into a ball on the sofa. It was the first time he had been beaten since he grew up. The bar was in an instant of chaos, and the guests around the V1 deck of the Golden Seat ducked to the side. A couple of thieving, strong-looking security guards rushed over from the outfield. It didn't take long for the powerful music to turn off, the neon flashing lights to turn incandescent, and everything around them to become visible. Dare to cause trouble in the bar. A 2-meter-tall security guard approached aggressively. Yang Hao, who had stolen a top from somewhere, rushed up, stopped him, and whispered something in the security guard's ear. The lead security guard blanched. He knew that the two parties in front of him were both big shots that he couldn't afford to mess with in Magic City. If you were an ordinary person, not to mention an ordinary person, even if you had $8 or $10 million and dared to cause trouble in a bar, you would most likely be beaten up in a messy way and then thrown out to the police. Yang Hao stood on the trampoline at the edge of the dance floor like a melon eater, and on the one hand, he had a renewed understanding of Lee Tuahai as a person. On the other hand, it was also curious as to how such a matter should end after offending the Grand Duke of the Sugar Cane King. Ding dash. Lee Tuahai, who had slammed more than 20 bundles of cash into Hwang Jun-kai one after another, made his butt back to the couch and opened the lid of the lighter with a single upward movement of his thumb. He skillfully lit a wazoo, took a sharp drag, and exhaled smoke rings. Lighter as Hwang Jun-kai put on the card holder. Is Zippo a 18K gold kerosene lighter? The official price of $129,958. You know who I am. Hwang Jun-kai reclined on the sofa in an extremely wretched state, his tone arrogant and domineering, but his eyes revealed shock. He couldn't believe that with his background, someone in Mordor would dare to beat him up. This man dared to hit him. He must not know his background. Do you know who my dad is? My dad is. Humph. Without waiting for him to finish, Lee Tuahai grinned, turned his head sideways and stared at him with playful eyes. That aura calm and unafraid. He exhaled another smoke ring and said, "A little lesson for you this time, young man. Don't live too much as you please. The waters are deep in society and you can't grasp them." In just a few sentences, he shocked Hwang Jun-kai so much that he didn't dare to speak. A male child like you, who grew up so well protected by his parents, doesn't know to be afraid of many things. Ever heard the saying, the barefoot is not afraid of the shoe? You are so rich, to cherish life. Again so arrogant and domineering. One day how to have no do not know. Didn't your father teach you these? Lee Tuahai shook off some cigarette ash. Who the fuck are you? I'll tell you in a moment how big a mess you've gotten yourself into. Little old brother. I'll tell you. In Magic City, you can't handle this. Hwang Jun-kai realized that his family was powerful, so naturally he wouldn't put Lee Tuahai in his eyes. The details he observed just now from the back. The man in front of him was all bandit-like, with all sorts of movements like a street skater. How could it be some powerful big shot? Looking through his circle of friends, He felt that the lord in front of him was a thug who had just enjoyed some of the privileges of society. Still don't know the sky is the limit. Brother Gu, have you guys come yet? I'm getting killed. Huang Jun Kai popped a message to Fei-chan. Over there was a still steady voice. Kaiser, 5 minutes. You hold back for a while. You can bend but you can't bend. Ah, stop using your bitchy mouth and provoking people. After hearing the two men's voices, Li Tuahai smiled disdainfully. They were all childish tricks. I'm still socially inexperienced, and I've always lived in my own world, and I've never been beaten by society. Sume, who was sitting not far away, had been stunned. Her eyes were straight, all shocked. She just wanted Li Tuahai to make a move to help Su Qing out. She didn't expect that he would directly hit someone. It was the first time she had ever experienced a fight in person, and she was soaked in blood. Where had she ever seen such a scene? She was scared inside and wanted to run away. But it seemed like everyone was staring at her, and Li Tuahai, tears welled up in her eyes. A pair of pitiful little eyes that looked around for a savior to take her away from here. May. A gentle and reassuring voice came from behind her. Su Qing, who was tall and had an outstanding temperament, very blandly walked over to sit next to Su Mei under the gaze of all the forces. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Ah. Su Qing rubbed Su Mei's right hand in her palm and softly soothed it. At this time, Li Tuahai looked at Su Qing and said casually, "This is none of your business. Go back. We'll wait for you," Su Qing said as she took Su Mei's hand. Huang Junkai, who was lying on the cardinal's sofa, was feeling extremely humiliated at the moment, and he felt that it was Li Tuahai who had allowed Su Qing to treat him like this. As soon as the qi and blood came up, a pair of eyes turned red and the veins on his forehead bulged. "I'm not done with you, bitch." Huang Junkai looked at Su Qing with extreme disgust. At this moment he couldn't wait to strip the woman in front of him of her clothes and humiliate him. "Calling me brother every day. I'm a man too. Aren't you just 9 years older than me? Aren't you just a woman? Treat the old man like a little boy." Thunk dash. Another muffled thud. A wad of red banknotes slammed straight into his face. "Shit. Bitch. She's a bitch. Su Qing, I'm telling you, you don't want to continue in the media industry. I'm going to find someone to block you." Hearing this, Su Qing stood up from the sofa and slowly and methodically walked over to Huang Junkai. As she approached, she lifted those 5'8" long legs and kicked them hard. "Watch your mouth. I'm telling you, even if all the men in the world died out, I wouldn't follow you." She picked up her phone, her delicate manicure on the screen, and quickly tapped a few times. "I charged you a total of 173,306 for the transfer, and I'm refunding it all. I'll transfer you another $38,000, and please stay away from me from now on, and don't stick your tongue out around me like a dog, huffing your hot breath in disgust. I have hands and feet, and I won't beg even if I eat chaff." Huang Junkai now had the heart to kill. The son of the sugar cane king, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just then, a roar of luxury cars sounded outside the bar. All limited edition sports cars. A group of rich dudes, covered in big Logosoft luxury goods, got out of their sports cars, holding baseball bats, throwing sticks and other instruments, and headed towards the PH bar. Soon the group lifted the heavy curtains and rushed in with loud yells. "Brother Gu, get him for me." The people Gu Hong brought over rushed up and prepared to surround Li Tuahai. "Gu Hong, the eldest son of the old boss of Noyo Media, right? Your old man's name is Gu Half City?" Li Tuahai spoke with a calm demeanor. "Stop." Gu Hong raised his hand, his face suddenly changing. His inner intuition told him that the man in front of him was not simple, and that he might have some relationship with his old master. He, Gu Hong, was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he was afraid of that temperamental old man. "Brother, which lane?" Gu Hong sat down on the sofa opposite him, forcibly suppressing the anger of standing up for his brother, and asked politely. He lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you, even if you know my father. It's out of order to beat up Keiko so badly. What do you think about this today?" Gu Hong looked at his hairdresser, who was lying on the sofa and screaming in pain, and suddenly let loose with harsh words. Chapter 24, The Pit. When she heard the words, "Noyo Media," Su Qing's willow eyebrows clustered. That is a media company that is a few levels larger than Shirtsi Media, and is the true leader of the industry. This Li Tuahai, even Gu Half City knows him? Then, what is the purpose of his coming to the company? What is the motivation of such a $10 billion man to commit himself to a small company? For money? No way. Could it be for the women? You know that the female employees of media companies are comparable to highly sophisticated models, and all of them are serious women who work, and if they weren't, who would want to be controlled by a company? Long gone to see. My development has reached a bottleneck. This man in front of me must be firmly grasped. Su Qing's right hand mooched Su Mei's shoulder. Her eyes released a deep longing. She wanted to go further. She must be a man of honor. Only to see Li Tuahai, who was sitting not far from her, pick up his cell phone, Quickly enter a number and dial it. Hello, who is it? A raspy, alert voice came out of his cell phone, and it was rare for anyone to make a personal call to him. Usually people called his female secretary and then coordinated a time to meet. Boss Gu, earlier you said you were sincere in making friends, and you forgot about me so quickly? Looks like you're just playing along. Lee Tuahai's tone was laced with strong dissatisfaction. Gu Half City on the other end of the cell phone's heart thumped when he heard this familiar voice. If the other party can buy the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, which is worth tens of billions of dollars, without any hesitation, it is self-evident which level of society he is in. The old man behind him must have been an existence that could startle anyone with the utterance of his name. Mr. Lee? For you to call me? My old face is really flushed with light. Gu Half City hurriedly complimented. Li Tuahai composed his face and said in a peaceful manner, the old man at home has always told me that the internet is now developed, so that I should keep a low profile when I go out. So I never intentionally go to find other people's faults, unless the person on the opposite side of the street is very excessive. Hearing the other party mention the old master, Gu Half City sweat hairs stood up. What's going on here? After the altercation at the hotel, you went back and got mad, so you're settling scores? I, too, never meddle in the affairs of private enterprises, and come out to play. The main thing is an experience of life. A figure of fun, to see how different groups of people in society live. The main event is just a joy. Mr. Lee, previously I have eyes without pearls, do not know Taishan Ah, you Prime Minister Belly is good to support the boat. Come to our company some other day. I personally give you arrangements. Package your satisfaction. Gu Half City is listening more and more panic. The other party's words obviously had a great deal of resentment towards himself. As for you, starting from nothing, you can make the company the leading one in the industry. Behind the scenes, you must have suffered a lot of pain and aggravation. I wonder about your company's taxes. Whether you take bribes, whether there are bullying contracts, sexual harassment in the workplace, and so on. I wonder if your company is ironclad. When Gu Half City heard this, cold sweat flowed down his graying temples, and he didn't know if the other party was talking about the hotel, so he was busy apologizing and admitting his mistake one by one. If this were an ordinary person, or someone of average strength, who dared to talk to him like this old sword of his would definitely kill the other party before they could strike. But the other party can buy a star hotel worth tens of billions of dollars with extreme ease. The intertwined relationships behind this were beyond his ability to speculate. Boss Gu, it's said that a rich man will always be a rich man. Even if he loses everything, he can still rely on his own thinking to rise again and get rich. I admire you for being a white-knuckle lion. But if you were to start from scratch, the time is no longer right, and it's a long way to go. What's the geometry of life? After saying that, Lee Tuahai opened his cell phone on speakerphone and slid it over the table as he looked at Gu Hong, who was sitting across from him, and said, answer the phone. Gu Hong thought the other party was bombing him. He had experienced earlier. Summon the first class of the big woman in the plane landing, took out the phone to pop a voice. Very proud to ask, Xiao Lua, our Rolls parked where? It turned out later that she had taken the subway. He picked up his cell phone in disbelief. Hello. As soon as he heard the raspy voice from across the room, he scuffed up from the couch in fear. 1 second to say like a little lion. This second is a meek little sheep. Bloodline suppression. Dad. Me. It's really you. Gu Half City on the other end of the phone heard his son's voice and understood it for a second, and the air and blood in his chest churned. So angry that he gritted his teeth, his face sank, and a violent look floated across his cheeks. Yes, I am. I am with Mr. Lee. Dad. Dad. No. It's all a misunderstanding. Dad. Misunderstanding. Dad, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Wasn't me. It was John Huang. In the private villa's study. Gu Half City was wearing his pajamas and cursing at the top of his voice, bastard. Bastard. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you want to pit your dad? Dad. It's not me. It's really not me. It's Huang Jun Kai. From today onwards, I'm cut in two with this kind of detrimental friend. Never. Again, Dad. It really wasn't me. The more Gu Hong said, the more scared he got. The surrounding melon eaters were shocked. Usually his aura is oppressive. And when he says a few words to someone, his words have a feeling that he wants to get people killed. Where have I ever seen him so humble? So cowardly. It was himself who faced the 7 wolves. Then he had to stare at them and wait for the pain of the beating before begging for mercy. Soon after he finished listening to the phone call, the arrogant and domineering aura from earlier disappeared without a trace. It's like a different person. He picked up the cell phone, walked over to Lee Tuahai, plopped down on his knees for him, and presented the phone with his hands resting on it. Hey, no, what are you doing? There's no need. Lee Tuahai was ready to haul him up with both hands when the raspy voice came over the speakerphone again. First a long sigh, My son owes discipline. Outside is a bit arrogant and bossy. I let him kneel and apologize to you. How do you want to dispose of him as you wish? Well, done. Li Tuahai hung up after saying that, and he looked at Gu Hang. The opponent's eyes were fishy red, his cheeks shaking slightly, and an aura of extreme stoicism could be clearly detected. Li Tuahai picked up the Martel XO on the table and poured 2 glasses into it. Get up. There's no need for that. Our old man is usually pretty tough on you. He helped Gu Hang up and handed him the cup. This thing is like this. The chick I brought was buckled on the card seat by your brother, Huang Junkai. And that's not all. He even took the initiative to run to my table and said he wanted to get me killed. Isn't this a clear case of bullying? You say I'm a big man, and the girl I brought was detained by someone else, and they said they would get me killed. Can I not be angry? It's fortunate that the family has some energy. If not, won't I be sure to eat this loss today? Gu Hong tilted his head back and drank the foreign wine in the glass into his stomach. Turning around, he walked over to Huang Junkai and knocked a cup on his head. A muffled sound coming from him. Go! Apologize to Brotherly. I won't have to. Apologize to her. Your friends scared her, Li Tuahai said as he sidled over to Su Mei, whose eyes were filled with fear. Huang Junkai was dumbfounded. The young man who couldn't even manage Gu Half City was more or less in his heart. He endured the intense pain and knelt down in front of Su Mei, apologizing and smacking himself in the face at the same time. Sister-in-law. I was wrong. I was wrong, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you help me say something. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Li Tuahai was so defensive of the chick in front of him that it caused him to misunderstand the relationship between the two. Su Mei is very afraid. Kneeling in front of her eyes is the son of the Sugarcane King. She is afraid that the other party will retaliate later. No, don't you hit yourself. She was flustered and a bit at a loss for words. A pair of small hands with nowhere to rest, looking at Li Tuahai as if for help. Chapter 25, Obtaining a second vest. Just slap your face. Ha! It's your bitch mouth you should be slapping. Li Tuahai raised his eyes to look directly at Huang Junkai. His gaze flickering out a hint of viciousness. He was not at all afraid that the two thieves in front of him would retaliate afterward. With $100 billion lying in his account. What is the concept of $100 billion? $100 billion means he doesn't have to give face to anyone at all. What's wrong with offending you to your face? Endure. Tuahai. Forget it. Quickly let him stop. Su Mei wrapped her arm around Li Tuahai's arm, her eyes showing uneasiness, and whispered, "Let's teach you a lesson today. Take your men and get out of here." Li Tuahai said, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law." Huang Junkai clasped his hands together and kept thanking them, and under the excitement, he even kowtowed to the two of them. Ding. The host, Bardashing, encountered powerful and influential people, should take into account the strength of the other side. Swallowed the anger. The host chose to never tolerate heavy fist attack, not the slightest regard for the face of the other side. Even retaliation is blatant, not the slightest fear of the other side later retaliation. In line with the identity of the top god Ho, special reward host 100 million. Hearing the familiar system beep in his head and hearing the words 100 million, he no longer felt anything, because he has a balance of over $100 billion lying in his account. He felt that his kind of spending was really too petty and not at all in line with the status of a top divine tycoon. Money comes so much and so easily that one has to be extremely indulgent, extremely profligate, and it's only appropriate to spend $100 million as if it were $1,000 for an ordinary person. Every aspect of his consumption of food, clothing, shelter and transportation had to be upgraded to the extreme. Hiroko, come here. Yang Hao was carrying a black plastic bag in his hand, and the cash that was just used to smash Huang Junkai was all picked up by him. Big brother, any orders? Take this $100,000 as a tip for tonight. Li Tuahai took out 10 bundles of money from the black plastic and stuffed them into Yang Hao's clothes. Hey, big brother, this cannot make this is too much. Yang Hao is also shocked. He has seen a night in the bar to spread money to spread 100,000, but he hasn't seen $100,000 in tips for one person. As a bar marketing, whether he meets a powerful or not powerful guests, he is a mouthful of a big brother called, even if the opposite side of the pretense. He has to play along. He has taken a lot of heat over the years for putting the customer first. What's the matter with him today? Ha! Li Tuahai stood up with a smile at the corner of his mouth and pointed at Yang Hao. Your life has just begun. It hasn't come to an end. Take it. No one had expected that Yang Hao's subconscious little act of kindness would allow him to embrace such a big leg. If they were snobs who weighed the pros and cons of the situation, they would have definitely turned toward Jun Huang and the seemingly powerful side at that time. In the end it's all about counting everything and getting nothing instead. Maybe it's fate. Yang Hao felt the $100,000 in cash that was close to his body, and was a little confused. So it turned out that the brother high in front of him was the real big shot. In the face of his big brother's kindness to him, he, who hadn't felt the warmth of the human world for years, was touched to the core. He didn't know how to express it. He just bowed from the bottom of his heart. Big brother. They all say that when we are marketing, we are all counting guest consumption, but for so many years, I have never pitched you. Which are fake wines? What's the price? How much is our commission? It's all told you truthfully, just trying to take you as a big brother in good faith. Yang Hao was moved to tears and revealed a deep inner secret. I've worked in nightclubs all these years and I'm often looked down upon by my old man. And when I have a fight with my wife, she locks me out, and they don't even understand what I do. Hi, I'm not looking for money. I'm just looking for a common respect. Li Tuahai sat on the cardinal sofa and crossed his legs. Su Qing came forward and helped him light a cigarette. Eroko, we'll have a good life together. Now what? Go upstairs to the office and get your chairman down here. Big brother. Chairman is not in. Only the general manager in the store. What are you looking for him for? Yang Hao did not understand. I'm going to buy this bar. Li Tuahai waved his hand and exhaled a smoke ring. The surrounding crowd's eyes went wide with shock upon hearing this. Big brother. You this really fake ah? I'm telling you, oh big brother. Bars are cross-shareholding now. The entire Magic City is basically those shareholders. It's hard for outsiders to open up. Wang Fujing's side opened a top 10. Just opened half a year on the closure. And now the boss is pulling the plug. The staff wages are not paid. Li Tuahai said, you tell me these, just afraid of my loss. I buy a bar, just to have fun. Make money or not really do not care. At this time, the shocked little hearts of Su Mei and Su Qing, who were sitting on the sidelines, fluttered. What kind of strength is this fucking man in front of us? He just bought a $10 billion hotel and now he's buying a whole bar? The two men were intrigued by the identity of Li Tuahai. They had never seen anyone so powerful in their lives. If you want to compare with him, the male lead in some godly internet articles could be a match for him, but none of those male protagonists spent as much as he did. It's all about a little bit of spending money, a little bit of enjoying life, a little bit of picking up girls, and the main focus is the YA fantasy of the loser. The golden hoe in the hands of the emperor. If I could take this man in front of me, would I have anything to worry about for the rest of my life? Is there any chance that I will ever be able to experience human suffering? Do I still need to work as a social animal at my company and pay my monthly mortgage and car payment? Don't say he's still so handsome, even if he's not. So powerful. I'm willing. Su Qing's little heart cheered as she was busy tying up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick. Takumi, have some fruit. Li Tuahai opened his mouth and ate a snoozy piece of watermelon. Then said, Hosey, now you tell your general manager to contact the major shareholders. I'll push you another business card. Just look for Yuan Hua for the follow-up. Oh, Sister Su Qing, you also help me keep an eye on this matter. You are a strong woman in the company. Your social experience is a bit stronger than Yuan Hua. Let's spend what we should and not waste what we shouldn't. Su Qing saw that this matter has its own share, and to be able to get in touch with Li Tuahai, to have the opportunity to cross the class, the heart is excited bad. Takumi, so do I need to resign? I want to follow you. Li Tuahai raised his hand and said casually, resignation is not necessary. After a while, I'm going to buy shirts in Nidia as well. When the surrounding crowd heard this, their eyes dropped out in shock. That's fucking top notch, right? Buying everywhere you go. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second vest of the business community, the controller behind the PH bar, and obtaining the title of Little Prince of Entertainment. Taking a small step on the way to the top of the gods rich and powerful, with a special reward of cash. 1 billion. Hearing the system beep in his head, Li Tuahai was enlightened. It seems that this consumption will have to be upgraded in the future. Otherwise how can we spend so much money? Chapter 26, Just Wave. What's the romance? Li Tuahai brought Su Qing, Su Mei, Yang Hao and threw the remaining $800,000 in cash, all of which was thrown down from the DJ table. The handsome men and women below grabbed it in a chaotic manner. A few minutes later, everyone had a smile on their face, grabbed a large handful of cash in their hands, and chanted, Mr. Li, Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Li Tuahai cut the song into a song sung by Zhang Liangying, Daughterland. Ethereal music echoed throughout the bar. The handsome men and women on stage have opened the cell phone flash, swaying from side to side like a shining star to the sound of ethereal music. What's all this talk about kingship and wealth? What commandments are you afraid of? The heart loves me 100 times. Take me far away from here. Accompanied by the sound of ethereal music, Li Tuahai wrapped his hands around Su Mei from behind, and the two of them swayed obliviously under the effect of alcohol. To put it before, you have no money. How can you embrace a more than 3 million fans of pure female anchor? Hug shake. That's the power of money. When you have money, you can do whatever you want. You can fulfill your various desires, and all obstacles will give way to you on the way to fulfilling your desires. After a dance, the DJ came on stage and switched to another powerful DJ hit, piercing the eardrums once again. Li Tuahai held Su Mei and walked down the DJ booth. following Su Qing and his group to the door of the bar. Su Qing, you and Hao Zi go and take care of the acquisition of the nightclub. It's getting late, so I'll go back to bed first. Okay, Mr. Li. The dependable look of a strong woman emerged on Su Qing's face. She glanced at Su Mei, her eyes showing envy without realizing it. Su Mei came in my car today, so I'll trouble you to send her back for a bit. Su Qing said. Li Tuahai nodded his head and led Su Mei to the big Lamborghini Bull, took out the key and pressed it. The yellow Lamborghini lights flashed and the lock opened. A few seconds later, with a roar of the V12 engine, a sports car that emphasizes social status and wealth, races through the empty midnight streets. After more than half an hour, the car slowed down and slowly stopped at the gate of a villa area. Get out of the car and go home, Li Tuahai said with one hand on the steering wheel. Next time you tell people to have dinner and send others home after bouncing, don't make a date. Su Mei was a bit surprised. She felt that she was insulted at this moment. It's like being alone in a room with a man and a woman. And you didn't touch me all night? Li Tuahai let out a long breath and said, you're dressed up like a little Taiyukai. I never sleep with a woman who's below 9 points. You wear such heavy makeup, like a ghost. I'm afraid to kiss a mouthful of putty powder. Then wait for me. Just a moment. Su Mei hurriedly picked up her LV satchel, rummaged through it for makeup remover and cotton pads, and flipped down the small mirror on the passenger side to quickly wipe her face. Soon her face was clean. Now what? How about now? Su Mei tilted her head. Her skin was white, and the veins at her collarbone were visible. Put on a double ponytail and I'll see. Li Tuahai said. Su Mei took out 2 leather straps and tied a head of silky hair into a double ponytail. Li Tuahai reached out his right hand and tugged it, tugging it down gently. The hair was soft and smooth, with a light fragrance. It hurts. Gently. Boom. The V12 engine started up again and headed toward the viaduct leading to Fuxing Road at over 200 yards. Previously rented over $100 million worth of old houses. At the end of Fuxing Road, the road is flat. The road is planted on both sides of the willows. Willow branches swaying at night. The sense of atmosphere is kinda scary. Li Tuahai parked his car in front of the gate of the old foreign house, went up and entered the password, and pushed open the gate, then get in the car. You live here? Fuxing Road. Hey, this lot, or a detached old house? Su Mei's heart was beating fast. This was the first time she went home with a man who had an old house. Say, did you go to Shirt C with the idea of picking up girls? Li Tuahai laughed coldly, lightly stepped on the gas pedal to slowly drive the car in. My kind of strength, my kind of face value and connotation. Still need to bubble? Too bored to play around. Just finding a company with lots of beautiful women and working a shift to pass the time. There are quite a lot of beautiful women in the company. You want to be the groom every day, don't you? Su Mei was a bit jealous. You think I'm a stallion? Whether or not you can hook up with me is all up to fate. And when fate arrives, what's the big deal about sleeping around? Li Tuahai parked the car in the garage. It was also his first visit to the old townhouse. There's a 40 or 50 square foot garden with 2 pine trees, and to the right of the house is a parking garage for maybe 5 or 6 cars. The building in the courtyard is a bit aged looking at the facade, but the sense of history is quite strong. After approaching the room, the decoration inside is very luxurious. Most of the furniture are old objects. Most of them are, some say, in the first floor on a pendant clock that reveals an ancient atmosphere, like something from medieval Europe. Su Mei kept taking pictures with her cell phone when she entered the door. Li Tuahai, on the other hand, was on a sofa. First of all, he changed the default address on the mission. What are you buying? It's so late. I don't want to eat late night snacks. People have been losing weight lately. Su Mei put her head over and after seeing what was displayed on the screen, her little face brushed red with shame. You bad man. The screen showed an adult love store, and Li Tuahai looked her up and down. I really don't feel anything when you're wearing that sailor suit. If you don't want to, the gate is there. Be my guest. He shrugged and continued to add, practically buying all the erotic lingerie, the little toys, saving them for later. Add some spice to the joys of men and women. He never forced women, and there was no need for that. With his current strength, the women who wanted to roll with him could be lined up from the old foreign houses on Fuxing Road to Mars. Forcing a woman is a very downward spiral, and though he is now in a position of great power, he has to hold fast to the morals he was born with in order to prevent himself from sinking into madness, to prevent himself from falling into the quagmire of depraved desires. Enjoy the ultimate indulgence within the bottom line. Su Mei beamed. Badass. I'm not leaving. Go. Why don't you go? After placing the order successfully, Li Tuahai pushed Su Mei. Go. Don't stay here and despise me. I'm not clean. I'm dirty, but you're handsome. Su Mei smiled, her face reddening. Go up and take a shower. A spring night is worth $1,000, and tomorrow afternoon the owner of this house has sent someone over to sign the contract with me. You, have that on your mind. Su Mei came up to the front and poked Li Tuahai's chest even with her nail-wearing hand. Or what? What are you staying for? Going to the courtyard to enjoy the moon? Lee Tuahai laughed. Hiss. Yard. Yard is good. Haven't tried the outdoors yet. You're too direct. Girls don't like this. You don't understand girls at all. Girls want romance. Sume said. Li Tuahai smiled oddly. Just wave. What do you need to be romantic? Chapter 27, The Frosty Beauty in the Old Townhouse. Just put it at the door. No need to take pictures. When the takeout arrived, Lee Tuahai hung up the phone and waited for 2 or 3 minutes before heading out. The courtyard was secluded. The moonlight swayed, and there was a set of stone tables and benches under 2 large pine trees. He walked to the door, only to see 5 brown, sealed bags, stacked at the front door, where he had ordered confidential shipping when he placed his order earlier. Approaching the old townhouse with 5 bags, his heart pounding, he unwrapped them and examined the fresh contents. Su-mei, are you done washing? Coming. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Su-mei, who was wearing a purple silk bathrobe and had wet hair that was being toweled off, came downstairs. Whose clothes are you wearing? Lee Tuahai asked. I thought you bought it for your previous mistress. Thank goodness. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to wear. Su-mei finished wiping her hair. Holding a towel in her hand, the empty room fell into a silence, only to hear the medieval European wall clock. The hands of the ticking sound. Su-mei stood right in front of Lee Tuahai, looking a little nervous and a little excited, with a pair of eyes staring stupidly at him. Hiss. You're not still that, are you? Seeing such a dopey Su-mei, Lee Tuahai was skeptical. If this had been an experienced woman, she would have rushed over and wrestled with him. You can't fake this kind of stuff. You can detect it as soon as you get your hands on it. Which one? Su-mei asked. It's okay, let's take off the robe first. Su-mei was a bit shy, but she obediently removed her bathrobe, revealing her delicate body like sheep's fat white jade. Underwear and panties off too. Lee Tuahai began to give orders. Su-mei frowned lightly, but she still unbuttoned her underwear, revealing that proud curve. Immediately after that, it was followed by removing the black lace chaps under the fiery eyes of Lee Tuahai. It's only been 3 days since the first day we met at work. The magic of money can always quickly break down a woman's psychological defenses, and if it can't be broken down, then it must be that wealth has not reached such an exaggerated level as Lee Tuahai. Beautiful. So beautiful. Lee Tuahai concentrated on admiring it. Su-mei was a little uncomfortable, taking her hands to cover her torso, beaming and glaring at him in shame. Look at me. Lee Tuahai, who was not used to her stinky behavior, pulled her hands away and held up the red, blood-dripping pretty face with his hands. He turned and took a couple pieces of twine out of the brown bag. You like making dumplings, right? Let's make dumplings today. Put it on. Su-mei received a set of black erotic lingerie, and went back to the entrance foyer, putting on a few centimeters of high heels. Looking at her, Lee Tuahai said, twist a little to show me. You're not really that, right? Look at that stiff dance. Never mind. You'd better not squirm. Lee Tuahai took her hand, her heels clattering on the floor, and the two of them came out into the courtyard. The empty gardens, with their sober air, gave a somewhat different feeling. The two of them walked to the stone table under the big pine tree. Lee Tuahai held the hemp rope in his hand and made Su-mei lie down on the stone table, and in a short while of work he tied her into a carp. Look at the masterpiece of art in front of you. He boasted. Let's just say I'm a good learner. Cold wind in the yard. Wind blowing eggs cool. Goosebumps. Lee Tuahai, feeling someone behind him, jerked his head back. Takumi, what's wrong? Lee Tuahai slapped Su-mei. Now call me master. Bitch. You don't say dirty words. Su-mei's voice was delicate and her body shrugged. And you're mean to me. Tears welled up in her eyes. There really wasn't any love interest at all. If you keep this up, I'm not coming. Lee Tuahai ignored her, only to suddenly turn back and look at the old house behind him. There were many floor-to-ceiling windows open above, which were not very visible in the moonlight. He was suddenly alert and resumed his usual appearance. Su-mei, when you went upstairs to take a shower just now, was there anyone upstairs? There shouldn't be any. Su-mei looked toward those floor-to-ceiling windows shrouded in moonlight. Didn't hear any movement. After an hour or so, Su-mei twisted her head with intent to have more. Lee Tuahai's heart thumped. This is a sweet taste. 3 times over the two of them showered and returned to their room, drunk, sprawled out on the bedroom carpet in a deep, drunken sleep. Afternoon. A sliver of sunlight shone through the gap in the hinge of the floor-to-ceiling window onto Lee Tuahai's face. His head felt a little foggy, his throat was dry, and the combination of a night of indulgence and a hangover made him want to vomit, but there was nothing left in the empty stomach to throw up. He opened his eyes as if he had exhausted his entire body. Out of nowhere, he saw a woman standing against the wall in the bedroom doorway. A professional dress, look but more than 20 years old, point lip, nose, fine eyes, willow eyebrow, a head of black hair casually spread to the shoulder position, wearing black frame glasses. Cannot say delicate. She was wearing a small black suit, underneath a wraparound skirt that only reached the root of her thighs. Transparent flesh-colored stockings wrapped around those slender legs. and on her feet was a pair of pitch-black high-heeled shoes with not too high a heel, which looked very tall with her 170 height. Li Tuahai was so scared that he sat up from the bed in a flash. He rubbed his eyes, and Sume beside him was long gone. She surveyed the woman in the doorway once more, the upturned corners of her mouth with a confident sharpness that carried an air of inviolability like a lotus flower. You? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Li Tuahai reacted violently. This is my house and I was going to ask you? Why are you sleeping with a woman in my dad's bedroom? The woman was calm. Where's Sume? The woman said. Had breakfast and took a cab. Isn't the owner of this place named Don? He rented the house to me. So of course I can be here. Li Tuahai asked. Is he your father? None of your business. Now you have half an hour to wash up and move out for me. The woman stood in the doorway and said in a calm tone. Moving out? Girl, are you okay? Your dad has already rented the house to me. I've paid for it, and you're telling me to move out? Are you sick? The woman ignored Li Tuahai's anger and just casually said, how much will I refund you later? Li Tuahai suddenly reacted as he stared at the woman and asked, you were already here last night? The woman didn't bother him, but from all the details, the answer was obvious. His affair in the yard last night became a live broadcast. Return me? I just want to ask you, is this something old Don wants? Or is it your own idea? Didn't your father ever teach you to be a man of honor? Girl, say a name to get acquainted. And all things are negotiable, the woman said in an icy tone. Don't want to know you. You have 25 minutes to move out of here. Chapter 28, you wearing Lean's clothes? Facing this strong woman in front of him, Li Tuahai was just about to have a fit when his cell phone rang. He threw the woman a scathing look before answering the phone and looking at the caller ID. It was Sume calling. It's a bad time to call at this point. Last night's flirtation in the courtyard by himself, by a strange woman upstairs through the window, as far as the eye can see, and now have to be thrown out. Li Tuahai's heart has a kind of inexplicable annoyance. What? You didn't know to say when you were leaving? You didn't know to wake me up? Sume was silent for a moment before saying, people also want you to sleep more. Takumi, my throat and head hurts. Can you accompany me to the hospital to put in 4 Don't you have any girlfriends? Go find your sister Suching. Do you think I'm idle all day? Do you know how valuable my time is? Li Tuahai was angry. His mouth was like a machine gun. He wanted to get the other guy to stop clinging to him by having this attitude. But Sister Suching stayed up all night last night dealing with the nightclub, and she didn't even go to the office today, taking time off to sleep at home. Besides her, you're the only friend I have in Mordor. Friends? Sume, let me tell you, we're just fuck buddies. Don't you think that just because you slept with me, you have a close relationship with me? Li Tuahai sat on the bed like a clown. His heart was annoyed. You, Li Tuahai, you, came the cry from the phone, then hung up after calming down. Li Tuahai took the cigarettes on the bedside table and lit one, picked up his cell phone and transferred 200,000 to Sume. He dialed the other side again and said, the money is transferred to you. Find yourself a better caregiver. Lack of money can be asked for. Do not keep pestering me. Take care of yourself and drink lots of hot water. Be good. Anand. Sume was furious. I can earn the money myself. She sat on the bed, so angry that tears were dripping down her face. Having been played all night, she had expected the other party to take her to heart, but she hadn't expected to be treated like this. Looking at the several zeros behind the 2 on the transfer, Sume's heart flamed and hurt. Feeling extremely insulted, she returned the $200,000 transfer, bawling. Why are you crying? Li Tuahai's head got big. Who did you have breakfast with this morning? Lin. Oh, Lin's sister. She is very nice. Oh, that purple bathrobe was hers last night. Sume sobbed on the phone. She said you're a scumbag and told me to stay away from you and get hurt. Li Tuahai looked up, hating the frosty beauty standing in the doorway, and smoothed his hair back with his right hand. I'll hold you accountable and not sleep in vain. Then, Sume immediately stopped crying. Then you will marry me? A cold and dry reply came from the other end of the phone all of a sudden. No, it was true that Li Tuahai could have lied to Sume and said that he would marry her. But he felt that the man who lied to others with flowery words and gave them hope for the sake of the other's body was the real scum. Will is will and won't is won't. Beep beep beep. Sume directly hung up the phone. Just then, the familiar voice rang in his head again. Ding. Detected that the host's state of mind has been elevated. Previously overly cautious, afraid that sleeping with women indiscriminately would change his fate. Has been in a mental internal conflict between instinct and morality. Now decisively hesitant. As long as it's his cup of tea, sleep on it afterward. Has completely metamorphosed into a Sigma man. Reward, special mall opened. Hearing that the previous cash rewards had been replaced with a special mall, Li Tuahai was surprised. Open the mall. In the next second, a semi-transparent curtain of light blue light surfaced. The special mall. A billion inches of time, a billion inches of gold has been opened. People polish a skill, may be dedicated to spend a lifetime, or even several generations of inheritance. Thousands of gold can't buy time, but this mall can. The host can spend money to purchase various skill functions. Lee Tuahai roughly browsed through the contents on the mall interface, proficient in hundreds of languages. All musical instruments, fighting, car skills, marksmanship, cooking, dancing, acting. The various skills of the human world were all listed within the system mall. And after looking at the page turn button below, there were more than 10,000 pages. When he saw the prices behind the various skills, he finally understood why this mall was called Billion Inches of Light and Billion Inches of Gold. Top English Proficiency, $10 billion. Fighting Top Mastery, $10 billion. Invincible Iron Kidney, $100 billion. Note, no adverse reactions of any kind. Never wear out. The units behind almost all skills and functions are measured in billions. $100 billion lying on one's balance could only buy an invincible iron kidney? Suddenly, a function on the interface caught his attention. Personal privacy decryption card. In this world, everyone has privacy. As long as you use this card on a person, you can get all of his information. Note, the higher the social status of the person to whom the card is applied, the more important the information is to the host, and the more expensive the price. Lee Tuahai saw that the card's selling price was followed by 3 yellow question marks to eye in the bottom of his heart. He spat. This dog's system. It's going to sit on the ground. He typed a name on the card. Inglin Tang. Will the host please confirm that it is the woman leaning against the door? Tang Inglin? Lee Tuahai mentally acquiesced. Okay. The 3 question marks on the card flipped up and down at breakneck speed, finally revealing 3 numbers. 100. Followed by billions of units. Hiss. This bitch. The social status is quite high. Bye. The total amount spent this time is $10 billion, which will be deducted from each of the host's major account balances. Are you sure about the purchase? Okay. Suddenly, information about Tang Inglin from her mother's womb until now was seared into the major neurons of Lee Tuahai. Have you seen enough? Tang Inglin, dressed in a professional suit, said coldly, with a hint of dislike in her eyes. Familiar. Really familiar. Lee Tuahai, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly became empowered, with both sides having unequal information. He was in the dark and the other side was in the light, so it could almost be said that it was easy to take. Your name is Tang Inglin, right? 28 years old, chairman of Tang Group's Tang Pictures, president, graduated from Harvard Business School, Wharton Business School for EMBA, returned to China at the age of 25, took over Tang Pictures, mainly engaged in TV dramas, special features, variety shows, animated films and other program production, distribution, worth about $3 billion. Tang Inglin clasped her hands in front of her chest. At first she was quite surprised. Then she sneered. Is that all? Just do a search on the internet and you'll get the general idea. You didn't just want to rent my dad's house for no reason. Say, what's your purpose? You are the eldest daughter of the Tang family, but the family favors boys over girls. The family business is passed on to boys but not girls. Girls are used as a tool for family marriages and strong alliances with other superfamilies. So you have been neglected since you were a child, being treated differently, and high school has been sent directly out of the country. And you are not convinced. You are very strong in your heart. You are determined to prove to the elders of the family. Women can also be stronger than men. Women can also make the family stable for generations to come. Lee Tuahai continued. And the words that followed caused Tang Inglin's face to change again and again. Even if you're so good, even if you're so desperate, it's still hard to escape the family's generations-old custom that at the age of 25, your stepmother tricked you into returning to the country, actually tricked you into coming back to get married, on the grounds that you were seriously ill. They wanted you to marry the Li Shi family's youngest son, Li Rui Long. He wanted to continue and reveal some more personal information, but seeing Tang Inglin's expression that was so wonderful that it couldn't be repeated, he chose to call it quits as he saw it. Who the hell are you? Lee Tuahai, a man who lives on intelligence. A businessman who made a fortune on intelligence. A businessman who makes a fortune on intelligence. In this world, everyone's information can't get around me here. Just then, the sound of heels clattering downstairs suddenly rang out, and someone else came in. Chapter 29, rental contract? A contract to buy a house. Intelligence dealers? Ridiculous. When you come out, you give yourself an identity. As long as the logic doesn't reveal glaring holes and you pull out in time before it does, then there's no problem. And the most brilliant lie in the world is a sentence that is a great truth, but when put together it's a huge lie. Scientific name, Montage of Lies. As the youngest veteran of the community, Lee Tuahai has mastered this skill to a T. Tang Inglin, I don't care what you think of me, but I don't think I have any problems. Lee Tuahai, who was sitting on the bed, shrugged his shoulders. Some sweet little interactions with my little girlfriend in my own rented mansion, Li Tuahai said. I am indeed very colorful. But men are colorful. Not colorful that is stuffy. But I have a bottom line. He held out his index finger and said seriously. No touching if you have a boyfriend. No touching if you have a husband. Instead, it's you. You peeping Tom. You. Tang Yinglin crossed her arms over her chest. Her tone even colder than before. 15 minutes. If you don't leave I'll call someone right away. Without waiting for her to call out, a very charming voice rang out from downstairs. May I ask if Mr. Li is in? Mr. Li? Li Tuahai got up from the bed and went downstairs barefoot. His slippers kicked off somewhere last night? In. Barefoot. He thumped down the stairs, and after turning the corner of the staircase and going to the first floor, the first thing that caught his eye was the pair of plump thighs wrapped in black silk. Suddenly, an inexplicable thrill traveled instantly through the vision. The woman in front of me is about 30 years old, looking very much like a young woman. The upper body is a small slim suit, inside with a white shirt. The chest is round and full. The waist is slim. The lower body is a set of skirts. Black silk legs stepped on a pair of pointed high heels. The whole person exudes a dignified and elegant demeanor. You're Mr. Li, aren't you? You're really handsome. Mr. Tang entrusted me to sign the lease with you. The two sat down on the couch, and Su Wenwei unsealed the coils of the brown filing bag and placed them on the table. Would you first see if there are any objections? Li Tuahai picked up the paper contract just enough to block his face as he examined its contents from top to bottom. Just as his eyes moved to the bottom of the page, the afterglow caught a glimpse of a pair of white jade feet wrapped in thin, cicada-like stockings, clean and dry, with red nail polish on the caps. The vague veins on the backs of the feet spoke of unending temptation. Lease contract? Li Tuahai looked at it and frowned, looking at Su Wenwei. Mr. Li, what's wrong with the contract? Su Wenwei asked carefully, her tone revealing shame. The contract was drawn up by her. Mr. Tang entrusted her because she was reliable. And now there seems to be a small problem. It's a purchase contract. Li Tuahai tilted his head and laughed. I'm not going to lie. I'm also a fan of the old house culture and really like it here. I know that Mr. Tang has another world abroad. I wonder if he can cut me some slack and sell me this old house. Looking at Su Wenwei's eyes, the kind of eyes emanating from a sensual woman, it was really easy to sink into. Auntie Hui, no need to ask. It's not for sale. Not for any amount of money. Heels on wooden revolving staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Before seeing her, she first heard her voice. Tang Yinglin's icy voice came from upstairs. $1.5 billion. Li Tuahai sat on the sofa. His voice high-pitched. It was already a high price. And he, like most ordinary people, didn't know what the concept of billion as a unit of money was. But the average person is poor without concept. He is rich without concept. Shouting out this price like it was a game. It shocked both Su Wenwei and Tang Yinglin. For a moment, being in their position of wealth, of course they know what 1.5 billion means. It means you win 40,000 lottery tickets a day for 100 years in a row. Su Wenwei hurriedly stood up from the sofa when she heard the sound, and with a happy face, she walked to the staircase handrail and looked up. Lin, it's really you. When did you get back? They say you're a busy man. It's been 5 or 6 years since I've seen you. Gu, you're so handsome. I heard that this time I'm returning to China to marry the eldest son of Li's group. How is Li Ruilong? How is he? Tang Yinglin walked down the stairs, holding Su Wenwei's small arm with both hands. The whole thing was like a large-scale recognition scene. That frosty beauty, at this moment, actually pouted like a little girl. Auntie Hui, you're still so beautiful. Don't mention about marriage. My focus is now on Tang Dynasty Studios. I don't have that plan for now. What about Li Ruilong? How is he? Su Wenwei asked. Don't mention him. Tang Yinglin's face sank. Mentioning his name makes me irritable. Usually there are enough bad things at work. It's not easy to come back for a trip. Talk about something happy. Hey, Aunt Hui, are we still talking about business? Li Tuahai stood up and waved at the two. Tang Yinglin looked viciously at the self-centered Li Tuahai. Who is your Aunt Hui? Who do you call Aunt Hui? It's okay, they're all children. I'm 35 this year. Calling Aunt Hui doesn't take advantage of you. Su Wenwei stepped on her high heels and walked towards Li Tuahai. That elegant figure, exuding the unique flavor of a mature woman, she has a sensual beauty that ordinary women don't have. Looking at her face towards himself, Li Tuahai once again measured her. The bust must be at least E. The abdomen cannot see the slightest flab. The buttocks are rounded and quite clever. But at the moment the conservative dress of the profession, the advantage of the body is not so obvious. Li first, since you call me Aunt Hui, then I will call you Xiao Hai from now on. Hi, you sincerely want to buy this house? Auntie Hui, don't sell out to him. He's a pervert. Tang Yinglin snapped. Add a qualifier. There is a bottom line. It's a bottom line pervert. Li Tuahai didn't care what others thought of him. He lives for himself. Not in the eyes of others. Not in the truths written in the holy books. Life is short. And he lives only for himself. Tang Yinglin had never seen such a brazen person before. Clasping her hands in front of her chest and rolling her eyes upwards. Shao Hai, if you're sincere about buying it, you don't have to pay $1.5 billion. Su Wenwei said she knew that Donald Trump was abroad, saying that he was pitching a brain-computer interface project abroad, but in reality, he couldn't come back from the country. Domestic assets sitting idle are also sitting idle, and in the absence of appreciation, they might as well be sold for cash flow. Lin, I probably know something about your dad. He needs cash right now. Lots of it. She won't allow you to get involved with him. It's a very deep place, and you're too inexperienced to grasp it yet. Tang Yinglin was filled with worry. She had thought that having Li Rui long around to harass was already annoying enough, and now her father was in trouble as well. She felt lost and helpless like never before. Su Wenwei tidied up the lease contract on the table, put it back into the file bag, looked at Li Tuahai and said, if you're sincere about buying, Shao Hai, I'll go back and redraft a purchase contract. It doesn't have to be as much as $1.5 billion, 600 million at the most. Deal. Li Tuahai took out his cell phone, made a call to ICBC, and under the two women's dumbfounded eyes, wired 600 million to the designated account on the spot. The old townhouse on Fuxing Road. Get. Ding. The host officially opens the road of collecting old houses. Only the old houses that have experienced the precipitation of history can be worthy of your identity as a top God's hero, and is hereby rewarded with a trouble removal card within $1 million. Chapter 30, Don't Be Afraid. Sister-in-law. I don't beat women. Li Tuahai picked up the cell phone on the table and found that there were more than 20 missed calls, all from Su Mei. Seeing that no one answered, and then sent a message on WeChat saying, if I had known it was like this, I should have left last night, and I'm still so cooperative with you. I'm such a fool. Thinking of what Su Mei had previously complained about at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, a bit of sympathy grew in his heart. If she had taken the 200,000 transfer, he wouldn't have gone, but the transfer was returned and she said she could make her own money to support herself. So the nature of this is different perhaps to outsiders. Li Tuahai's earlier approach was a bit silly, but his tests of people all happened without him realizing it. Well, now I have to go out on something. Before I come back, Tang Yinglin, you move out. Of course. You can stay. You have to cook for me. Li Tuahai took out an ID card from the pocket of his shorts and handed it to Su Wenwei, saying, Aunt Hui, I'll trouble you to do the house title thing. I transferred $100,000 to you as hard labor. His gaze once again fell on Su Wenwei. The woman's features were not as delicate as Tang Yinglin's, but there was just an indescribable flavor precipitated by age. Although her features were not top-notch, she was superior in terms of her top-notch and durable figure. And importantly, the kind of aura she exuded. She had a maternal glow all over her body that made you feel safe to stay with her and feel like you were naturally being taken care of. Shao Hai. 100,000. Too much. This matter was originally entrusted to me by Mr. Tang. It's all included in the commission. Su Wenwei arched her eyebrows and said, consider Auntie Hui doing you a favor. Li Tuahai went forward, grabbed Su Wenwei's hand, thanked her and said, thank you, Aunt Hui. Mr. Tang's is Mr. Tang's. Mine is mine. It's all been transferred to you. Just keep it. While holding Su Wenwei's hand, Li Tuahai felt an electric sensation inside. Even extreme excitement. This kind of excitement was something Su Mei couldn't give. One has to go through time and settle down into a kind of intellectual temperament of a beautiful mature woman in order to have this toned out. Of course he knew that 100,000 was more than enough, but it was not a bad thing to close the distance between the two. Auntie Hui, then I'll go out first. Come over and sit down when you're free. Li Tuahai walked towards the foyer, twisted his head to look at Tang Yinglin and said, I don't want to see you again until I return. He walked out of the old townhouse barefoot and drove his Lamborghini to the villa Su Mei had rented. When I got to the place, I entered the code, opened the door, and the room was pitch black, and there was no sound at all. Su Mei, your grandfather do not give me play dead Here, her faint voice came from the master bedroom, sounding weak. Li Tuahai turned on the light and walked towards the master bedroom. He walked to the bedside, saw Su Mei who was wrapped in the quilt and reached out to touch his forehead. It's hot, quasi-high fever. Get up and go to the hospital. Li Tuahai lifted the quilt, and Su Mei suddenly sat up with all her strength, hooked his neck, and bit him hard. Ouch dash. You're a dog. And biting. You asshole. Scummy man. Su Mei cursed, with a sobbing voice, but the hands hooked around her neck wrapped tighter. Behave yourself. Now I'm taking you to the hospital. If you don't stop, I'll ruin your ass. Put you rua pain. Who let you bite me? Lee Tuahai took her into his arms with one hand, and with the other hand, he took the quilt to wrap her up. Fearing that she would get cold, this kind of warning obviously didn't work on Sumei. She gently bit Lee Tuahai's neck. Her tone suddenly became gentle. Tuahai, how nice it would be if we could be together all the time. I'll give you a doll and tell him to call you daddy. Lee Tuahai was annoyed, and with his right hand, he gave her a hard rua on her ass and turned around to go downstairs with her in his arms. Sumei, if you bother me again, I'll go out and get hit by a car right now. Don't say anything about dead or not dead. I won't bother you in the future. Sumei coughed a few times and buried her little head into Lee Tuahai's arms, tears flowing down his neck collar. After arriving at the villa downstairs, Lee Tuahai looked at the time. 10:30. Just the evening rush hour. By the time the traffic jam reaches the hospital, Sumei will more than likely have burned herself into a retard. Traffic jam. Forget it, take the subway. Lee Tuahai hugged Sumei and walked to the subway station a kilometer away. If not for his previous practice, I guess his hands would be sore from the next floor compared to those 80-kilogram instruments. Sumei is not that heavy. After arriving at the subway station, it's good that there aren't too many people at this point. As soon as he entered the carriage, Lee Tuahai hugged Sumei and found a seat. It's been so long since I've been on the subway that I've forgotten how the general public lives. After a few stops, the carriage grew crowded. Just at the Lujiobang road station, suddenly came up a yellow helmet, carrying a bucket, with a few snakeskin pockets hanging on. The migrant workers probably just got back from putting powder on a construction site. He put his stuff down and sat right down on the floor. Big brother, there is a seat next to you. Don't sit on the floor. The migrant worker was a little embarrassed, his eyes apprehensive. I'm afraid I'll get my seat dirty. If you're dirty, you're dirty. You've bought a ticket. You should sit down. And just at this moment, sitting opposite Lee Tuahai, exquisite woman, arms in front of a LV old flower classic, a famous brand. She covered her mouth and nose, a face of disgust, said, he is so dirty, and a smell on the body. Big brother, can you change a carriage? It really stinks. I can hardly stand it. Brother, can't you smell it? It really stinks. You change the carriages. I'm going to throw up. Lee Tuahai snapped his head up and looked at the woman across from him. Anima middle school teachers teach that everyone is equal. Don't you understand such a basic principle? If you don't like the smell, change it yourself. What's the point of being a BB all the time? The expression of the migrant workers became very embarrassed at this moment, and their hearts were in a bad mood, hoping that the subway would arrive at the station quickly. These clothes can be washed when they're dirty, but it's hard to wash when your heart stinks and your mouth stinks. Look at you dressed as a human being. Why are you so uncultivated? This social trend is being led astray by people like you. The woman scanned Lee Tuahai up and down. T-shirt, shorts, slippers, but also the woman held in the arms of the dress to be more decent. Stockings are Givenchy's, several thousand apiece. With a guy like that, who knows if it's real? I just think he stinks. What's wrong? You poor bastards. Don't take the subway if you have money. What's the point of pretending? Hearing this, Lee Tuahai lowered Sumei down to lie flat on the recliner and covered her up. Sumei revealed a worried look and weakly stretched her small hand out from the covers, doing her best to tug on the corner of his coat. Takumi, don't make trouble. What are you doing? What do you want? The exquisitely dressed woman was a little flustered when she saw that the situation was not right. I'm telling you, my husband is the president of No Yo Media. You still take the subway. President? The people next to him began to coax. There's an emergency. A traffic jam. And on weekdays dogs don't ride. Only you poor bastards. At this time, Lee Tuahai's burly body of 1 meter 8 had already stood in front of the woman, who tilted her head, her eyes full of fear. What are you doing? Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I don't hit women. Lee Tuahai's right hand pressed down on her cheeks like an iron clamp, and the small mouth smeared with expensive lipstick opened instantly. Cough. T.E. A mouthful of thick spit went in, then the palm of his right hand violently lifted her chin upward, and Lee Tuahai roared. Swallow. Swallow. Chapter 31, Curing a cold costs over $10,000 Spit again if you can. The exquisitely dressed young woman bulged her pair of large, angry eyes. Cough. Cough dash. Lee Tuahai sank his face. His right hand forcefully jammed both cheeks of the young woman. He'd never heard such a request before, and it was obvious that this bone had masochistic tendencies. If he wasn't a picky eater, he would have pretended that nothing had happened and then used his money power to take her down and end up in the presidential suite overlooking the whole city at night, putting on a show. I'll make you dog-eared. I'll make you dog-eared. I'll make you dog-eared. Ha? And dog-eared no? Unfortunately, although he was a horny man, he would never touch a very dirty woman. Some are dirty in the body and some in the heart, and in the absence of disease, the latter is no better than the former. Enraged, the woman dodged his hand, picked up the selfie stick that had been set aside, propped up the tripod underneath and secured it in the wagon before stretching her long legs out and half sitting on the floor. Li Tuahai looked a bit confused. Come on. Spit again if you can. The woman's hands messed up her hair, and her white shirt ripped 2 buttons right off, revealing a bra strap inside. Come on. Come if you can. She is a smart person. Knows that female boxers are very powerful now. They have many sisters, and they like to distort the facts the most. A punch of more than 20 years of power. Unusual men cannot top. The exquisite young woman tapped the recording function on her cell phone and yanked her collar down a few more points. Come on. Spit again if you can. Make you arrogant. If this were an ordinary man, seeing the other side of this stance, he would have spoiled him, but is he an ordinary man? He's a top godly man. Situated in the entire Magic City All 4S Store's luxury current car. 100% controller of Mandarin Oriental Double 5-Row Hotel. Owner of the century-old house on Fuxing Road. There are countless identity vests on the road. You little shrew. How dare you call me arrogant? Not arrogant. Can you call it a god ho? Li Tuahai flew forward, stood in front of the woman. His right hand held the back of her head, and vigorously to his belly, to the other side of the nosebleed out. The delicate young woman was confused for a few seconds before she reacted and shouted, "Help! Help! Dead pervert! Let go of me! Bastard!" Seeing more and more people coming over to watch, Li Tuahai was not the least bit flustered. He opened the system mall and clicked on the million or less trouble clearing card in his backpack. Does the host use one trouble clear card within a million? Yes. Detecting that the host is being slandered and falsely accused, it is predicted that the host will subsequently experience the intense net explosion of the female boxer on all major self-media platforms. Now that the trouble removal card is in effect, the subsequent host does not need to do anything, and the storm will automatically pass. At that moment, 2 Metro Patrol officers from the other car were walking toward the scene of the incident. Subway next second just arrived at the station. There is a Netflix base nearby. A variety of Hulu waifu, snake charmers, dwarfs and other bizarre clothing swarmed into the carriage. People are crowded to fly up. 2 subway patrolmen instantly drowned in a sea of people. Li Tuahai went over to the migrant workers sitting on the ground to help to sit down on the seat. Tired all day. To build this city so well, we do not suffer from this anger. You just sit. Big brother. Thanks. No thanks to, is what this community owes you. Brother, can I know your name? Want to know. Your name. Li Tuahai got up and picked up Su-mei, walked to the carriage, and spoke back. All the people with hearts in this world are nameless. After leaving the subway station, a drizzle fell over the dark city. Su-mei. How are you? Burning the sky and earth. Su-mei. Leaning against Li Tuahai, difficult to speak. Can only respond with a small hand patting 2 times. Going to the emergency room, it was hard to get a number. The doctor first prescribed Su-mei a variety of CT tests, saying that they would wait for the CT results to come out before prescribing medication. After waiting for more than half an hour for the CT and going to the rounds room, the doctor said again that Su-mei seemed to have bronchitis and asked her to take a blood test. It was hard to finish the blood test, but there was another big line at the door of the rounds room, and it was a matter of first come, first served. Not only was Li Tuahai anxious, everyone was anxious. Now he is kind of aware of the strain on the medical resources of ordinary people, which if you really have a serious illness, you want to go to a good hospital. You may even have to ask for a bed, but it is also in the building. When this was over, he would make sure to form his own private treatment team and hire the best doctors in the country to safeguard the health of those around him. This matter also gave him a wake-up call. The relationship should be built in advance. Otherwise, when it is being used, the interim, it is simply too late. Finally, Su-mei finished her checkup and put on an IV. Li Tuahai, on the other hand, sat beside her like a family member to keep her company. This was the first time he had accompanied a woman to the hospital, and it was a very special experience. Su-mei, you should sleep for a while. You should be much better after the infusion. I'll get your medicine. He held in his hand what must have been at least 20 fee slips, some already paid, some not yet. After going to the pharmacy on the 3rd floor, the staff inside was busy for more than 10 minutes, which handed out a pocket full of medicine from the window, then threw down a sentence, a total of 5,417. Many are imported drugs. Effective. Are you swiping the card or scanning the code? Li Tuahai played a small body is good. Rarely go to the hospital. Heard the treatment of a cold for more than 5,000. He was instantly confused. That's rich, but is the price reasonable? Did you prescribe me Tai Shan Lao Jun's elixir? My girlfriend gets a common cold and prescribes me over 5,000 pills. Robbing money, you guys. The people in the pharmacy are not surprised by his reaction. There are thousands of people who come here every day to line up to get medicine without tens of thousands. He said to Li Tuahai, don't come to the hospital if you don't have money. Buy a bag of 999 cold and flu granules, take a quilt to cover it, and carry it through. Won't you? You're incapable of doing anything yourself. And you think hospital medicine is expensive. Lee Tuahai raised his hand, pointed at the people inside and said, "They're all working people. Why do you people talk like that?" He didn't think that 5,000 or so was any kind of money to him, but rather unreasonable. Extremely unreasonable. After scanning the code to pay, and carrying a large pocket of medication, he went to the first floor to pay the bill, and a woman inside said, "Give me your ID, Su Mei." Right? Right. Lee Tuahai took the other party's printed out payment slip, and after checking the contents on it, he frowned and asked, "Where did this hospitalization fee come from? People are lying in the hallway on IVs." The woman froze for a few seconds. "Ha! Laughing, don't you break it up with me here? That's what the hospital says. In your girlfriend's case, she has to be hospitalized. As for where you are assigned to sleep, it's none of my business. I just charge according to the rules. The problem is that Lee Tuahai did not finish his sentence. The middle-aged man in the queue behind him urged, "Don't come to the hospital if you don't have the money. And a whole lot of people in the queue behind you are waiting for it." His face sank, walked up to the man and asked, "You have money, right? My girlfriend got a common cold." The check counted the prescription medication opened more than 10,000 in the building to play a drip, and now also charged on the hospitalization fee. I'm telling you, the hospital is in the state it's in now, and it's being spoiled by people like you. Chapter 32, The Backlash of Money. What's wrong with you? Think the fucking hospital is run by your family? The middle-aged man roared. Li Tuahai saw the middle-aged man holding a little girl by his side, so he didn't have a fit. Temporarily put the matter on his mind and paid the fee to leave. He went to the building where Sume was on and 4 drip and spat by her bedside. Hospitals are so inhuman nowadays. Treating a common cold costs more than $10,000. A bunch of quacks. What happened to the oath you swore to take in medical school when you graduated? It's all been fucking alienated by money, hasn't it? These words caught the attention of a middle-aged woman in the corridor, who was holding a medical book in her hand, looked up this way, and continued to bury her head in the book. Sume, got you an escort. All accounted for. I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Lee Tuahai turned away, got into a cab, and drove towards the old house he had just bought. On Fuxing Road. He'd go back and see if that ice cube named Tang Yinglin had moved out yet. The cab drove to the end of the road where the willows were planted alongside the road, and seeing the centuries-old buildings at night, exuding envy, he muttered in a low voice, "This is the fucking place where people should live." Lee Tuahai got out of the car, entered the combination lock and walked in, glancing at the stone tables and benches under the 2 pine trees, which still retained the slightest hint of the fragrance of last night's pleasure. It is Sume, one of the main characters, who has an occasional wind chill and is admitted to the hospital. An obedient and understanding woman will always make people's hearts love and pity, even if it is a man like Lee Tuahai, who has experienced great ups and downs in life. Pushing open the door of the old townhouse, a sense of ancient luxury came over him, and it was hard for him to imagine that he had become the owner of this over $100 million mansion. It was the nook that seemed so empty and lonely in the silence of the night. After turning on the light, he saw Tang Yinglin, who was still sitting on the sofa wearing an OL outfit and black-framed glasses, turning her head and smiling brightly at him. Li Tuahai rubbed his eyes. The frosty beauty could actually smile. Was he hallucinating? "Tang Yinglin, you haven't left yet? This is my house. If you don't leave, I'll sue you for trespassing." Tang Yinglin got up, twisted her catwalk, and walked step by step towards Lee Tuahai. 5 meters. 3 meters. Half a meter. She stood on her tiptoes, hooked her left hand around Lee Tuahai's neck, and her pretty face painted with delicate makeup was pressed up against it. A very nice smelling flowery fragrance not entering her nostrils. Take out your cell phone with your right hand and hit the selfie button. Click. Take an intimate selfie. Li Tuahai faced this abnormal behavior and froze for a few seconds before reacting. "You want to use me as a shield? Not bad." Tang Yinglin resumed her iceberg female president appearance, said, "What Li Rui Long cares most about is that other people cuckold him. Even if he investigates it to be false, that person will most likely suffer from inexplicable car accidents, throwing things from a height, and losing his footing and sinking into the river. It seems that is not as simple as a shield." Lee Tuahai had a kind of inexplicable loss in his heart, and wordlessly walked to the expensive imported Italian sofa and sat down. You're not afraid of death?" Tang Yinglin was surprised by his reaction. "Leave me alone. If you don't want to move, go upstairs and sleep." Lee Tuahai walked to the refrigerator, took out a $40,000 to $50,000 bottle of Louis XIII, took out a whiskey glass, put an ice ball in it, and drank to himself. Tang Yinglin ignored him and stepped on her high heels, clattering up the stairs. After 3 rounds of wine, Lee Tuahai, drunk on the sofa, passed out. I do not know how long. He hazily opened his eyes. "Auntie Hui? Why is she here? When did she come? The middle of the night? Why didn't you send me a message ahead of time?" At this moment, Su Wenwei was kneeling on the ground, wearing a white t-shirt on top and beige slacks underneath. Hiding her hot body underneath her wide slacks, she was scrubbing the floor with a blue rag in her hand, and her arched hips crumpled her slacks tightly. Framing that perfect ass, she diligently scrubbed the floor. The snowy whiteness rocked back and forth despite the air conditioning in the room. Su Wenwei, who was working hard to scrub the floor, was sweating profusely as sweat dampened her slacks, revealing the outline of her chaps inside. Li Tuahai looked down on her from above, and surprisingly, he could still see her black bra. And, Hui, why are you here? He gulped. The Su Wenwei in front of him was really slutty. He unconsciously removed his shorts, even he didn't realize how he had become so bold. It was just too crazy. What Li Tuahai didn't know was that Su Wenwei could just see his movements through the reflection of the floor. Su Wenwei blushed like a peach. Didn't he even dare to raise her head? I lost a lot of money speculating on stocks. And when you said that you would give me 200,000 a month and let me be a nanny here, I came. 200,000? As a babysitter? Is this nanny her proper? Li Tuahai got up from the sofa and knelt behind Su Wenwei, suddenly stopping her slender waist with one hand and going to caress her cheek with the other. An electric current ran through Su Wenwei's entire body, and she was extremely frightened inside, struggling desperately. Hi, I'm your Aunt Hui. We can't do this. No. Li Tuahai jolted out of the couch, surrounded by empty people. The room was horribly empty. Damn. What's been going through my head all day? I wasn't like this before. I was a big sunny healthy boy before. No. I can't be blamed for this. It's them. It's all of them. They're the ones who seduced me. I'm too rich. All kinds of temptations come to me, and I really have a hard time resisting. It's too hard to resist. If you had $100 billion, would you be able to abide in the path of righteousness in the face of these temptations and the demons in your thinking? No. I can't help myself. At this moment, Li Tuahai had obviously been revolted by money, everything that has happened these days. Buying all the luxury current cars from Magic City's 4S stores, and at the drop of a hat, buying double 5-star hotels worth tens of billions of dollars. Buy all the nightclubs in Magic City. Buy the 100-year-old houses on Fuxing Road worth 600 million. The images of the luxury and the craziness in the car with the Rolls-Royce saleswoman are as vivid as a movie rewind. It's as if the warning mechanism deep within mankind is reminding him that one thought becomes a god. One thought to fall to the devil. No. How did I become this and not realize it? Wickedly impetuous. No. I'm going to change. Can't continue on the wrong path. He got up and hurried upstairs to the bathroom and was about to turn on the shower to take a shower when his eyes caught a random glimpse of something, only to see a pair of transparent thin black one-piece stockings is quietly hanging in the bath towel put on the iron shelf. Stockings leg most of the hanging in the air. Stockings body as thin as cicada wings. Exudes a trace of hazy temptation. This is the stocking that Tang Yinglin wore during the day? Chapter 33, Am I being played? Suddenly, the scene shifted. The bathroom was turned into a conference room in an office building. Tang Yinglin, dressed in an OL uniform and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat in a black swivel office chair. She clasped her hands to her chest and folded her two stocking jade legs. A cold rebuke suddenly broke the frozen to the freezing point of the atmosphere. The voice does not have too much emotion. Not angry, but there is a deep into the bone marrow of the cold. Let a person cannot help but heart trembling. Lee Pictures crushed us on all fronts. You guys, and you guys, doesn't anyone have a clue? As the words fell, all the men and women in the office buried their heads even lower, like tamed little pets. Li Tuahai stood outside the crowd in his black suit, a little bewildered, a closed part of his consciousness preventing him from noticing that anything was wrong. Bunch of losers. All get out of here. Li Tuahai stays. Tang Yinglin slammed her pink fist against the desktop, her temples bulging with veins as she pointed at the door with a chorus. After the others left the conference room, Tang Yinglin suddenly got up and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, how to punish you this time? No one's watching the new skit, and I thought you said you could do it." Li Tuahai stammered. I don't know. I'm trying very hard to find the reason. The next one must. And the next movie? This is your last chance. If you don't get me better data, see how I'll penalize you. On your knees. The female president, who was wearing black silk with her high heels hanging on her toes and swinging, suddenly slammed the table. This scared Li Tuahai. Ha, not right. I am not in the bathroom to take a bath. Asterisk. In my dreams and still let you bully me into submission. Pa. He took a big step forward, walked up to Tang Yinglin, and slapped her so hard that his gold-rimmed glasses flew off. Put. Tang Yinglin suddenly and perversely fell to her knees in front of him. Her slender hands wrapped around his waist and began to cry. Takumi, I'm so tired. Sitting in this position is really tiring. All the difficulties that can't be solved end up piling up on me. I'm sorry for scaring you just now. I'm a woman too, and I'm weak, and I want to have something to fall back on, but with so many bad people around, I have to be strong in disguise or they'll bully me. I'm scared. Really scared. This female president's cries made his heart soften in a flash, and Lee Tuahai lowered his head to look at it. Inexplicably blushing, Tang Yinglin chest of white shirt support strands, a OL package hip skirt, stockings, fine high heel these sexy decorations. Li Tuahai instantly gasped and blood surged. Ah! With his body shaking slightly, Lee Tuahai sat up violently from the sofa of the old ocean house. Dream within a dream. He was speechless, sitting on the couch out of his mind. It's the dream that's giving me a reminder. If I keep this up, I'm screwed. Suddenly, he raised his sword eyebrow, fiercely alert, and slapped himself vigorously. It hurt. Fiery pain. This real feeling. This lucid consciousness. It could not be a dream within a dream anymore. This isn't the world from Inception. This is reality. It is impossible for a man to be so conscious and have such lucid senses in a dream. Ding dong. The cell phone placed on the coffee table suddenly rang WeChat messages. This new iPhone 15 Pro Max. Orsume gave him it, saying that he's such a big boss that he still uses a broken screen phone must be a deliberate attempt to play it low-key. If the ordinary got ho, that must be the first to go to the luxury store. Buy what 6,500 a Paris House t-shirt. And then a brand name logo big brand. Foot limited AJ. Hey. Finally must then with a piece of hundreds of thousands of dollars of table, only a costume that was earthy to the core could satisfy his vanity. The words are all about proving to the outside world that I have money. Lee Tuahai disliked this. For one thing, he did get rich by virtue of his own ability, and secondly, it was very unsafe to show his wealth outside, and it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for him. Earlier he bought so many luxury cars, $10 billion hotels, nightclubs, and spilled cash on the nightclub DJ booth. All are mesmerized by sudden wealth without realizing it. $100 billion in a few days. In a few days. 100 billion. Not $1,000. He's alright. He hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, hasn't gone on to do anything illegal or criminal, and has punished the bad guys when he's seen them on the road. This is all counted as a good foundation for him. All because of the abundant blessings he had previously accumulated. God then granted him a dream within a dream to wake him up, to make him aware, to make him realize what he had done before. Lee Tuahai picked up the new cell phone Sume had given him. Takumi, why didn't you come to the hotel to find me last night? The presidential suite was ready, but you stood me up. Hubby bad. Randomly sent a seduction emoji with 3 hooked fingers followed by a very sexy photo. A maid's outfit with a very short hemline, paired with black silk and stiletto heels. Don't tempt me anymore. Me! Lee Tuahai practically roared out, the echoes reverberating through the empty old townhouse. Funk dash. The new cell phone Sume had given him was slammed into the wooden floor by him. The screen broke again. After awakening to his realization, he thought back on his crazy, ridiculous behavior over the past few days. He suddenly sensed that Jazabi had been lying to him all along. As a Rolls-Royce store manager, she has a great deal of sales knowledge. She's not even trying to figure out that he's as handsome as the readers over Daniel Wu. She's in it for the money, for resources, nothing else at all. She'd used her body's leverage over the past few days to reel him in like a fish out of water. He doesn't know it yet. I'm fucking screwed. Lee Tuahai recalled the details of Jazabi's time with him, and the voice and message that had just been sent to him. It's obvious that the people are stupid enough to get screwed themselves. Once a man gets in his head, he loses the judgment that a man should have and the sigma that characterizes a man. In this engagement between a man and a woman, he was clearly outclassed by a veteran with deep social experience, using a variety of routines. Set him up to buy a $14 million Rolls-Royce with a mistress who sleeps with random men, and afterwards you think it's cool that you conquered a woman with your money power? I lost completely. He settled his mind, picked up his cell phone with a striking shattered mark on the screen, found the clearing sutra, and turned on the external mode. The great Tao is formless and gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Tao is merciless and runs the sun and moon. The great way has no name. It grows and nourishes all things. I do not know its name, but its strong name is the way. True and constant response to things. True and constant attainment of nature. Constant response to constant tranquility. And constant tranquility being so pure, one gradually enters the true way, and having entered the true way, one is called attaining the way. Chapter 34, Are they all fucking playing me? In the middle of the night, I heard the clearing sutra playing outside downstairs. Tang Yinglin's eyes snapped open. She was cool in her twin purple silk nightgowns with 2 tiny straps hanging over both shoulders, and after haphazardly sprinkling on her slippers, she opened her bedroom door to the 3rd floor hallway. The hallway just happens to have a high view of the 1st floor. Ding dash. She took out her windproof lighter from the side of her silk nightgown and lit the thin cigar. The thick, tobacco-flavored light rising, Tang Yinglin held it between her 2 index fingers and put it next to her brightly colored lipstick-coated mouth to suck on it. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking with interest at Lee Tuahai who was meditating on the sofa, Gradually the corners of his mouth turned up. The successive ringing WeChat calls were like a stick wearing soft fur, scratching and scratching at his heart. The one who called him was the female store manager at the Rolls-Royce. As soon as the video call went off, all he could think about was Jazabi's prodigal appearance, disturbing his mind like a demon. After the bell stopped ringing, the contents of the clearing sutra echoed once again in the empty old townhouse. The heart is good at being quiet, and the desire to be quiet leads to it. If you can always dispel your desires, your mind will be purified. Clarify your mind, and your spirit will be clear. Undeterred, Jazabi put the video call back on the air. The voice of the Sutra of Clarity and Silence drowned out. To Lee Tuahai at this moment, the ringing was an endless temptation to his manly instincts. His expression was at times twisted and intolerable, at times calm, at times agitated, at times serene. Finally, the bell stopped ringing. In the empty old house, the only thing left is the old man with a clear mind, singing in an ethereal and melodious tone the old ancestor, the legacy of the precepts, standing in the third-floor corridor, holding the white porcelain fence with one hand and a detailed Cuban cigar in the other. Tang Yinglin, of course, knew what the bell meant. Of course I know what Lee Tuahai is struggling with at this time. Interesting. Surprisingly she laughed. This man really has me puzzled. It seems I underestimated him earlier. With the energy field, language, behavior, and everything else that his whole person exudes, he doesn't even look like a man who can take out $600 million in one breath. Where did he get the money? Looking at Lee Tuahai, whose expression tends to be calm and is meditating quietly, she mentally reads again. But, doesn't seem like the kind of man who is a very good cook. I really underestimated him earlier. All in all, some potential, but not much. Even with the resources of the Tang family, parachuted in to take over Tang Pictures, she could tell at a glance what segment the person in front of her was in. People can realize the same things on their way up, and the experiences are different. As far as Lee Tuahai's throwing away $600 million, not returning the price, and giving Auntie Hui $100,000 for her hard work are concerned, these details show that his money comes from an unknown source, or at least it is definitely not earned by him. Tang Yinglin turned around and went back to her bedroom, where she sat half sitting on the bed with her feet folded and put the burned-out cigar in the ashtray. The moonlight reflected on her face through the window. Lost in thought, the purified Lee Tuahai slowly opened his eyes. He realizes that earlier, it was all from his own point of view, looking at the people and things around him. So how did the person in question actually see it? What do those who compliment him really think? He was curious, with a thought. He opened the billions of inches of time and billions of inches of gold mall, and after roughly browsing through it, he found a communication equipment listening card. This card is similar to the personal privacy decryption card, in that the card is sold with 3 yellow question marks. Pricing is based on who is listening, and how important the listening information is to the host. He tapped to view the technological principles of this card, which showed that the system was based on listening to the subject's various communication devices, which were subsequently transmitted to the host's brain in real time in the form of microwaves. His still have this kind of technology? Lee Tuahai instantly suspected that his cell phone was also tapped. Sometimes he talked to the people around him, which involves some keywords, such as black silk. As a result, not a moment later, he picked up his cell phone, and all the various internet apps were pushing various styles of black silk to him. Mad. Do people have no personal privacy in the face of real technology? He used his mind to flip through the pages and found the personal privacy decryption card that he used last time, and after checking out the technological principles, his entire body was also taken aback. The system works through the memories stored in the hippocampus by the carded person, and finally, in the form of waves, realizes memory sharing with the host. When he shared Tang Yinglin's memories earlier, there was a section in real time that he found strange. That is, when Tang Yinglin was in contact with him, she was pandering to him, playing along with his perceptions and words and actions, in order to set out how such a rookie could have $600 million, and also ho-hum, no counteroffer. She previously took on the short adaptation of I've Got 9 trillions of dog-licking gold in the Tang Pictures short film program. At the time, she skimmed through the script, and only the godly hero in it would be this stupid. In reality, there is absolutely no such profligate existence. She suspects I have a system, acting me out, trying to trap me? Lee Tuahai suddenly reacted after looking back. He immediately glared. No, it can't be. This is reality, and even if the plot was more bloody, she wouldn't suspect the system. That was a pretty dangerous approach earlier, almost giving the slip. After typing in Tang Yinglin's name with his mind on the communication device listening card, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. It was Tang Yinglin's cold and intimidating voice. She's still up? She's secretly peeking at me from the shadows? Lee Tuahai looked up to the third-floor corridor, which was empty. Auntie Hui, did you find out? How did that man get his money? Lee Tuahai frowned. I didn't fucking tell you the name before? That man. So disdainful. Like hell I'm a little Karami, yes. I'm a godly hero with a system. Another sensual voice rang out. Su Wenwei, even her voice, had some kind of temptation to men. Mr. Tang. It's been checked. The source of funds is currently checked in two. One came from the forex trading platform MT4, and most of the other money from foreign virtual currency trading platforms. Tang Yinglin, who was leaning against the head of the bed, violently straightened up. Impossible. Could it be that the guy is also a forex big shot and a virtual coin big shot? Thousands of bitcoins in his hands? The foreign exchange market will not move hundreds of billions of bankers into the field. Virtual coins is comparable to the real estate capital plate. According to this, 600 million. Simply not even a hair. It's no different than a regular guy's 6 grand. Hearing this, Lee Tuahai's heart snickered. The system is still capable. But, what do you mean that man? That man. My name is Lee Tuahai. Chapter 1, this kid is pretending to be a pig. That can't be right. Tang Yinglin half sat on the bed. Her voice laced with a hint of weariness. She came back this time to go back to the place where she grew up and took a break, wanting to find some good memories from her childhood in this century-old house, in the streets and alleys around her, so that she can build up the strength of her mind to face the tricky things in front of her. Li Rui Long's matter wasn't resolved, and now Lee Tuahai pops up out of nowhere? To say that the moment they met, she had made a very accurate judgment about the man who was sitting on the first floor at the moment, just a rookie. Earlier Tangren Pictures had taken on a short drama project called I Have 9 Trillion Licked Dogs Gold, and she had probably roughly flipped through that script, and the guy looked like the stupid goddamned hero from it. It can be. When Su Wenwei checked out the source of funds for his extravagant $600 million and the purchase of the old ocean house, the person in front of her was surprisingly a bit unreadable to her. Forex market? Virtual coin market? How can that guy, who was only in his early 20s, be a bull in two fields that are so competitive and so talented at the same time? One should know that the slightly less talented ones, even if they took their lives and livers for the rest of their lives, would not be able to reach his volume. And that guy was talking and doing things that were so counterintuitive that it just felt weird. And a sex-crazed male who would meditate on the couch in the middle of the night and recite the Purification Sutra? And which person dares to be so blatant in front of outsiders, openly say those bad things? Still not afraid of outsiders how to look at him? Doubts. Too many doubts. Two diametrically opposed things converged in that man at the same time. Paradoxically, I also think it's impossible. His age, plus the temperament that his whole person exudes, his small actions and small details, none of them have that kind of feeling. Su Wenwei's voice came from the other end of the phone. She's been around a lot of billionaires who want to take her under their wing as a 35-year-old intellectual beauty, and has met a lot of rich people, often dealing with these strong people who were not rich and powerful. He had more or less practiced a pair of poisonous eyes, whether it was a strong person or not. She could sense it at a glance. I will observe and observe. Aunt Hui, can you come and help me? Tang Yinglin suddenly said. Li Rui Long. I don't like him. His Starry Sky media often goes against us, Tang Dynasty Pictures, and obstructs us openly and secretly. I'm pretty good mentally and coping-wise, and most of the time I'm able to make the best of it. But this time he really hit me in my 7 inches. Tang. Lin. What's wrong? Tell Aunt Hui. Su Wenwei knew that with her own ability, she couldn't solve Tang Yinglin's difficulties at all. She just needed a spiritual pillar by her side right now. You also know the relationship behind the Li family. After a number of our Tang Dynasty's short dramas were filmed, they were either not allowed to go through the review process at the broadcaster, or they were stuck in the review. It's so hard to wait for a short play to drop, and the market for that subject matter is overheated. It's a headache. Tang Yingling got up, removed a thin-branched Cuban cigar from the cigar cooler on the nightstand, and lit it.at this moment. The first floor of the old townhouse. Li Tuahai sat on the sofa and listened with his side ears. The content of the conversation between the two yokai upstairs was extremely clear and transmitted into his ears through the microwave. Sure enough, are acting with me. I told you. How can these high society people be so stupid? They're all just following me, pandering to me, and their hearts are as clear as a mirror. Earlier he was really mesmerized by the 100 billion. What does it feel like to be mesmerized? It's as if you are usually an extremely rational person, but the result is that a very colorful beauty falls from the sky in front of you, and you are forced to give in to all of the 18 martial arts, saying all sorts of flirty things, sexy outfits, and then people who are both beautiful and have substance just show this contrast in front of you. At that point, you have to say you still have a brain. Not that's more or less, well, not working. Li Tuahai recalled the things he had done earlier, buying luxury cars from all the 4S stores in Magic City, tens of billions of dollars of hotels, buying nightclubs, and buying over 100 million 100-year-old houses without haggling, which was indeed very stupid. Extremely stupid. But most people haven't had the feeling of making $100 billion in a few days. They cannot experience that feeling of sudden wealth. And it is mega rich. And all kinds of desires come to their mind. They cannot experience it. And they only know that they can stand in the shoes of a normal person and say that I can exercise self-control. And I am going to make $100 billion one day. And I can keep my sanity. The problem is that he doesn't have $100 billion at all. Maybe not even 1,000. And is still in debt. Ordinary people will always overestimate their ability to control themselves. The phone with the broken screen that was lying on the ground once again sounded the beep of a WeChat video call. Li Tuahai got up from the sofa, picked up the cell phone, and looked at the message on it. And it was really some more revealing and sexy selfie pictures. That every move, every look, revealed Jazabi's heart. He deleted Jazabi directly without saying a word. And this time, in the competition between men and women, he won completely. Grabbed his cell phone and just sat down on the couch. Immediately received Jazabi's application to become a friend, with a line of notes underneath. Honey, why are you deleting people? Is it a bad time to call you? I'm sorry. Lee Tuahai, who has awakened from the mire of indulgence, is not a saint, but he is at least able to distinguish which are good girls, which ones are bad, which ones really like him and care about him, which ones are just looking at his money, at the facilities they can offer him, or even say a step across the class ladder. Hubby, agree. I really like hubby. From the first time I met you. Looking at the newly sent note, Lee Tuahai smiled faintly. These words lie to those innocent boys. He may believe, may add back again, but he is impossible. He's a man who has made over $2 million on his own at the age of 24. Although it couldn't be compared to the heavenly prides of this world, it was by no means as rookie as Jia Shibei had imagined. If she really liked me, she wouldn't have offered a $14 million Rolls-Royce as a condition after sleeping with me. Objectively, it's nothing more than a trade-off of what each one wants. Agreed quickly. Lee Tuahai shook his head and decisively pulled back. He had felt the feeling of a person having $100 billion in a few days, and also tasted the backlash of money, and even saw too many women quickly loosening their own waistband because of money. I've also seen those upper-class people look beyond the obvious, and I've experienced the spiritual emptiness that comes after extreme indulgence. He got up and walked upstairs to the bathroom, the water from the shower over his head flushing not only the dirty body after the aphrodisiacal dream, but also the soul of that color-obsessed mind. Chapter 2, Middle-aged woman in a hospital corridor. Early the next morning, Lee Tuahai went to the hospital to visit Su Mei. He bought a serving of nutritious white porridge at a roadside breakfast stand, and since people with colds can't eat anything heavy with oil, he refused the small dumplings recommended by the owner. After breakfast, he also helped Su Mei, whose body was a bit weak and had been infused with fluids all night, to go to the restroom to use the toilet. Better? How's the caregiver you hired? Much better. Just still a little runny nose, Su Mei said. The nursing sister is very good, but that auntie is better. After you left, she came over and kept chatting with me, and was very heartbroken, saying that I had suffered. Auntie? Yeah, it's just an auntie, and I asked the nursing sister about it, and she said that auntie sits in the hallway of the hospital hallway every day, from morning till night. That's so weird. Don't you have to go to work? Perhaps retired. Lee Tuahai pulled out a few tissues from his pants pocket and handed them over, waiting for her at the door. On the way back, Su Mei quietly touched Lee Tuahai's arm and whispered, "Here we go again. It's really early." Lee Tuahai looked at the sound. The hospital corridor seats. Sitting on a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, dressed in a plain dress, holding a medical book and reading. "Good morning, auntie," Su Mei said in greeting. The middle-aged woman looked up and smiled amiably. "Good morning. Are you better today?" "That's much better. Thanks, auntie, for talking to me yesterday. My daughter is the same age as you." Auntie laughed. "Actually, there's no need for you to have it for today. Just go back and take some medicine and drink more hot water. Too many infusions can be harmful to your own immune system." As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat walked over and said with a gloomy face, "Lan Yefeng, you've been expelled from the hospital. What does my patient have to do with you? Nosy." After he finished speaking, he piled on a smile and looked at Su Mei, asking, "How are you feeling?" 2 more days of fluids and you can be discharged." Lee Tuahai raised his hand and pulled out his ear, saying, "No more infusion today. Discharge home to raise." "Oh, you are his boyfriend, right? We are like this. This cold have to be cured at the root. If you go back to the cold again, aggravated, you come back. This person is not suffering?" The male doctor was full of smiles and said in a peaceful manner, "Say you won't lose." Lee Tuahai looked at Su Mei. "Baby, you go back to sleep for a while. I'll chat with auntie." The male doctor hated Lan Yefeng and left with great displeasure through conversation. Lee Tuahai learned that the aunt in front of him had been in the hospital corridor for more than 900 days. She was originally the head of the hospital's ultrasound department and had a bright future, but she's openly antagonizing the hospital, because hospitals, in order to make profits, have directly linked doctors' salaries to patient fees. And some doctors have even resorted to over-medication for the sake of performance, can be injected never let the patient take drugs, can be operated on never let the conservative treatment, moving blood to do ultrasound, Lan Yefeng said. Every now and then you have myocarditis. Every now and then you have coronary artery disease. And there's actually no problem at all. It's even the case that when a physical exam reveals cholesterol crystals, you're admitted to the hospital and your gallbladder is cut. Lee Tuahai was surprised. Just casually cut the gallbladder? What is that in itself? How would doing it harm the patient? Lan Yefeng called back. It's just cholesterol crystals. It doesn't need to be operated on. It just needs to be observed. And the damage will definitely be there because it's a surgery. This includes laparoscopy, which, if anything, causes abdominal adhesions that are likely to affect the patient's fertility. As the backbone of the hospital, although Lan Yefeng's medical skills, recognized by the hospital and patients, but the hospital for the sake of efficiency, brought about by the problem of excessive medical care, but her conscience is tortured. I will not eat the health and well-being of my patients. In about 20 years, the beds went from 300 to 600. The staff went from 300 to 600. But our revenue doubled from about $20 million to $420 million. At first, taking into account the interests of my colleagues, I could only keep silent, until one day a patient came in, and before the test results even came out, the hospital scheduled 2 surgeries for him, and after the films came out, I realized that there was nothing wrong with him at all, from his lower limbs to his heart. Lan Yefeng said, I just want him not to suffer again. Surgery because I need to sign. I read the casebook. The patient is Beichuan, is a survivor of the earthquake. I said at the time that this word I cannot sign, and the hospital tore his face. Later, when the patient was discharged from the hospital, some of her colleagues ran to her office to cause trouble, abusing and assaulting her. This patient was discharged? Director Lan, you're going to bring the hospital down. You're the only one who knows about medical safety? Get out. This incident, she angered the leadership and offended her colleagues, and from then on, she became an anomaly in the hospital, isolated by everyone. Later, the hospital said that a patient had complained about her, saying that she had repeatedly shirked patients, and the hospital gave her the harshest punishment, leaving the hospital to stay on duty. Lan Yefeng was angry, refused to comply. The hospital simply changed the locks on her office, trying to force her to leave voluntarily, in order to prevent the hospital from catching the evidence of her minors. She had no choice but to stay in the corridors of the hospital again for more than 900 days. During this period, whether it was colleagues who struggled together in the past, or the juniors she promoted, all the colleagues she knew were collectively silent. Then the hospital found some reason to organize a vote of all the employees to fire her completely. Her husband was in the same hospital as her. In order not to implicate her husband, but also for the sake of her children, she took the initiative to file for divorce, leaving her house clean, and living on a basic salary of a few $100s a month. Lan Yefeng looked at Lee Tuahai, his tone a little choked. My life is still alive. In reality I have nothing left. My happiness, my dignity, my salary, everything starts from zero. I'm 54 years old this year. I knew I was going to have a tragic ending, but still, I didn't expect it to be like today. It's beyond my imagination. They can defeat mine and destroy everything in me, but my mind and spirit remain. Sitting outside the hospital corridor, Lee Tuahai listened to the story of this aunt in front of him. Indignant, touched, desolate, all kinds of emotions intertwined together. He who carries the wages of the many shall not let them freeze to death in the wind and snow. He who opens the way to freedom, let him not be stranded in the thorns. He who is the life of the people, let him not fall into obscurity. Injustice to one is a threat to all, because you don't know when this injustice will come to you. Li Tuahai looked at Lan Yefeng and said, Dr. Lan, you're a good doctor with a conscience. It's fate that God arranged for you and I to meet. You go home now, and I'll take care of your business. Lan Yefeng lives on a few $100s of dole per month, and the long period of mental anguish and hardship has brought her close to collapse. She looks at Lee Tuahai with numb eyes, and then replaces them with a kind smile. Young man, thank you. Ah, hey. She sighed a long sigh, buried her head, and continued to read the medical books in her hand. Chapter 3, His father? Who's his dad? Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the first mainline mission. Current mainline mission progress, 1/100. There will be asset rewards after completing the mission, including but not limited to real estate, hotels, cash, restricted use, restaurants, car companies, clothing brands, business districts, etc. All matters will be handled properly by the system. Crash the secret card, ma'am. You don't want this secret to be known, do you? Physical strengthening points bonus, including physique, spirit, strength, agility, etc. More rewards waiting to be randomly triggered upon completion of the mission. Mainline mission? 10,000 grass mud horses crashed in Lee Tuahai's heart. Truth be told, after obtaining the Divine Hero system, he secretly went to the Point Lady and opened a book called I, Top Divine Hero. Mainly don't know the suffering of the world now that I've written 36 chapters. The system tells me that I've triggered the main quest? This is simply a chronicle of an ordinary person obtaining the Divine Hero system. There isn't any novel that has been written up to chapter 36 before the main quest comes out. I've bought the whole company Starbucks before. I've gone to educate the dog-eared pseudo-upperclassmen. I've stopped rich kids at nightclubs from forcing themselves on the chicks that other people bring to them. And isn't that opposing the suffering of the human race? Isn't that the main line? Ding! Regarding the host's exposition, this system detects it as a poor quality act of pretending to be a facepuncher, which can be rewarded, but it does not belong to the category of the main line. And if it is included in the main line, it is really an insult to this system. This system's factory set character, puritanical. You're puritanical. You're marvelous. Lee Tuahai was speechless, but then he thought about it. Who in this world knows the main line of their life right from the start? Most people are multitudes, running and hustling to survive, and may go their entire lives without triggering their main quest. He was already a lucky one in a billion for triggering the main line and also obtaining the system. Ding! The host's balance of 86.7 billion balance has been frozen. From now on, all of the host's money can only be used for charitable endeavors or spent in the system mall. What? It can only be used for charity or spent in the system mall? Lee Tuahai's entire body instantly went bad. Balance of over $80 billion on the account can only go to charity? Can only spend in the system mall? Why don't we just change the title of the book to 10 billion godly men? The system forces me to be a saint. Okay, so, what about the money I earned on my own? Ding! There can also only be the above two spending channels, or else this system will define your previous profligate spending. The source of funds, as dirty money, God if you come out, you'll pay back sooner or later. Tens of billions of dollars of balance over your account, but you can only do charity and spend it in the system mall? I'm still broke, gotta. Why don't we just change the title of the book to God's Hero, a white whoring career starting with charity? Child, are you alright? Lan Yefeng closed the book and looked at Lee Tuahai with worry. You look a bit pale. It's okay, auntie. I'm going out for a smoke. Lee Tuahai got up. His thoughts were a bit disorganized right now. Meanwhile, on the corridor seat about 10 meters away from him, a man wearing a duck-tongue cap and playing King's Glory glanced at him with his afterglow when he saw him get up. On his cell phone screen, his teammates sent messages cursing. Ing Zhang, are you fucking blind? I'm in the middle of the river and I'm being attacked by two opponents, getting caught by the opposite two. You stay under the fucking tower. The man directly cut the screen finger on the slide. Quit the game. Dialed a phone and whispered, Mr. Tang. The target did not go to the club today, nor did he go to a rendezvous with his lover. He talked to a middle-aged woman in the hospital all morning. On the other side of the phone, Tang Yinglin is in the office to turn over the documents. Phone calls, busy, Bluetooth headset to hear what the private detective said. Willow eyebrows clustered, body instantly frozen. She was still wearing her professional OL outfit today, a white blouse on top and a black wraparound skirt underneath, with a thin waist that made her hips look full. Both thighs were a little fleshy from being squeezed by the chair. The legs were wrapped in thin, cicada-like black pantyhose, and under the jade feet was a pair of black high heels. It's perverse. Keep an eye on him and see what he's up to. There must be something wrong with this Lee Tuahai. Associated with the source of funds for his purchase of a $600 million mansion. Forex platforms, virtual currency platforms, add to that is just early 20s. These things simply don't converge on one person at the same time. Intense curiosity drove her to make sure she got to the bottom of it. Master Tang had also called her not long ago, explaining the reason why he wanted to sell the old townhouse despite her objections. Mainly because according to his years of experience in the jungle, a man who is usually in this condition must have a powerful father behind him. When one came across this kind of existence where dragons traveled the world, even if one could not become his friend, one could not become an enemy with him, mostly to give face to the old man behind him. In the hospital stairwell, Lee Tuahai sat on the empty steps, taking a drag on his cigarette. To say that earlier he could dispose of that money at will. The bottom of his heart was still very strong, and he could help Lan Yefeng support and solve the problem. But now, it can be said that he can't use any cash for private use, which is an extremely big limitation in this society. It is difficult to move around without money. A cigarette is smoked. A cigarette is lit again. And some cigarette but soon pile up next to a pair of flip-flops. Yeah, how can I be completely dependent on the system? Doesn't that make me look like a loser? Well, at least I've made over $2 million at the age of 24. So let's see how I can use the chips at hand to play with these old geezers who are worth tens of billions of dollars and be done with it. Sun Tzu's Art of War: if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. What is behind him? He forgot. Let Su Mei help him to buy a book on behalf of the Beijing East on another day, and then turn to look at it, read Sun Tzu's Art of War and savor the life of Tuahai. Open the system mall. Li Tuahai's mind moved. A semi-transparent system panel appeared in front of his eyes, and he skillfully found the communication equipment listening card, and after typing in the 3 words Gu Half City, he spent $10 billion to pay for it successfully the next second. Su Half City in the office screen, 4K Blu-ray display on the panel. Stereo surround sound. The system hacked the cameras on his cell phone, surveillance and all other video recording devices. Gu Half City sat behind a large desk. Under the desk there was a half-kneeling lying between his legs charming woman, wearing black framed glasses, neckline wide open, narrow skirt, black silk high-heeled, a secretary dress. Hey, damn, Gu Hong, your father is having an affair with the secretary. Li Tuahai had just finished chanting, when he turned his head and thought, as a $10 billion big shot, isn't this normal? What really shocked him was that even in this way, Gu Half City didn't forget to handle the work. Serves him right for being so rich. Gu Half City had a sullen face and was talking to someone with a thick-rooted cigar between his 2 fingers. Did you find out? What's that kid's background? The family is from the northern Xiong'an area, and both parents are fruit farmers, and it's 2,000 acres, and it's pretty big. Fruit farmer? Gu Half City's body instantly leaned forward, followed by his old face, slapping the secretary, after the female secretary retreated. His hand, which was clasping a cigar, waved excitedly in the air. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Keeping a low profile and hiding your identity is just that. The more powerful the background, the more watertight they do in this regard. I have more experience with that than you do. Chapter 4. The schemer bows into the game. After Gu Half City hung up the phone, he sat in front of his desk with a sullen face, without figuring out the opponent's bottom card. He would never make a rash move. Tens of billions of dollars in hotels said to be bought, and the guy who bought it still looks like a retard who only pretends to punch people in the face? It doesn't make sense and is logically contradictory. He had 2 guesses about the nonsensical situation at hand. Either Li Tuahai has a father with a heavenly background behind him, and this time he went out into the community, completely microaggression, going out to exercise and exercise, too rich to know what the perception and logic of ordinary people is like. Either that or the kid isn't as dumb as he seems, and he's just pretending to be a pig in a poke. Li Tuahai's image in his mind gradually became magnificent, evil, making him puzzled, and even a bit like the kind of TV drama that lives until the end to be exposed. The super villain. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Gu Half City was in deep thought when he was suddenly startled by this ancient morning caller alert. After seeing the caller ID, his heart thumped even more. Li Tuahai? What's he calling me for? Ha ha ha. Mr. Li, why did you remember to call me? Do you want to come to the company to have fun? Find a few female anchors for you to choose. A very serious voice came from the other end of the phone. No more previous frivolity. Just like a different person. Okay, Mr. Gu. Just don't cater to my preferences. Play with you for a bit, and take it seriously? Gu Half City's face changed violently, and sure enough, some kind of speculation within him was verified. I know exactly what you think of me in your heart, Li Tuahai said. Hearing the other party say this, Gu Half City felt even more elusive. This time to find you, is to let you help. I want to do something small in the central hospital. Do you have any hospital contacts? Do a favor. Matchmaking, when the time comes you have to be there, Li Tuahai said, without waiting for Gu Half City to reply. He continued, this time, when I went out, I wanted to have fun in society with my own abilities. With that, he hung up the phone. Li Tuahai, who was sitting in the stairwell, repeatedly took several deep breaths, which calmed the excitement in his heart. The first time I lied in front of a tens of billions of dollars big brother. This kind of hard-headed nervousness, the general public cannot experience. Can you do Lan Yefeng's business without money? Yes. However, it is necessary to use the 108th game of the 8 Generals of the Thousand Gates, the game of Lend Your Name. Historical allusion to the story of Niu Xingru, a bottom-feeding fart, who, through this game, borrowed the hands of Hanyu, the master's discourse, and Huang Puchik to open up the situation, and step by step, sat down to be the prime minister of the current dynasty. After waiting in the stairwell for about 10 minutes or so, 3 more cigarette butts were added to the side of Li Tuahai's slippers. A reply so soon? Gu Half City said, Mr. Li, the person has already been contacted for you. Do you think it's appropriate when we go to see the dean? Right now. You guys come to the center hospital now. Li Tuahai didn't care if the other party had the time or not, and hung up directly after the notification. On the other hand, Gu Half City called the female secretary in from his office, just closing the door behind him. He couldn't wait to carry the woman up to his desk. After 2 minutes passed, the female secretary wiped her mouth and retreated. Gu Half City raised his hand to stabilize his gold-rimmed glasses, and the negative emotions he had been held by a hairy child dissipated. He made the call and was amenable to making an appointment with the other person half an hour later. In the inpatient department of the Central Hospital, a lengthened Mercedes Maybach gradually parked in front of the door. The driver in the black suit hurriedly got out of the car and pulled open the door for Gu Half City, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt with a big belly, the dean, who had greeted them in advance, saw the people and was busy coming forward to shake hands with both of them in turn. Welcome, welcome. Speak over tea in the office. After the group got on the elevator, Gu Half City forced himself to hold back his inner violence and sent a message. Mr. Lee, we've arrived at the hospital. At that moment, Lee Tuahai sat down in the stairwell, drew out the last cigarette in his cigarette case and lit it. Opened the system mall. After scanning through the card bar, he found the personal criminal information privacy card, with evidence that he was somewhat impressed with last time such privacy cards, which are all pretty much the same principle. Leave evidence of the crime by hacking all electronic devices of the person to whom the card is applied. Meetings while the crime was in progress would put away cell phones and would go to a box without any electronic devices, but implementation plans always rely on cell phone communication, right? If you don't pay attention to it normally, it will always leak out, right? In this world, paper can't hold fire, and there is no impermeable wall. Tion false light. After entering the name, the 3 yellow question marks on the personal criminal information privacy card, attached exhibit, instantly display a number 5 in billions. Immediately afterward, the system interface pulled up 100 pages of crime information. This old thing, over 100 pages of criminal records, hasn't been caught and is still alive and kicking. When you meet me, it's justice from heaven. 3 years old, watching sexy short-skirted women on black and white TV, sticking his little head to the floor, trying to peek under people's skirts, and stealing kisses from the beautiful women on TV, getting electrocuted by static electricity. 5 years old, dug a hole in the wall of the women's restroom and peeped with the campus punks. Didn't see it. The moralistic dean, playing small still has this kind of bad taste? Lee Tuahai felt very downhead, very speechless. Get me to locate to Tian Pseudo Light using the information record of office crime. With a thought, the system interface immediately retrieved precise information, 12 pages in total, accompanied by audio recordings, video recordings, witnesses and other details. Copy function is also available. Li Tuahai roughly look at the eye. Anyone, to be placed in ancient times, that is the great crime of extermination of 9 families. You, a dean, for 30 years, have embezzled a combined total of more than $5 billion? Hundreds of properties in your name, and hundreds of parking spaces? This level of corruption was still beyond his perception as an ordinary person. What if I show my cowardice and get found out in a while? There shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, there is Gu Half City to give me a backing, and looking at his face, other people won't dare to say anything. Thinking of this, Lee Tuahai calmed his nervousness. He took a sharp drag on his cigarette, frowned, threw the butt to the floor and stomped it out with his slipper, and headed upstairs toward the dean's office. At the moment, in the dean's office, there are 2 $10 billion men sitting, a big brother from the health system. The 3 of them sipped their tea, spoke pleasantries to each other, and spent their precious time waiting with inward anxiety for the hero of this meeting. Li Tuahai stood in front of the office and took a deep breath to cheer himself up. The schemer enters the game with his body, and lifts the chess piece to win half a piece of heaven. Mr. Righteousness, charge. He pushed open the door and smiled at the 3 old gremlins who stared at him in unison, and apart from Gu Half City, the other 2 old guys had shocked looks flickering across their faces after seeing him for the first time. Li Tuahai walked in his slippers to a white single sofa and sat down, crossing his legs and pressing down on his toes, crossing his arms and looking at the trio with a relaxed look in his eyes. I called you here this time, mainly to make a point. Chapter 5, the man is gone in the front foot, the dean is caught in the back foot. One is the hospital's over-medication problem, and the other is Comrade Lan Yefeng's personal problem. At the mention of Lan Yefeng, the smile on Tian Fangguang's face instantly stiffened. Back in '08, when the hospital decided to use the earthquake money for renovation and upgrading, Lan Yefeng's ultrasound department purchased a color ultrasound machine worth $2.35 million. He embezzled $850,000 from it, and used an old O5 worth $1.5 million. A defective thing. To spam IT was rejected and complained by Lan Yefeng. If it were not for his backstage, he would have gone in a long time ago. Similarly, if it were not for his backstage, he would not have turned step by step into the corrupt predator he is now. Lee Tuahai picked up the teacup on the small table, blew the tea leaves on it, and took a small sip. This feeling of playing official was kinda cool. He was addicted to acting without realizing it. And he quickly got into the role and didn't get nervous. I suggest that the hospital set up a charitable foundation to implement a help program for patients with genuine family difficulties. And as for the president of this foundation, it will be Comrade Lan Yefeng. Tian Fangwang didn't give Li Tuai face right off the bat, because he has not seen and does not know that a loser casually buys a $10 billion hotel building, casually buys the current cars of all the luxury car 4S stores in Mordor, casually buys the top nightclubs in Mordor. This was beyond the perception of ordinary people. Even tens of billionaires like Guhaf City are therefore. Even if the young man in front of him, wearing short sleeves and shorts and double flip-flops, did not look like a rich man, in the face of the aforementioned profligate fact, Guhaf City did not dare to say anything more. He would only wonder to himself if he was lacking in imagination for a male from such a top-tier background. You know, there are many big families around the globe too. The old Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the big families that have been around for hundreds of years. And even most of the shares in the banks belong to them. Casually buying a $10 billion hotel is the same concept as an unusual person going grocery shopping in the morning, but as far as Li Tuahai's current appearance was concerned, right, it was really hard for him to associate him with this kind of centuries-old prosperous family's male son. Together. Let's just say we'll watch and see. Tian Fangwan laughed and didn't even look at Li Tuai, but instead asked the intermediary, Gu Hafchang, who is this talented man's your honor? The old cadre of the health system, who was sitting on the sidelines, was busy dryly coughing twice. He naturally understood, and was not allowed to ask, nor was it convenient to put it into the open. That's mostly big people. It's like this, Mr. Lee. Setting up this charitable foundation in the hospital. It's not impossible, but helping the patients also needs money. As the words fell, the four people in the office understood in their hearts, who should pay for this foundation? How much? How much should be given to this kind of family each year? As soon as money was mentioned, and then when Li Tuahai's previous profligate behavior was recalled, Guhaf City felt that this matter was proper. At their level, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. This, Dean Tian, you can rest assured about the money. Our Mr. Li. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tuahai hastily interrupted. It's that not a single penny will be paid out. When these words came out, the three people in the office were all shocked. This is to ask for help, but do not want to pay? This is not robber logic? Tian Fangwan's face suddenly changed. His entire face directly collapsed. What do you mean? What do you mean? Li Tuahai calmly sipped a mouthful of tea. He had to act out the feeling of a big shot who was unchanged by the collapse of a mountain. After putting down his teacup, he said calmly, I think the money for the foundation has to come from Dean Tian, as a way to help you accumulate some mean virtue. Li Tuahai thought very clearly. Regardless of whether Tian Fuguang is out of this money or not, this cannonball he is determined to light. The net of justice is wide open. What did you say? Tian Fangwan excitedly stood up from the sofa. Gu Hafcheng, who was sitting on the side, took a look. This is the feeling that the negotiation is going to collapse. He is not a saint. This money can easily be hundreds of millions of dollars, and there is no way that he will be able to pay it. He could only hasten to round up the scene, saying, this, the family of good deeds. There will be a surplus of happiness. Dean Tian, first, do not get excited. All things, sit down and slowly discuss. Let's look at this foundation thing first. How can we make it work for both sides? Seeing that Guhaf City was giving so much face, Tian Fuguang, who was still confused and couldn't even fathom Li Tuahai's situation, calmed down and sat back on the sofa. Seeing that both sides had calmed down, Gu Halfway was relieved. There's nothing to discuss. This money must come from Dean Tian. Li Tuahai twisted his head, carelessly taking another sip of tea. As if he couldn't figure out what was going on, he set off the fuse of the explosive packet that he had managed to stomp out again. On what grounds? Why should I pay for this money? When it came to his own interests, even if this little brother in front of him had a strong background, Tian Fangwan had to argue with reason. Why you should? Li Tuahai grabbed the Celadon porcelain teacup on the table and threw it fiercely to the ground to break it. His entire person suddenly exploded. A far cry from his previous image of a good old boy. Wet tea leaves were mixed in with the broken china pieces and scattered all over the floor. In his heart, he was secretly happy. This is the proctor. Is completely addicted to acting. The other three, however, were stunned. Dare to damn so for people. That family is bound to have a heavenly background. Originally, I thought Tian Fuguang would also stand up and lash out, tearing his face off and maybe even fighting. As a result, this Tian false light was subdued because he fell like this, and sat on the sofa and completely wilted, even moderating his attitude quite a bit more than before. This is another leading figure in the entertainment industry and a veteran cadre in the health system, straddling two fields that don't intermingle at all. Plus this kid's attitude. The strength behind it speaks for itself. This Mr. Lee, I think the matter is still debatable. Allow me to consider it for a few days. Dean Tian got up and said, I'm still busy with important matters on my side. Let's meet again next time. Lee, see off the guests. The assistant standing at the door walked into the office with a very polite smile on his face. Leaders this way please. Lee Tuahai got up, shook his head, and let out a long sigh. You're useless even if you're given the chance with that. He went downstairs with Gu Half City and the three of them parted after a few polite words at the door. People just left. Lee Tuahai hid in a deserted place in the hospital and dialed the police. Hey, I report. The director of the central hospital, huge embezzlement and bribery. I now have a large amount of evidence in hand. Okay, good. The responding officer said, we'll arrange for a dispatch on our end right away. And the SWAT team will get in touch with you when they arrive. Good, good. Like this kind of social old fart. You have to hurry up and arrest him. Do not let him continue to disturb the social atmosphere. Lee Tuahai added before hanging up the phone. More than 10 minutes later, just as Gu Half City and the old cadres of the health system were on their way back, 3 police cars brushed against his Maybach. A SWAT black van in front, followed by 2 police cars, headed toward the central hospital. Gu Half City frowned. His years of experience in the Jianghu allowed him to notice that something was very wrong. After sending off the old cadres of the health system, he hurriedly called to ask an acquaintance about the status of the central hospital, and the other person said in a dull tone, Tian Fuguan was arrested in his office, and the evidence is conclusive. Incontinent, Lee Tuahai left on the front foot, and Tian Fake Guan was arrested on the back foot. Gu Half City's heart thumped and his back undershirt went cold. He dialed a phone in some panic. Mr. Lee, the foundation's money. I'm out. Chapter 6, I really can't sing? Reward arrives. The reasons for being poor are many and varied, and the reasons for being rich are all the same. As a $10 billion big shot, Gu Hanqing's execution is really something. The next day, the Central Hospital's charitable foundation project landed. He organized the hospital vice president, staff. The first batch of patients supported by the foundation held a landing ceremony. Li Tuahai was invited and looked at the dress in front of the mirror. A spelling yukata short shirt and shorts with a pair of slippers. Up and down it adds up to over $100. Because of his previous debts, he hadn't bought any clothes for a long time. Even after obtaining the godly hero system, in order to pretend to be a pig in a poke, pretending to be a bully, he didn't go to a luxury goods store like the godly hero and buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes to put on in a rustic manner. Takumi, do you really want to wear this to the speech? It's better to dress formally. Sume stood behind him. No fluids and her cold was much better. Li Tuahai would like to wear a customized suit or something, but he doesn't have one. The more than $80 billion rewarded by the system were all sealed, and even the money he earned could only be used for charity, or spent in the system mall. Money is no different to him now than waste paper. Let's go. I'll take you to buy one. You're my boyfriend. It's disgraceful for me to dress like this. Sume stepped forward and hooked his arm. Then she was ready to head to SKP Mall. SKP is a high-end shopping district where all kinds of big brands gather and spend tens of thousands of dollars at random. Li Tuahai now still have a lot of fixed assets, but can also be said to be penniless. Going to SKP? Who pays the bill? Sume. I had some problems in my business, and my assets were frozen. I'm broke right now. Sume first froze, then her small head came into his arms, tilted her head and laughed. You still have me? I'll raise you. This is not good to eat soft rice. Lee Tuahai surfaced some difficult, but the heart is happy to know, but there are a lot of big wrong species, would rather their own savings point, but also to let the girlfriend high consumption. As a result, in the end, not only did not even hold a hand, but in the rich second generation after the split, the other left a sentence. Do not swollen face, fat. Now there are such beautiful girls who are willing to offer to spend money on themselves. It's still a great feeling. Okay, let's not buy too expensive. Just go buy a set of executive jacket, general leather shoes, low-key and stable. Lee Tuahai said, buy whatever Takumi says to buy, and whatever Takumi likes Sume will buy for him. Sume was happy. She had previously thought that Lee Tuahai was just a dude, a young boy who floated around after getting rich and very objectified women. Later, I found out that he turned out to be so caring, a knife to the heart, very righteous and caring. It's just a little bit more colorful. Suddenly, the image on the stone table in the old townhouse flashed through her mind, and a scarlet blush crossed her face. But it's kinda exciting. What's the point of being honest when men aren't bad? After buying an executive jacket, putting on a pair of glasses and holding a transparent thermos with tea in his hand, Lee Tuahai really had a feeling of being an old cadre. After Sume drove the Paramara carrying Lee Tuahai to the central hospital, the leaders of the meeting place, the hospital staff, and the patients supported by the foundation looked at the pink sports car in unison. Li Tuahai, wearing an executive jacket and holding a thermos cup, got out of the back seat. and Gu Half City hurriedly greeted him. That's not daring to be a bit slow. Yesterday's news of Dean Tian's arrest was like a sword of Damocles suspended over his head, and he had several nightmares in succession at night. Mr. Lee, just waiting for your ribbon-cutting speech. The ceremonial lady in the cheongsam was holding a tray with a pair of scissors on it. Li Tuahai picked up the scissors, stood in front of a section of red silk, facing a crowd of employees at the venue, and said, I announce that John Doe, the charitable foundation, is officially established. The people of goodwill in this world are all nameless, but we must not let these nameless people, drown in the sea of nothing. These ones? Li Tuahai laughed darkly. Ha ha, this is getting into the act. Sitting in the guest seat, Lan Yifeng tears, when she saw this person on the stage, is previously with her in the building to talk to the young man, first shocked, and then very pleased, secretly sigh, really young and talented. Successor she has received a comrade from the hospital to be the president of this charitable foundation and to manage the support program for poor patients. After the ribbon cutting, Li Tuahai announced the official start of the landing ceremony. The stage at the center of the venue. A group of elementary school students, surrounded by red scarves, sang Grateful Heart together, with accompanying sign language, singing with vigor and love on earth. Everyone on stage listened intently as the song was loud and powerful. Then there were some singing and dancing performances, positive energy speeches to share, and poetry readings. Soon it was time for the end of the conference. This time, Gu Half City walked towards the stage, holding the microphone, and said, the establishment of the John Doe Foundation cannot be separated from Mr. Lee's dedicated support. Let's let Mr. Lee sing a song for everyone, shall we? Singing? Li Tuahai heart thumped. He cannot do the most is to sing. Previously in the KTV singing sailor, that is who listened to who was silent. This Gu Half City is a bit of a needle in a sheep's clothing, communicating a personal vendetta. It's just for you to allocate $100 million a year to support the foundation's programs. You're a billionaire. Why are you so stingy? Sing one. Sing one. Sing one. Driven by Gu Half City, everyone turned their heads and their gazes fell on him. Li Tuahai was embarrassed and intimidated to go on stage, his face reddening with shame at the thought of making a fool of himself on stage. Just then, a familiar system beep sounded. The true top tier of gods and heroes are not the richest, the ultimate indulgence of their desires, the existence of profligate spending. Rather, they can have great love in their hearts, and while enjoying themselves to the fullest, they can still think of the toiling masses, and can still contribute their share to the society. Anonymous Charity Foundation landed successfully. Congratulations to the host for completing the first mainline mission. Current mainline progress 1%. Special rewards, 1 Oriental Pearl Hotel, 1 bumped secret card, 1 physical attribute enhancement point, master level singing, master level piano level, 5 rewards in a row, and so many different ones? Isn't that much better than just awarding cash? After the rewards were given out, the vast amount of memories and muscle memory about singing and piano all flooded into Li Tuahai's brain. He stood up and said extremely calmly, since everyone is calling for it so loudly, let's sing one. When you walk up to the stage, there happens to be a piano in the corner. Li Tuahai sat down in front of a leather stool, his slender 10 fingers resting lightly on the black and white keys. An Eason's Lone Ranger for everyone, accompanied by his nimble fingers leaping on the keys. The melodious melody echoed throughout the venue. All, it's bravery, the cut on your forehead, the difference you make, the mistakes you make, all, no need to hide, your worn-out doll, your mask, your ego. Only the second line of the song, the crowd on the stage are wet eyes. Sung so well, I did not expect the stage Mr. Lee heart so good, even sing so well. The magnetic voice, coupled with the fact that he set up the foundation despite all the obstacles, moved the crowd on stage. They say to tame every monster with light. They say to sew up your wounds. No one loves a clown. The singers don't have a heart, but the listeners do. Gu Half City listened to the lyrics, and when she thought of the fallen Dean Tian, her heart was in a state of fear for the man who was forgetting to sing on the stage. Suddenly, thump! Li Tuahai slammed the keys twice and the chorus ended. He thought back to his earlier indebtedness, to his earlier days of profligate indulgence, to his earlier days when any lousy woman would go to his head as long as she looked good, to his own saddening, abusive past. Emotions come like a raging storm. The song was like a beam of light that carried him through a heavily clouded past and led him to a brand new future. Love the way you walk alone in dark alleys. Love the way you don't kneel. Love the way you've confronted despair and refused to cry a single tear. Love you for your tattered garments, but dared to gamble on fate's gun. Love you for being so much like me, nicked and dagged all the same. Go, worthy, this ragged cloak, wore, stand, with the humblest of dreams, to the whimpering and roaring of that dark night. Who says it's the hero who stands in the light? Chapter 7, he's 99.9% problematic. The moment. At the very back of the venue, A man in a ducktail hat quietly recorded images from the stage, then quickly take the recorded video and send it to your gold master. Tangent Pictures building. A video was playing on the large display. Tang Yinglin was wearing a slim-fitting suit with a deep V neckline and a slim waist, and her lower body had a straight black sheath dress, flesh-colored stockings, and black thin-heeled pointed high heels. This Lee Tuahai is really getting more and more puzzling. Looking at Lee Tuahai on the stage, his body swayed gently with the rhythm of the music seemingly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole person was intoxicated in the moving melody, holding a champagne glass in her left hand. Tang Yinglin closed her pair of beautiful eyes and fell into a trance as she listened to the climax of Lone Ranger. They say to quit your madness is like wiping away the dirt. They say the price of going up the steps is to bow down. The magnetic and affectionate voice reminded Tang Yinglin of her current situation, and she couldn't help but open her mouth, which was smeared with expensive lipstick, and softly chimed in. A soft, sensual humming echoed through the office, a uniquely feminine and gentle sound that was strongly at odds with the rumored frosty demoness of the outside world. Going up the steps at the cost of bowing down? Suddenly, the ringing of her cell phone pulled her away from Lee Tuahai's heartfelt song. Li Rue Long. You're dreaming. I, Tang Yinglin, will be a widow for the rest of my life? Or I will go and raise a male university. But I won't marry you. Raising a man is big. But of course it's said in anger. She just wanted to drive Li Rue Long crazy and see him lose control and freak out. Ever since she returned to China, the Tang family and the Li family had set up a marriage contract under her grandfather's verbal promise, and Tang Yinglin was dead set against it, but couldn't stand the pressure from her entire family. At a time when the market was so competitive, if the Tang family did not marry the Li family, the interests of the various family members of the 7 great aunts would be greatly affected. What's the point of sacrificing the marital happiness of 2 juniors for the sake of profit? Li Rue Long fell in love with Tang Yinglin, a female president whose looks and figure and ability are all first class, but Tang Yinglin felt nauseous when she saw him. How flirtatious Li Rue Long was. In the entire circle of tycoons in Magic City, it was all over the place. What hasn't he played? Tang Yinglin was still intact, and would never be able to go into a tiger's mouth and send her own piece of white and flawless jade into the hands of a brute. The mother's love is silent skit. Were you behind it and got the review stuck? Li Rue Long. You're shameless. In response to family pressure, she used to reprieve. As early as 3 years ago, the two signed a betting agreement. The two sides to take over their respective families' film company. Whoever first, by virtue of their ability to build the company into 100 billion market capitalization. Who will hold the right to speak in this marriage? But this Li Rue Long hires a water army every other day to report Tangren's newly released short dramas. Why is motherhood unmasked? Unmasked? Stuck? Is it because there were tons of reports from the Waterboys that the mother in the show was too pretty to be a mom? And that there were too many scrubs in it? But is that really the case? Not at all. Not at all. It's all a lie, but by the time the following is verified, the heat of Mother's Day is over, and there is no need to place it at all. Bastard. I wish you rot down there. Tang Yinglin hung up the phone and looked at Li Tuahai's appearance on the screen with a hint of determination. She had met so many people and had never met a man she couldn't see through. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that the man in front of him was pretending to be a pig in a poke, and his Taoist strength was far above him. Center Hospital event venue. May sat on the stage, like a little fangirl, videoing Li Tuahai, looking at the handsome appearance in the cell phone, and couldn't help but praise. Takumi, that's so cool. You sing so well. He, can you sing to me alone one day? She recalled that romantic scene in her mind, springing to life with a heart that was about to melt. Takumi. She was videotaping and calling frantically at the same time. This time, Gu Half City, who was sitting in the back seat of the extended Maybach, blowing on the air conditioner, had a dark look on his face, and had wanted to make a fool out of Li Tuahai to express his dissatisfaction, who knew that it would fulfill that kid instead. He turned out to be a hidden song god. Hey, did you find out? Who was Tian Weiguang's informant? A dull and cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Tuahai. Haven't contacted him to come to the bureau to make an alarm return. And the statement hasn't been recorded yet. He said he'd come back after some event. After hanging up, Gu Half City grimaced. Doe's charitable foundation was landing quite smoothly, and he was also thinking that he could use this project to avoid taxes, show his face, and mix up in the media world as some kind of philanthropist or something like that. But the other guy, Li Tuahai, said it. This defeats the purpose of the name John Doe. And what's the point of saying that if you don't change your mind, you'll always get what you want? Those who do good deeds in obscurity are to be promoted, and the money behind it is going to go away and hide their accomplishments? Spent the old man's money. Gu Half City suddenly burst into foul language and slammed his palm on the seat armrest, startling the driver in front of him and not daring to squeak, calming his emotions. He looked through the car window and hid in the shadows to carefully observe Su Mei, who was frantically calling under the stage. I can see That is, IQ is not too high. Very childish and simple young girl. Looks like Lee Tuahai fascinated by the heart. At that time she was the one who sent Lee Tuahai to come. Can see that the relationship between the two is not simple, but if Lee Tuahai really had a heavenly background, how could he choose such an ordinary woman as his girlfriend? Could it be that the young girl, too, is pretending to be a pig in a poke? Guhaf City's face suddenly sank and was speechless, unable to guess unable to guess at all. What was happening in front of him was too fishy. Tian Fei Guang, who has such a good background, was nailed by that kid. Even if he knew that there must be something wrong with Lee Tuahai, he couldn't afford to take that risk. With all my years of experience traveling the world and starting a business with nothing, I can conclude, based on my feelings alone, that 99.9% of that kid has a problem. There were too many places that were illogical, too many holes in what this Lee Tuahai person said, and too many details that could prove that this Lee Tuahai was an ordinary person. Available. But what if those loopholes above? He revealed them on purpose? I can't afford to lose. Below the venue.su May picked up a small medical metal stick from somewhere and kept waving it around, listening to the stirring song with stars in her eyes. He said, "What's this pain in the storm? Dry your tears. Don't be afraid. At least we have dreams. Takumi, 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 I love you. Sume loves you for 10,000 years. Guhaf City looked at the young girl's performance with a look of disgust. He personally hated those star-chasing brainwashed girls the most. If the Lee family really had a heavenly background, they would never let this kind of woman near their son. He kept psychologically building himself up, remembering the 100 million that made his flesh hurt, or 100 million per year. He gave up and was ready to directly tear his face off with Lee Tuahai. Chapter 8, Lee Tuahai is my boyfriend. Guhaf City pushed the door to get out of the car, but his cell phone rang, and on the caller ID, it was a name he didn't expect. Tang Inglin? What's she calling me for? He immediately picked up and said in a very polite tone, "Mr. Tang? You, Lee Tuahai is at the Central Hospital venue, right? Right. He had a little girl with him? Right." Guhaf City was puzzled. What was the great lady of the Tang family doing focusing on this? Let him come over. Forget it. I'm coming to the meeting place now. About the nameless charity foundation. I also want to contribute a little. Mr. Tang, why are you suddenly so interested in charity? Don't ask too much. Beep beep beep. Tang Inglin directly hung up the phone, called her assistant Su Wenaway to arrange a car, and quickly rushed towards the Central Hospital venue. Guhaf City listened to the busy tone on the phone and smiled helplessly. There is no way. The real aristocratic wealth is by inheritance. Like him, who started from nothing. Unless he sits at the level of Musk, or else he is not really at the same level as others. But, isn't this Tang Inglin the industry's notorious frosty female president? Why are you involved with Lee Tuahai? He's everywhere. He knows everyone. That kid can't be a professional bumper sticker. Lee Tuahai was still singing very deeply and devotedly on stage, and he had completely turned the venue's stage into his personal concert. Not to mention, with that stage style, that voice, and that skillful piano technique, there are few male singers in the top tier of the Chinese language who can match him. Guhaf City went to the backstage office and brewed a pot of tea and waited for Tang Inglin. Half an hour later, outside the office there was a rhythmic da-da sound, a clear and pleasant sound. From far and near, the door opened. A pair of straight jade legs appeared in Guhaf City's line of sight. The thin high-heeled shoes on the feet outlined the leg lines more proportional. Looking upward, a black professional package hip skirt suit, with a slim small suit. The body is perfect. Guhaf City looked at the person in front of him to get the world's face. Bright eyes and teeth. Jade nose small and straight. Eyes have God. Tied up high ponytail more added a few points of youthful temperament. Mr. Tang? Long time no see. Guhaf City got up from the coffee table and greeted him with a smile, extending his hand for a brief handshake. An electrifying sensation passed through my heart. Is this the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Previously only seen in the media and television. Today a glimpse of the real face. Really is the temperament of fresh and elegant, but also with a strong woman's unique competence. Where's Lee Tuahai? Tang Inglin opened the door, singing children on the stage. Mr. Tang, you are a busy man. How do you come to find? Guhaf City's words were not finished, seeing that Tang Inglin just glanced at him. An endearing displeasure appeared on her handsome face. Then she picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. The phone was answered after a few beeps. Lee Tuahai, you come backstage and meet me now. Listening to the voice of this frosty female president on the phone, it seemed like there was much less of the earlier discussed. Maybe it has something to do with his vigorous charity work. Who, after all, would be disgusted by a man who was so socially responsible and caring? The charity was forced by the dog system, but it was good to know that he was rewarded with some assets on hand from time to time. Enough for him and the little beauty beside him to enjoy, and a persona like a philanthropist is inherently able to make some beautiful women drop their guard and get a good first impression. It also cleanses the mind. which is really nice. Ha, Tang Inglin, you were there too? By the way, when exactly are you moving out of my house? Tang Inglin, Li Tuahai's house? Moving out? At this time, Gu Half City's heart was already filled with shock and horror. Tang Inglin was the eldest daughter of the Tang clan. Listening to the meaning of the phone call, the two seemed to be living together? This Li Tuahai is going to sweep Tang Inglin out of the door? Who dares to speak to this Miss Tang in such a frivolous tone? Earlier there were all rumors that if you pissed her off, you'd even dare to scold her father. Gu Half City's right hand trembled slightly as he picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of bitter tea to suppress his fear. Remembering his earlier audacious idea, he was secretly glad. I can't even handle Miss Tang. Why should I follow her? Maybe he just looked away. Maybe Li Tuahai was just pretending to be a pig in a poke. He intentionally revealed his flaws. He intentionally pretended to be crazy. He had previously created an evil and impetuous dude persona, just trying to pass off fish eyes as pearls. It's to keep the people around him from figuring him out so they can work in the shadows. I see all that he wants me to see, and all he sees is a glimpse of me? Hi, it's really a hi. He is a supreme master disguised as an ordinary person. He gets it. He finally gets it. I'm not moving. That's something my dad agrees with. But I don't. Tang Inglin said on the phone. Hearing this, Gu Half City almost choked to death on the tea he had just swallowed. His father agreed? Tang Xin agrees? Even his old man agrees? His old man is a really powerful man. Now he's hiding abroad, researching brain-computer interface projects. AI projects. IT doesn't give a damn about the domestic market and stealing food from a bunch of old moms selling vegetables. People's goal is the Sea of Stars, is to migrate to Mars. Even Musk has a cooperative existence with him. Even old Tang thinks that Li Tuahai is okay, and he has to secretly support his own daughter to date Li Tuahai despite the marriage arranged by his old man? I'm a small person, and I'm still doubting this and that. And just now I want to tear my face off with this kind of existence for a mere $100 million? Maybe people are the chess masters of the big families behind them, using Magic City as the base and the whole world as the chessboard, secretly plotting a shocking chess game. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people in the office, Gu Half City would have wanted to slap himself to death. It's fine if you don't move out. You'll have to take care of me. And I don't care if you do it yourself or get a maid. And all expenses have to come out of your pocket. I don't have any money anyway, Li Tuahai said. Hearing this, Gu Half City hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. The being who bought a $10 billion hotel building at the drop of a hat, saying that he didn't have any money? He meets someone and says he has no money. This kid is trying to whore himself out for nothing. And addicted. Who dash Tang Inglin held up the phone, glanced at Su Winaway beside her, and compromised. I promise you. Now, come on down to the back office. I have something to discuss with you. On the other end of the phone, Li Tuahai was sitting on the stage, watching the song and dance performance on the stage, while calling back. There is something to discuss with me, and you want me to find you? Come here yourself. After hanging up, he took a picture of his location and sent it to Tang Inglin. More than 5 minutes later, dressed in an OL professional outfit, Tang Inglin's upper body was straight and elegant as she went to Li Tuahai. She pinned her somewhat messy sideburns behind her ear and said, I'm coming. Just as the two men locked eyes in an unspoken look. Sume held 2 bottles of Centennial Mountain mineral water in her hand, her chest bumping as she jogged all the way to the 2 men. She stood face to face with Tang Inglin. The 2 of them were of similar height and exuded 2 very different temperaments. Although both were one of the top beauties, but with all the background titles added, Sume still had some inferiority complexes in her heart. Inglin's sister. What brings you here? I'm here to see Li Tuahai. Noticing that there seemed to be something wrong with the way the 2 looked at each other, she mustered up the courage to ask, what's your relationship with Takumi? I'm even living with him. What kind of relationship do you think it is? Tang Inglin said in a cold voice, Li Tuahai is my boyfriend. Chapter 9, The Poorest Godly Man. Maintaining a white whore. Sume said with tears in her eyes, Takumi, why did you lie to me? You believe whatever she says. Ha? You're really good at lying, Li Tuahai said as he sat on a chair with his hands clasped over his chest. You go back first. I'll handle it myself. The Tao here isn't as simple as you think. Of course he knew that Tang Inglin's current attitude was because she had something to ask him for. Nothing to do. Sume shook her head, tears snapping down her face. She choked and said, I will give you the best things. I will support you if you have no money. I will accompany you if your property is frozen. I will drink with you if you are not comfortable in your heart. Hearing this, Li Tuahai froze. It was the first time he was shown his true heart by a woman. He looked at Sume and wiped his face heavily with both hands. He then stood up from his chair and walked over to Sume, pushing her arm. He said, Good girl. You go home first. Anon. Tang Inglin and I are not what you think. A love affair between a man and a woman. This mess has nothing to do with you. Go ahead and head back. I'm not leaving. Sume reddened her eyes and flung her arms. looking at Tang Yinglin with some hostility. What the hell is your relationship with her? Li Tuahai was a little impatient, feeling that he couldn't even talk to her, and perfunctorily said, "What relationship you think it is? That's what it is." His perfunctory attitude made Su-mei feel low in her heart, followed by silence. Right at this moment, Tang Yinglin stepped on those thin high heels, walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone and said, "On behalf of Tangren Pictures, I will donate $5 million every year to the Nameless Charity Foundation." 5 million. Although compared to Guhaf City's 100 million, it is a drop in the bucket, but compared to Su-mei, that's what she earns in 2 years of working more than 15 hours a day. Li Tuahai looked toward Tang Yinglin on the stage, raised his hands above his head and applauded. "Thank you, Mr. Tang." Then, "Mr. Tang is always atmospheric. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Thank you, Mr. Tang." The crowd on stage chimed in. "What exactly is your relationship with her?" Su-mei, red-eyed, stood and questioned. Li Tuahai sideways head. "Just now I've said many times. Some impatient, count me to beg you, do not ask into it." "Takumi, do I make you so impatient?" Su-mei said with red eyes. "I said, this matter is not as simple as you think. The water here is very deep. You can't grasp it. Usually so obedient. Now why don't you listen to me?" Li Tuahai lit a cigarette and inhaled a few puffs. He was also not expecting that the classic bridge of male silence and female tears in the TV series would happen to him. Su-mei was silent for a long time and said, "I'm going to go to Hongdian next month. There's a movie where someone asked me to be the female lead, and I'll earn more than live." "Yokohama? Shooting a movie?" Li Tuahai was a bit surprised. "No, you need to have acting skills to shoot a movie. Letting you be the female number one. Don't you go over there and get submerged. I'm a graduate of the Shanghai Theater. You haven't seen me live. I work on my acting skills every day in the live room. Didn't you say before that you were 16 or 13 to work in a factory? Blah blah blah, hoping you lied to me?" Li Tuahai exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings. "Still talking about me? You are the same. You believe whatever the girls say." Su-mei cried and laughed. "Before, I treated you as a big brother, and told you all that because I wanted to trick you into being sympathetic, so that you would swipe money for me, and then, I realized you're kinda weirdly nice." "Okay." Li Tuahai suddenly remembered what Zhang Wuji's mom had said. "Then be safe, and I wish you great success and a big star soon." Su-mei looked at him with a very complicated look at this time, as if she had grown up instantly, the kind of loving kindness that could only be seen in the eyes of a mature woman. "Takumi, the reason I'm telling you this isn't to get your blessing. It's just to hope that you'll be able to live a good life in the future when I'm gone. You're rich, you're profligate, you're a playboy in the eyes of outsiders. But I see in your eyes that you are not happy. Thank you for making me brave. I'm going to Hongdian next month and I'm going to be a big star. When I'm as rich as Tang Yinglin, I'll donate to your anonymous foundation too." Li Tuahai smoked a cigarette and continued to be silent. He did not know what to say, but his heart was intertwined with a variety of emotions. He could not figure out why this kind of a little bit of sadness. "Give me your hand." Su-mei took out a pen from her backpack, yanked over his right hand, and wrote a string of numbers on her hand. "This is my jittery number. If you are in a bad mood or have something on your mind, come to the live broadcast room to see me. This time I will stay in Hongdian for a long time. I am going to settle down and deepen my studies there. I hope that my live broadcast content can make you happy, and you can also privately messenger me in the background. I can at least comfort and console you." She froze for a few seconds before continuing to add, "Thank you for going to the hospital with me the other day." Li Tuahai did not know what to say. He wanted to comfort, wanted to retain, but just could not speak. Su-mei put the pen into her bag, smiled weakly at him, and said, "I hope that the next time we meet, we can grow up with each other. Bye." Takumi, looking at Su-mei's back as she left, Li Tuahai had a particularly lost feeling. He didn't expect to leave such a deep impression on this woman. Earlier he just wanted to have some fun, but it seemed to be a bit of a play-off, even though most of the time, he felt that this woman was very annoying and sticky. With a roar, the pink Primera sailed away, holding the steering wheel. Su-mei finally taut, sadness instantly upwelling, bawling her like the king of comedy. Sitting in the back seat of the car crying in pain, Cecilia Zhang. After Su-mei left, Li Tuahai's heart was empty. Although he now has countless assets in his name, it seems that there is no sense of home. Like a prodigal son, drifting alone in this foreign land. Tang Yinglin walked up to him at that moment and said, "What? That little sister is gone. It's good to be gone. It's best not to involve her in the storm clouds of this magic city." Li Tuahai organized his emotions, looked at her and asked, "Tell me, what is the reason for this whole outburst? Be my boyfriend and help me move down Li Rue Long together. How about it? Dare you? Split 20% of your Tang shares when it's done." Tang Yinglin winked at him. Being a normal woman's boyfriend costs money and emotional value. Being her boyfriend is a death sentence. 20% shares? Li Tuahai was disdainful. To be honest, it's a bit low. Money is just a piece of paper to me now. It has no value. The system restricted Li Tuahai's spending channels, and money was of no use to him at all. That was supposed to be a piece of paper, a kind of circulating currency for exchange between people, and the system would reward him with some assets from time to time, and he didn't need to spend any money on food, clothing, housing, transportation, and fun. What most people think of as a godly man is having as much or as little money as possible, whereas as a top godly man, you don't need money at all it takes is a brain to utilize the assets at hand and whittle away. The truly rich are empty-handed. All things are not owned by me, but used by me. Then what do you want? Tang Yinglin knew that Li Tuahai had many assets under his name, and that this value would not impress him. I want for you to feed me. How much is per month? If the emotional value is in place, 1 million per month is enough. If not, 10 million is fine. Li Tuahai was restricted by the system to limit his spending path. Some of the places where you have to spend money, you have to rely on your own brain and use the assets at hand to go whoring die in the eyes of outsiders. He is a top godly man with tens of billions of assets, but in fact, he's just a whitewashed philanthropist who can't see the suffering of the world. Good. I promise. Wait. There's still a week of experience left. Let's see how your attitude is before we say yes. Chapter 10. I know. It's my house. The restaurant address is sent to your cell phone, so we'll have lunch together. Tang Yinglin sent Li Tuahai a restaurant with 32 Michelin removed stars, then led Su Wenwei towards a red Ferrari. You'll have to take a taxi to the restaurant. You can't even spend the $80 billion you've sequestered. Li Tuahai couldn't walk. He called out to Tang Yinglin and said, I didn't drive today. How is this going to pass? Take a cab. Take a taxi? Li Tuahai simply said rascally, no money. We should save and spend. If we have this kind of money, why don't we support a few more poor college students? Tang Yinglin stopped in her tracks and said, Li Tuahai, you're going overboard with all the taxi money for nothing. How can you say I'm going overboard? Isn't it good that I usually save a little bit and keep the money for charity? Li Tuahai called Yuan Hua and asked him to disband his team of drivers in front of Tang Yinglin. Nowadays, the system either rewarded body strengthening points or fixed assets, and had rarely rewarded cash. It's time to save. It's time to spend. And this kind of needless spending should be cut. Earlier it was too ostentatious and wasteful. Whenever I enjoy myself, I remember that there are so many other people suffering from poverty. The first to get rich should lead the latter to get rich. As a young philanthropist, I want to lead by example. Tang Yinglin really couldn't imagine that this playboy in front of her was so keen on charity. He's got a good heart. Look, my cell phone screen is broken. I did not even change the new one. Just want to save this money. More help a few poor female college students. Li Tuahai takes out the broken screen apple that Sumei bought him, and Tang Yinglin is shocked when she sees it. Auntie Hui, after dinner in a while, you help Li Tuahai go buy a top-of-the-line apple. Don't, Li Tuahai said seriously. Wasteful. I can still use mine. Keep this money and do more charity. With that, he slid his right thumb across the shattered screen a few times, indicating that he really didn't need to. Aunt Hui, you drive Li Tuahai over there. I'll ask the driver to pick me up. Tang Yinglin called Su Wenwei aside, and the two of them whispered, occasionally looking at Li Tuahai a few times. In the end, she took Su Wenwei's hand, with a please compromise look, while Su Wenwei seemed to be ready for some kind of sacrifice. Hi, come, get in Auntie Huey's car. Su Wenhui's extremely charming face revealed an amiable smile. Today she was wearing a rose-red cheongsam with prints, paired with black silk thin high heels, showing off her pear-shaped figure to the fullest. The whole person exudes a reserved, noble and intellectual temperament. Auntie Hui, I'm coming. Without saying a word, Li Tuahai climbed into the passenger side of the Ferrari with a roar. The car took off. On the way, Su Wenwei said, Xiao Hai, the 600 million you bought the old ocean house last time gave more than enough. I will return the extra money to your account. Tang Yinglin had just greeted Su Wenwei, saying that this person Li Tuahai was just pretending to be a pig in a poke, and it looked like he was spending $600 million without haggling. In fact, he knows better than anyone in his heart, depending on whether you will take advantage of him. That's what the masters do to people in the details. If he realizes that you, as a person, often take advantage of him and do not know how to give back, then he will be very decisive and resolute when he leaves, and will not even say hello. She'd seen it coming. Don't you must not give it back to me. His hand was placed on Su Wenwei's thigh. Aunt Hui, you just take care of me more in the future. The property of the old townhouse. Utilities, expenses and so on. You pay for me. Then wouldn't it be the same if I transferred the money to you and you paid it yourself? Aren't you afraid that I'll take a kickback from it? Su Wenwei sidled her head. The young woman's eyes were like having hooks. Hey yo, not afraid. Li Tuahai patted Su Wenwei's thighs. I can't take care of these things. I still have to figure out how to do charity in the future. I don't have the energy. That's fine. Then Aunt Hui will give you as a nanny for once. First of all, take the salary of the O. Every month I will make the expenditure of the old foreign house into a ledger for you to see. Su Wenhui said with a smile. Soon, the red Ferrari stopped at the Michelin 2-star Joe Lubzin gourmet place at 18 Bund in Magic City from the outside. It looks like an old white European-style building. Li Tuahai followed Su Wenhui into the restaurant. In the future, don't mention what picking stars 3 stars 4 stars. I'm this direct picking stars 32. Or white whoring. Not only white whoring and 2 beautiful women to eat with me. He was secretly pleased. If this is some kind of loser God's man text, and you have to use money to get it, what kind of good cabbage can a woman be who can lay with fucking money? It's just a YA fantasy by a dodgy author catering to his audience. Li Tuahai previously in debt, but also look at the God's hero text. He saw that some authors have money. You say pick up any girl is not good? The future $100 billionaire. His mother goes to a foot wash and sleeps with 5 female technicians? And pretending to be a pussy in front of a small business owner? This is the kind of text that a bunch of people love to read, and it's been chopped up all the way to become a fine product? The future $100 billion Big Brother. The opening of the foot washing store wildly ordered 5 female technicians, triggering a crowd of readers wild licking. Love to see, love to see? Does that make any fucking sense? Hello? We are booked. The receptionist in the black mask asked. May I ask your last name? Sue. Sushi Sue. Okay. This way please? After checking on the computer, the receptionist made a gesture of invitation and led Su Wenhui and the 2 of them to the reserved box. Auntie Hui, isn't the highest this Michelin restaurant can get is 3 stars? How come I heard Tang Yinglin say that 32 stars were removed? Li Tuahai also came to Michelin for the first time and was a bit puzzled. Oh, they are the entire brand picking 32 stars. It's a combined total. This store is the reigning 2 Michelin star for 7 years. Su Wenhui had some doubts in her heart. How could a bigwig of Li Tuahai's tier, of his wealth level, not know about it? It's contradictory. It's logical to try all the Michelin restaurants when you have the money, right? What else is the point of having all that money? Oh, I see. Li Tuahai's expression exuded a feeling of having learned and seen the world. Hey, we are here eating Michelin 32 stars. Those children in the mountains. Some are still hungry. Speaking here, Li Tuahai's eyes were a little moist. Su Wenhui's heart thumped when she noticed is that a nod to me? Yeah, how can a man of his wealth level not know about Michelin ratings? So he was ordering me? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush and walk into the box with some guilt in her heart. In the private room was a black rectangular dining table with a very large window across from it, which faced the Oriental Pearl Tower. No one knows that in the little ball of the Oriental Pearl Tower, there is a hotel, a suite, which costs more than $60,000 for a night's stay. Wow, that's so cool, so cool. Li Tuahai was sitting down facing the window. Hi, you know, there's a hotel above that tower. One day Auntie Hui will invite you to experience it. Li Tuahai took out his broken screen Apple phone and took a picture of the Pearl Tower outside the window, saying, I know, of course I know, that's my house. His tone was casual, as if he were talking about something worthless. As the words fell, Su Wenhui's mind trembled in the extreme. She would never again doubt that a person of this level of wealth had never eaten a Michelin. People have long passed that stage. It's a joke to watch a pseudo-upper-class people put on airs and graces. Chapter 11, Difficulty. They don't believe I'm from a normal family. The 2 sat down face to face and chatted for a while before the sound of did-did rang out from outside the box. A clear and pleasant sound. It's ready to be served. Okay, Mr. Tang. Tang Yinglin pushed open the door of the box, dressed in an OL professional outfit, combing a high ponytail. She was youthful and beautiful. She walked in and put her bag down, sat down and said, Sorry for the wait. Today is considered our official and first dinner. Li Tuahai, are you from Mordor? No, the old family is from the north. Xiong'an New District. It was understandable to learn about yourself when you were about to risk your life and become the fake boyfriend of the gorgeous female CEO in front of you. What does our family do? After speaking, Tang Yinglin quickly added, Is it convenient to ask? What's so inconvenient about this? We'll all be living together in the future. Li Tuahai laughed. The family is a fruit farmer. Just an ordinary family. Fruit farmer? Tang Yinglin said as she raised her eyebrows upwards and pulled out her cell phone. Flipping through his circle of friends, can a fruit farmer buy that many luxury cars? From what I've heard, it looks like you bought most of the cars available at the 4S stores and a couple of helicopters, just now on the road. She had already asked the private detective to find out some information about Li Tuahai. If you have to ask, that's 2,000 acres of orchard conversion land. Is that true or false? False. I'm just a normal family. What are you doing in Mordor? To work. My family said that there are a lot of opportunities in the Magic City. so I should come out while I'm young. On your first day of work, you buy over 2,000 people in the company a Starbucks? You're telling me you're an ordinary family? Tang Yinglin revealed a surprised look. She had wanted to get some words out of this kid, but she didn't expect him to be greasy and dripping. Li Tuahai also noticed her expression, shrugged his shoulders. I said the truth. You do not believe yourself. Just that he didn't mind talking about his family. With the Tang family's energy, it would be a matter of minutes if they wanted to find out about him. Tang Yinglin and Su Wenwei then learned more about him listening to Li Tuahai's narration. The key words that appeared in their minds were plain, ordinary, unseen, but the thought of those perverse behaviors of his, the two were in disbelief of a word, hidden too deep. To say that people whose wealth has reached a certain level will always show their wealth under the constant condescension of others. But Li Tuahai pretended to be extremely honest. My old man is just an ordinary family. So ordinary family, how could you possibly know about Mr. Tang? It's reasonable to say that you can't even come into contact with people at this level. Su Wenwei continued to pursue the question. Trade secret. Li Tuahai gave a secretive smile. Alright, Aunt Hui. It's just an imposter boyfriend. Not a real boyfriend. Don't act like you're checking your family register. Tang Yinglin said, knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, and all three eyes flicked to the door as it opened. The waiter started serving the food. Su Wenwei and Tang Yinglin unfolded the napkins on the table and spread them on their thighs. Li Tuahai didn't think it was necessary to do that. It was just a meal. What was the point of going to so much trouble? The first course is a pre-dinner bread, which is a regular appetizer in almost all upscale Western restaurants. Li Tuahai went straight to work, picked up a small bread, tore it from the center, took a spoon and smeared some butter on it, and swallowed it in one bite. After swallowing it, he commented, crispy, so crispy. Faced with such a wild eating flavor, the two beauties were shocked, and then they picked up their knives and forks, carefully sliced off a small piece, and then smeared it with butter and slowly put it into their mouths. Immediately following were the appetizers. Small palm-sized porcelain bowls with kombucha mousse at the bottom, paired with tuna in the center portion as well as sea urchin. This is too small butterfly. But it's still exquisite. Li Tuahai dug a spoonful into his mouth and after savoring it, he revealed a contented look. Wow! All very smooth and tender ingredients. This kombu's jelly is already fresh by itself, with sea urchin and tuna meat. Wow! After saying that, the two beauties all stared at him, revealing an incredulous look. Ordinary family? First time here? Don't know the Michelin rating? Anything you say off the cuff. You could be a food critic. Add to that the fact that he's in such an upscale place and he's still at the mercy of his own nature. And the looseness is definitely something that can't be faked. The third course had just been served. Li Tuahai took the initiative to introduce to the two of them. This is their store's signature dish, crab caviar lobster jelly. Underneath the caviar, there's some Alaskan king crab meat, and next to the orange and yellow portion, is the lobster jelly. The white color that's dotted with it is the cauliflower puree, and the green one is the parsley puree. This dish should be used with caution by those with a dense phobia. But the ingredients are exceptional. Scrape it down the center and serve it with a bite of lobster jelly underneath. The two women froze as the words fell out of their mouths. First time here? Ordinary family? This kid doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. So this is typical of the pig in a poke? So that we smartass can laugh at it. Alright Li Tuahai, stop pretending. This time I invited you to dinner because I want you to help me. Move to Li Rui Long. I have a 5-year contract with him. Within 5 years, whoever first makes the film and television company on hand to a market capitalization of $100 billion, who will hold the words of the union. This year is the 3rd year. Just don't pretend to be some ordinary family, although you are pretending to be. Li Tuahai put down his knife and fork and wondered, what do you mean like I was already good? A 20% share in the Don, taking care of you, feeding you, and having to give you emotional value. I can promise you all of those things. However, you have to provide me with appropriate help. No. I should say the family behind you. Then, the three of them chatted together about the current predicament Tangren Pictures was experiencing, as well as Li Rui Long making small trips behind the scenes without realizing it. It was dark outside. Tang Yinglin called for 3 bottles of red wine and 1 bottle of foreign wine, and by now it had been drunk by the 3 of them, and everyone's face was hazy with drunkenness. Suddenly, Li Tuahai felt something kicking him. He reached out and touched it. Silky, delicate, undoubtedly a woman's stocking. Is this rich man's means of persuading people to cooperate so primitive and unpretentious? He looked with incredulous eyes at Su Wenwei sitting across from him, who had a calm face and was savoring a glass of red wine in her hand. Li Tuahai was very defenseless to this kind of sensible and beautiful woman, and he was tickled in his heart. His right hand was slowly mooching his silk feet under the table, and the other man was also trying his best to tease him, arousing his lust and interest a little bit. The problem was, at the other end of the table, there was a Tang Yinglin sitting there. He looked up to meet his gaze, and the other instantly avoided him, figuring that the actions under the table were known, and possibly even directed by her. Exciting. So damn exciting. This was the first time Lee Tuahai had experienced this kind of thing. In front of interests, in front of the exchange of value, rich people were obviously more relaxed than ordinary people. Oh, Lee Tuahai subconsciously covered his mouth and laughed awkwardly. This wine is just too good. The jade foot under the table lazily reached out and gently mooched through the light fabric of the shorts. These two women can be really good at acting under the table, stocking feet with their own entanglement. The face can still maintain the waves of unperturbed. If he hadn't been the one involved, he would never have imagined that two people, especially a dignified and reserved woman like Su Wenwei, would make the move of secretly shoving her feet under the dinner table for a man to play with. Chapter 12, Cohabitation. Oops, dropped my chopsticks. Waiter, said Tang Yinglin. No, just wipe it off. I'm from the countryside. I'm not that particular. Lee Tuahai drilled under the table. Su Wenwei's posture was also a little too shameful. Raising her legs up, her plump jade crotch under the cheongsam was revealed, wrapped in black pantyhose. She's gone naked through the black pantyhose. Lee Tuahai saw that inside was a pair of black lace panties with a dense pattern that hooked the eyes. When he picked up his chopsticks and returned to the tabletop, Su Wenwei's face was still as normal. He also could not have imagined that under such a dignified face, he was actually doing this kind of business. Ah! Lee Tuahai's right hand suddenly hugged and yanked Su Wenwei's ankle. Bang! The left hand slammed the table righteously. He said, just take this to test the cadres? Which cadre can't stand up to such drops? He threw the chopsticks in his hand towards Su Wenwei and cursed with a red face. I feel like you guys are insulting my character. I, a frugal philanthropist, would fall for your kind? Su Wenwei's face was burning like a freshly baked iron. Her right hand was covering her face to hide the embarrassment of the scene, and one of her jade feet was firmly tugged by Lee Tuahai in his hand, and she couldn't pull away even if she wanted to. I was just pretending to be fooled, and I'm still coming on, aren't I? You guys really think I'm this stupid? Ha? That I'm stupid? You think you can get me with a little trick like that? I'm telling you, the road is crooked. Tang Yinglin looked under the table and said with an embarrassed face, you, first loosen Aunt Huey's feet. Okay, I'll loosen up. Lee Tuahai hated the iron and pointed at Su Wenwei. Originally, I was quite fond of you, but I didn't expect that. In order to achieve your goal, you could even lower your head to do such a thing? Auntie Hui, you really let me down. Su Wenwei's face turned red into a monkey's ass by Lee Tuahai's words. She licked her face and spoke back. Shao Hai, me, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lee Tuahai felt that it was almost time, and rounded up and said, as I said, as long as you guys support me and let me use the money I save for charity, and incidentally take care of my emotional value, I'll definitely help you guys out. It's you who are complicating things. What I'm angry about is that you guys actually look at me, Lee Tuahai, so much as a young philanthropist. After that he got up, ready to leave. No more food. Shao Hai, me, I will send you off. Su Wenwei got up with a red face. Li Tuahai turned his back to her and raised his right hand. There's no need. Your behavior has already betrayed you. I didn't expect you to look at me, Lee Tuahai, in this way. Wait, where are you going? Tang Yinglin saw that he was insistent on leaving, so she stopped persuading him. It's good to be gone to ease the embarrassment of the three. Are you going back tonight? Auntie Hui is going to move in with us and take care of us. She's moving and it can get a little loud at night. I'll come over for breakfast early tomorrow morning, so I won't go back tonight. Lee Tuahai pointed to the Oriental Pearl outside the window and said, I'll stay there tonight. Tang Yinglin looked in the direction of his finger, which was a small ball on the Pearl of the Orient, and in that small ball there was a sweet. It's over $60,000 for a one-night stay. Have you made a reservation? That suite has to be booked in advance. I've stayed there before. It's quite nice, overlooking the entire Magic City at night. I shouldn't need an appointment to go. Lee Tuahai shrugged. That's also my family's property. 1. Don't send me. It's just a few steps. The hotel's butler is already on his way to pick me up. Lee Tuahai walked towards the outside of the restaurant. A Rolls-Royce was already parked in front of the door. A man in a white suit with a mask and white gloves came down from the driver's seat, pulled open the door for Lee Tuahai, and said, Hello boss, the suite has been cleaned. With a kick of the gas, the Rolls-Royce took off, leaving only Tang Yinglin and the two of them in the wind. Su Wenwei smoothed back his messy hair and muttered, I told you he wasn't that simple. The whole time he's acting, he's pretending to be a pig. There's not a word of truth coming out of his mouth, and you don't even know which one of his words is true. We can't feel him out, but he sees us quite clearly. As the Rolls-Royce drove on the Bund sightseeing boulevard, Lee Tuahai's mind kept recalling Su Wenwei's silk feet. His desire was constantly aroused by that image. Long night with no desire to sleep. Such a big suite. You have to take a girl back at night. Stop the car. While passing a Bunny Street bar, He told the driver to pull the Rolls-Royce off the road and stepped out of the car himself. Wait for me. I'll get a drink. After finding a table and sitting down, a beautiful waitress dressed as a bunny girl came over to order. Her figure was very tall, wearing stockings and high heels. After walking to Lee Tuahai, she bent down and asked politely, "What can I get you to drink?" "Sir?" Lee Tuahai took out the Ferrari SF90, Lamborghini Big Bull, Aston Martin, Mercedes Maybach, and a large series of luxury car keys and set them on the table. "Come here." He waved at the bunny girl. The other man buried himself lower, putting his ears up, his black patterned corset showing. "I want to drink you." The lust in this heart was aroused, and Lee Tuahai was still cheesy for once today. He pointed to the Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road, and then pointed to the little ball on top of the Pearl of the Orient, and asked, "Is it on?" "Sir, I'm sorry, we do have rules here. We can't accompany our guests to drink or go out with them." The rabbit girl straightened up. With her look and figure, she had seen many guests like Lee Tuahai, but most of it was lip service, and there was no way she was going to lose her principles for a measly $10,000. Lee Tuahai took out a business card at this time. Chairman of Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Then in front of the girl, he dialed the receptionist's phone and said in a deep voice, "Hello, this is Lee Tuahai. Have a suite ready for me. I have a female friend who will be staying there permanently from now on." After saying that, he hung up the phone, looked up at the girl, and said, "How much can you earn from working hard here for one night? The rent in Magic City is pretty expensive too, right? The hotel room for you to stay a room. Every day there are people to clean. Want to go to work on? Don't want to go to work on play." The hotel also packaged food. When the rabbit girl heard this condition, she looked obviously a little shaken. She looked at Lee Tuahai and came to his ear and asked, "So boss, how much do you pay me every month?" "Money?" Lee Tuahai said. "I won't give you a cent of the money. Not now, not ever, on those terms above. You watch." The rabbit girl froze with her head down, hesitant. She had had enough of this human affliction. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and myself as a cowboy. That's when Lee Tuahai's voice rang in her ears. 3, 2, 1. Many of the guests who were drinking beside them noticed this place, but Lee Tuahai didn't care about the gazes and eyes of those people. He was a top-tier divine magnate, so how could he care about the opinions and eyes of the little ants on the ground? Going or not? Go. The bunny girl followed Lee Tuahai into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce without even looking at her boss. Chapter 13, Love on Earth. If I don't help her, who will? In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Lee Tuahai wrapped his arms around the bunny girl beauty and stroked her cheek with his right hand. I have to say that a woman's skin is just smoother and more delicate than a man's. His right hand traveled all the way down his cheek to a pair of plump legs wrapped in black silk. He squeezed them. They were cutastic. This rapid closing of the distance with money made the atmosphere in the car a little awkward, thinking that if he continued to touch like this, his hands might be calloused. Lee Tuahai spoke to ease the atmosphere and said, "How old?" 20. The girl said a little shyly. This was her first time doing a Rolls-Royce. The best car her girlfriends around her had done was a Mercedes E300.it. The moment she was sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, looking up at the top of the starry sky, a shooting star crossing in 7 seconds. It's like a dream. She had never seen someone as rich as Lee Tuahai. Feeling his big rough hands, itching and at the same time a little scared in her heart. Suddenly, his chin was dragged up by a pair of large hands and his head jerked up. The two looked at each other, their eyes drawn and filled with the rawest of human beings. Lee Tuahai said softly, "Call your godfather." You, the girl is very shy. No matter how much to tickle her, just do not want to call. "Have you so young, so handsome godfather? Still in school?" "Well, is a sophomore at Aurora University, a medical student, and works part-time at a bar on the weekends." Yo, high achiever. Lee Tuahai is still quite shocked. In his impression, the general school bully is wearing glasses, combing bangs, plain clothes. Looks cannot be said to be ugly. Forget about it. Most of them are ugly, cannot be seen. The one in front of me was more than just good looking. She was dressed in a sexy outfit, although it might have been required by her job. "Don't tease me. Just a poor college student. How can I compare with you?" The rabbit girl looked at the receding night scene outside the car window and sighed. "Hey, here can really be a magic city. The rich night and day, paper drunk. The poor every day as a cow as a horse." "Right." The rabbit girl took the initiative to come into Lee Tuahai's arms and pouted. "How did you earn so much money?" "Doing good. Doing charity. God favors me." Lee Tuahai placed his right hand on top of her head and stroked her long, silky hair. Ever heard the saying, love out of love, love inversion, and blessing in the direction of blessing? The bunny girl didn't hear the answer she was looking for and stifled a grunt. Moving her body out of the way, Lee Tuahai hooked her neck and wrapped his arms around her, two wet lips colliding together. Soon, the Rolls-Royce slowed to a stop in front of the Oriental Pearl Tower. in front of which was a long queue of foreign tourists queuing up to go up for sightseeing. He took the bunny girl's hand, and the two of them walked forward and backward towards the unobstructed VIP passage. It's exclusive to the rich. At the door, the butler in the white suit said, "Boss, you have to go through security up there." Our Lee Tuahai slapped the bunny girl's arse. Oh, after going through the security check, the two of them walked into the elevator, and after the butler pressed the elevator floor, he said, "The location we're going to is 230 meters away." Ding dash. With a crisp clang, the elevator opens, and before it is a very colorful passageway, cyberpunk style. Crossing the passageway, the trio went to the front desk of the hotel, outside of which was a whole row of floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the whole night view of the Bund was unobstructed. The rabbit girl, a poor college student, where had she ever been to such a place, took out her cell phone and kept taking pictures. Li Tuahai, on the other hand, took in the beauty in front of him, who comes to his house and takes pictures. He lifted a small orange-colored stool at the front desk and asked, "How much is this chair, boss?" "For $700. The butler picked up 2 bottles of mineral water on the table with customized oriental pearl towers. "Water please." Lee Tuahai took the bottle, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Ha ha ha, a sip of a tartan. He then followed the butler to the living room, which was luxurious, maybe 200 square feet, and he walked over to a rack that resembled a night market, flipping grilled chicken thighs and fiddled with it. "Boss, this is an Italian foosball machine worth 98,000. The butler said, 98,000 for this gadget? Said Lee Tuahai, a little surprised, and walked in the other direction. There's a Louis Vuitton bag in a glass window, the butler introduced. This is our global limited edition LV handbag. How many are there globally? There are only 10 in total. What about this blanket? How much is the blanket? Lee Tuahai asked. 120,000, 120,000, for winning the Fine Arts and Crafts Award. The gold medal. We're paying $60,000 a night for a room. And that's not enough for half a rug? The butler said respectfully. You're joking, boss. The ownership of this hotel is originally yours. There is no need to pay for the room. Looks like the system has figured out how to get all the titles and stuff over here. He walked over to a piece of equipment and the butler introduced it. This is a periscope, placed in its first application for civilian use. Lee Tuahai, with the help of the butler, operated it, and the hands on the clock tower on the opposite side of the Bund could be seen exceptionally well when you go to the bathroom. The bathtub, worth 180,000, is filled with rose petals, and next to the toilet is a floor-to-ceiling window with no curtains and a river view of the Huangpu River, because it's at 230 meters. On the ground, no one will even see you in the middle of a shit when you go to the basement. There is a video room with KTV, a bar and a giant screen movie, which is very luxurious. Li Tuahai was sitting comfortably in a massage chair worth 210,000, with a few PS4 grips around it. The suite is on 4 floors in total, with an airy mahjong room on the 3rd floor and a starry bedroom on the 4th. The entire ceiling is starry-topped and extremely beautiful. Alright, you can go down, to call you if you need anything. Lee Tuahai made that trip to the bed and waved his hand. Okay, the butler said as he stepped back. Li Tuahai looked up at the top of the starry sky and said, "Hey, where is everyone? Where did they run off to? Come up and play." "Coming." The woman's gentle voice came from downstairs. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of high heels on the stairs was crisp and pleasant, and within moments, a tall, well-built bunny girl stood in front of him. The woman's hair was coiled up, 2 black rabbit ears sprouting from her head, a red leather collar around her neck, and a cream-colored leotard that accentuated the woman's exploding curves perfectly. Underneath was sexy black silk wrapped around her plump thighs, and on her feet were teeny tiny black high heels. A white fluffy orb tail dotted the buttocks. The woman looks like a big sexy female bunny in this. Looking at the yukai in front of him, Lee Tuahai had a heat at his dantian that rushed straight to his head. He looked at the black tights on the woman's body and found that where the stall was, there was a zipper that could be opened. He sat up from the bed and hugged the bunny girl from behind, wrapping his arms around the slender waist and nosing her scent. "Wow, baby, you smell so good. Come on, go downstairs. I want to enjoy the night view of the Bund with you in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows at 230 meters above the ground." Chapter 14, Making Me Cry. What were you expecting? What are you thinking? I know exactly what's on your mind. Lee Tuahai choked the woman's neck and viciously said, "I in the 230-meter high luxury hotel of the Oriental Pearl Tower, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the 2nd-floor living room. A tall rabbit girl, spreading her 2 voluptuous legs wrapped in black silk, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window." The woman supported her hands on the glass and looked back at Lee Tuahai, her eyes wearing tear tracks. A complicated look flashed across her pretty face, shocked, puzzled, ashamed, scared. "Pa." Lee Tuahai pulled up the half-faded shorts and slapped hard on that arse again. half of it red. The black silk on the woman's body was also torn out by him in several large holes. I've been giving you a chance. I've been waiting for you to come to your senses. The stockings are about to be torn to shreds for you. And you think I'm flirting with your girl. I'm stalling. I'm giving you a chance to turn back. He moved away from the woman and took a seat on the couch. The bunny girl standing in front of the window in a truly seductive pose. Truly slutty and tender. It made his pants top out into a triangular post. It was his manly instincts and a man's nature, but is not what a real man is. Sophomore at Aurora University. What a great deal. You learned this in school? Your parents have worked hard and suffered a lot to pay for you to come to the big city so that you can get a good education. And let you do this here. Are you ashamed of yourself? You're confused. You have no brain. Where's the smarts you had when you were in school? Lee Tuahai's splitting curses echoed in the 200-square-foot living room, and the woman put away that slutty, seductive standing position, put away her arched, petite buttocks, and tears ticked down her face. Her body shrugged as she cried, her nose and eyes running together, her sexy cherry mouth grinning. You don't curse me. I'm hard? You still know it's hard? Then there's still salvation. Lee Tuahai was secretly happy, but his face was as gloomy as if he had killed someone. He got up, picked up the 700 orange plastic stool, and rushed over to the woman with a look of excitement. The woman was terrified and had a scared-to-death look in her eyes that didn't fool anyone. I'm really scared. I've met a pervert. She had prepared for the worst earlier. At best it would be bondage, verbal humiliation, character assassination and the like, but it's just for one night. So bear with me. The situation in front of her had greatly exceeded her knowledge. She didn't know what would happen behind her. She didn't know if this man in front of her would hurt her. At 230 meters above the ground, dressed in a bunny girl costume herself, she looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the extravagant night view of the entire bund. Repentance. What? Regret? Regret that you shouldn't have agreed to a strange man's lure? The woman wowed her mouth, snot running in, and choked out. Well, after that, regret. Shouldn't have gotten in your car. You should be glad. Be glad it's on my bus. Lee Tohai held the yellow plastic etc. above his head. Bang! 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 Wow! The plastic stool worth 4,700 is broken and brittle. I wonder what it's made of. He grabbed the hammer from the coffee table again, ran over to the glass window from earlier and slammed it. Bang! Whoa! The glass shattered all over the place, and he was so excited that he took out the limited edition LV model inside. Throw it to the women. Dash! The woman dodged sideways. Li Tuahai scolded. Here, don't you just want this crappy bag? Here you go. You fucking take it. Kneel down in front of it and kowtow 2 more times to thank it. Thank it for giving you social status. Thank it for making you a human being. Such a good offer. Aurora University. Sophomore. Medical student. Promising future. You're confused. If, tonight, I play you and don't pay, what can you do? Or do you think that if I give you all I'm offering, you think you can forget about tonight's experience and everything will be as if it never happened? And your life changed completely. You're going the wrong way. How can an otherwise bright future, a woman's chastity, be exchanged for such a seemingly valuable and cheap thing? He walked up to the crying woman. There must be no softness at such a critical moment. Soften your heart and the college girl won't be saved. Avalanche. 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 Lee Tuahai tensed his right hand into a claw shape and used the bony joints of his index and middle fingers to pound hard on the top of the woman's head. You read a book and read this? You know such difficult math problems? This kind of safety question that even a mechanic knows. And you can't? What will you do if I sell you abroad? The woman's brain buzzed. The woman's mind buzzed. And she was stunned. Her whole body felt the coldness. Her eyes staring straight up in fear. She plopped down, both knees rubbing against the smooth floor, and knelt down in front of Lee Tuahai. A pair of hands wrapped around his thighs, looking down on such a sexy bunny girl, just collapsed triangular column, rubbing a moment to support and froze up again. Please, please, please give me a chance. Give me a chance to choose again. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. I want to start over. I know it's wrong. Oh. The woman sniffled and let out a loud cry, making a plea for mercy. Li Tuahai felt that it was almost time, so his attitude eased up. Hands slowly reached for the woman's arms, and just as they touched, the woman's body subconsciously shrank back. Get up and go over and sit down. Little girl, tonight you're lucky to have met a top godly hero like me. If you had met the kind of godly hero in YA novels, you're in for a rude awakening tonight. Not to mention the mental torture. With a body and face like yours, you wouldn't even be able to get out of bed the next day. Believe it or not. He helped the woman to sit down toward a sofa and comforted her. Don't cry. I'm not a bad person. You are lucky to meet me tonight. I can still correct you. If you do not meet me, you cannot hide behind this calamity. If you're lucky, You won't meet a very bad man in your life. But there are some things that are buried deep inside that are hidden. Li Tuahai shrugged the woman's shoulders, comforted, and said, "Come on, give me a kiss, and accompany me to a late-night snack." Oh, just as he hugged the woman's shoulders, his mouth near his forehead, the housekeeper who heard the commotion rushed in from outside in a panic and saw the damaged plastics worth 4,700, etc. and the limited edition LV model that was thrown to the side of the road like garbage. The house was a mess with broken glass all over the floor. Li Tuahai was startled and the two of them hurriedly separated. The butler looked at the mess on the floor, and looked at the woman's stockings torn full of holes, as well as red eyes. He felt that the boss in front of him, a violent tendency, cannot even imagine how perverted. Just play? Old boss, there, so what? Is there anything you need from me? Li Tuahai zipped up the open executive vest and put it back on. Cough. After alleviating the embarrassment, he pointed to the broken plastic stool worth 4,700 and said, "This 4,700 stool are not as durable as the plastic chairs of the big stalls, and even fucking hype," snubbing the big injustice seeds, then pointing to the limited edition global LV model lying in the crumbs of broken glass, he said to the butler, "Cut it out for me. Take the canvas bag this young lady is carrying and put it in the glass case. The virginity of a young girl is more precious and important than a luxury bag." Chapter 15. Transfer $1.50 to me. Now go find this beautiful woman a dress to change into. Li Tuahai squealed to the butler and lit up his own cigarette. Sitting on the sofa and taking a puff. A cigarette afterward is better than a living god. The woman, on the other hand, cried and cried, and when she remembered Li Tuahai's painful scolding just now, she was ashamed and had a very hard time inside. After following the butler out of the parlor, the butler glanced at her in dismay. As a housekeeper, he has seen a lot of this kind of thing. Often there is a little girl crying the next day, after the loss of tears, want to retaliate, and their own half-assed, plus most women's old-fashioned notions feel that this kind of thing gets out and has a bad reputation in the four corners of the countryside. The people who could sleep with him were either rich or noble, and his own family was ordinary, so he put up with it for fear of getting into trouble. Don't cry. Next time pay attention and don't sleep in a room with just any man. It's a blessing to suffer, so don't do it next time. No, it's not like that. The woman choked back a sob. It's me. It's all my problem. I have Mr. Lee to thank for getting me lost. Lost and found? The butler's expression lurched. This plot didn't seem to be the same as what he had imagined. Soon the woman returned to the hotel in a slim black suit. Li Tuahai looked her up and down and said, "This is not quite good. You have to go to that kind of place to work part-time, and dress so sexy. You are being hooked up by a bad man. It's a matter of time. A girl's gotta be safe. There are so many LSPs these days. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at you behind your back right now? If it wasn't for me tucking in, you'd be all over the place." The words fell from her lips and the woman looked around in a hurry. He stood up, took the woman's hand, and said, "There, how can you spot them with that brain of yours? Don't be silly. I'm hungry. Accompany brother to have some late-night snacks." The butler, who was standing by, said, "Boss, do you need a car?" "No, I know there's an alley on Lotus Street that does wow barbecue. It's just a few steps down the road. Driving a rouse to a barbecue. So high profile. Am I crazy? Think I'm a sand sculpture god ho hero eat a small barbecue. Opposite parked a large Rolls-Royce? Pretending to be a bully?" After saying that, Li Tuahai held the woman's hand and walked into the elevator. "What's it called?" "My name is." Before the woman could finish her sentence, a pair of large hands covered her mouth, frightening her with a pair of beautiful eyes glaring straight. In a split second, the man in front of her finally reveals his disguise and chooses to make a move in the more exciting elevator, knowing that there is surveillance and still do it. Are not afraid to leave evidence. Simply lawless. What the fuck? You, let go. The woman broke away fiercely and quickly pulled away from Li Tuahai. "Are you stupid? You really say your name when asked? Nowadays, when green tea goes out to hook up with men, she knows to use an alias. You say real name? A little bit of relationship. Go to the street office to check you. Where your ancestry? How old are you? How many ID cards do you have? Which apartment do you live in? It's all clear." The woman then calmed her panic and said, "Ting, ting, ting, hey, that's right." Walked to the side of the road. Found a Manhwa bike. Li Tuahai took out his cell phone to scan the QR code. Right on it, the two of them drove forward and backward towards the Lotus Street barbecue stand just behind the two in the traffic. A cab sat two top-notch beauties who, if you didn't know better, would have thought they were sisters. Mr. Tang. See, a man of this stature. Changing women is like changing clothes. Nothing strange. Tang Yinglian's eyes narrowed slightly. Her opinion of Li Tuahai. Changing again, sure enough. In this world, there is no cat that doesn't steal fish. He, Li Tuahai, was only an ordinary man, And Aunt Huey's teasing of him under the dining table at the Michelin box earlier must have tickled his lust. The rush to leave under the false pretense of being angry turned out to be a private meeting with his mistress at a hotel. Hey Mr. Tang. You, Aunt Hui. Don't call me Mr. Tang. Just call me Lin Lin like you did when you were a kid. Or let me have some warmth. Lin, what are you sighing for? It's nothing, Tang Yinglin said quickly. Then closed her eyes. She thought Li Tuahai was some kind of high-class man. Just a vulgar man. Looking for him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Really aggrieved, soon the cab stopped at Lotus Road. The road is very narrow. The roadside are set up night stalls vendors. What Zhanjiang baked oysters. Shandong mixed grain pancakes. Pineapple fried rice. Cold fried noodles, cold noodles, grilled chicken legs. That is everything. The scene in front of her couldn't be more familiar to Tang Yinglin. Food supplement before the big battle. Enhance the relationship. Fling the barbecue feast. When a few bottles of Budweiser versus a can. Back to the hotel on the open, just as Li Tuahai was about to pay the 1.5 MMT bill. He was dumbfounded. Insufficient card balance. Payment failed. The eye-catching prompts and several large letters on the cell phone interface reminded him that the system had sealed his balance of over $80 billion, which could only be used for charity and to gain access to purchasing goods in the system mall. Although the completion of the mission on weekdays will also reward a variety of fixed assets, he does not have to spend money on food, clothing, housing, transportation and play. But it is impossible to say that the whole magic is his property, right? So much for an inconvenient life. Brother, come on, what's wrong with you? Well, ting ting ah. Here brother will have to teach you another lesson. Li Tuahai slipped his cell phone into his pants pocket. This interpersonal communication. Pay attention to the exchange of value. Pay attention to courtesy. Brother invited you to stay in such a luxurious hotel tonight. Do you also have to show with brother? Ting Ting pursed her lips, smiled, quickly stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss at Li Tuahai's cheek. Leaves a faint strawberry mark. Not, are you a tiger? Less nonsense. Hurry to WeChat to me to transfer $1.50 over. And a moment to eat barbecue money also have to you pay. Waste so much effort to correct you over. You must not show off? Hearing $1.50. Tina froze at first, subsequently thought. Such a big boss. In the Oriental Pearl Tower Hotel to stay a night or 50. 000 to 60. 000. And a whole hotel. How can lack this $5? My brother is teaching me the ways of the world, although I have little money. But I have to show my feelings to my brother. Otherwise it will not be a white-eyed wolf? How chilling is that? Yeah, you can eat as much as you want and order whatever you want later. This is only good. Children can be taught. Li Tuahai dotingly touched Ting Ting's pill head. And the two of them walked hand in hand towards a snack street. Soon, a cocky voice rang out under a cloud of barbecue smoke and people. Give me 3 skewers of lamb loin. I want them fresh. You want it or not? I don't eat it. I like vegetarian food. 2 skewers of lamb loin. 1 bullwhip. 5 lamb whips. 3 skewers of leeks roasted for me, and 4 lamb balls for me. How much? The strong man with a large flower arm tattooed on his arm and a meter 8 looked at the menu on the small book and cheerfully said, Boss, it's 584 in total. You just take 580. Li Tuahai hooked his hand, and Ting Ting consciously handed over her wallet. These days, it's also rare for anyone to use cash. Inside is a month's paycheck from my part-time job. $1,000, Tina said with a smile. It doesn't hurt, does it? Although 580 is a lot for me, I think it's the right thing to do. I can't let your old man spend money, can I? Good. With your words, when brother's heart is happy. Li Tuahai took out 6 bills from his very girlish wallet and handed them to the vendor. Okay Lu, find you 20. Thank you brother. You sit over there. The vendor pointed to a table on the side of the road and said this scene was clearly seen by Tang Yinglin, who was standing not far away and observing. This Li Tuahai. He's really addicted to whoring for nothing. He even wants a little girl to take money for a barbecue. Silly girl is still happy. A moment back to the hotel. The one who suffers is still her. Hey, Su Wenwei said full of pity. The two looked at Li Tuahai and sat down at a yellow table. This, Ting Ting ah, you are a medical student right? Aha, for the sake of this little barbecue plus karma, I'll introduce you to someone. You'll be right if you follow her. Chapter 16, donate another 100 million. Mr. Righteousness. Halfway through the kebabs, a familiar figure appears in the bustling night market. She stood at the intersection looking around in a plain dress, cloth shoes, and hanging a canvas bag. Mr. Lan, over here, Li Tuahai growled, grinning as he guided the man to his seat. Let me introduce. This is Ting Ting, a sophomore medical upper at Aurora University. And this is the president of the Anonymous Charity Foundation, Lan Yefeng. Mr. Lan. After Lan Yefeng put the canvas bag on the plastic chair, thinking that she might not be used to eating barbecue, Li Tuahai ordered another serving of white porridge. Ah Tina, it's good to see you. Our Mr. Lan Yafeng? Tingting was very excited. After the establishment of the anonymous charity foundation, Lan Yafeng's deeds were reprinted in the major self-media platforms. Each video has 100,000 plus likes and the comments section is full of praise, saying she is one of the few conscientious doctors in the world today. It is also said that she is the reincarnation of the goddess of mercy, a person who goes on to stand firm and fight alone for the goodness of the earth. Well, young lady, what medical specialty are you in? Lan Yafeng was in his 50s, and with Li Tuahai asking her out and a medical student scion by her side, she naturally knew what the purpose was. You're a good matchmaker. You're a good cultivator. Such kindness in cultivating medical talents for the society is really well intentioned. Mr. Lang, I'm in nuclear medicine. Nuclear medicine? Li Tuahai, who was sitting on the side, was confused and asked, what kind of work does this specialty usually involve in hospitals? The one who takes a CT of a person and writes the report. Is that after the patient takes the CT, we have to write, based on the report, which organ of the patient is the problem, what disease it could be, and so on. Hey, that's a coincidence. Li Tuahai slapped his thigh and said, Ms. Lan happened to be the director of the ultrasound department of the central hospital. Doesn't that coincide with your specialty? Really? Ting Ting's eyes lit up. Even if she was a medical student graduated from Aurora University, it would be hard to get into the central hospital if it didn't matter, and now people are recruiting from PhDs. Boss, don't worry if you entrust her to me. I'll personally take her through her internship and accumulate clinical experience, Lan Yafeng said as he took a sip of white porridge. Old, boss? Tina's mouth opened wide in shock. Li Tuahai crossed his arms, his elbows resting on the small table. Oh, just introducing you guys. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the founder of the Anonymous Charity Foundation, the chairman of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, and the boss behind the PH nightclub in Magic City. Tina had a hard time imagining all three identities in one person. And there was also the identity of the boss behind the PH nightclub in Magic City. Entertainment industry, in the inherent impression of people, how can this kind of boss do charity? Aren't all nightclub owners supposed to be mean, strutting and covered in tattoos? Looking at the shocked looks of the two, Li Tuahai naturally knew what they were thinking. Then he took the initiative to explain. Not afraid of your jokes. Usually I also read some God's hero novels on the internet. Those protagonists, without exception, will go to the nightclub to order that what God's dragon set, waving money like dirt. Very pretentious. I was so disgusted that I simply bought a nightclub and used the money they spilled for this charity to help them out. There are some things that I'm not too comfortable saying with little kids here. Li Tuahai glanced at Ting Ting, who was holding a skewer of roasted cowpeas in her hand. You're the little kid. I'm 20. I'm an adult, Ting Ting said unconvincingly. 20. Haven't left campus yet, right? Just that behavior of yours earlier. I knew that you have low social experience and don't know the dangers of society. I wasn't going to say anything, but since you had to hear it, I'll tell you a long story. Li Tuahai lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. Hiss. Exhale a large smoke ring. What about these godly men? More than just going to nightclubs and dashing. They also like classmates' mothers. Like light mature women. Like other people's wives. Forget it, or don't say it. Can't say it anymore. The table was awkward for the two of them. And Lan Yafeng just drank white congee one after the other. After what happened at the hospital, she certainly knew that this society was a big die bowl, and those who lacked a little self-control could easily be led astray. Ting Ting, who was on the sidelines, was dumbfounded. She was a college student now and was scared. How can there be God ho? Like classmate mom? Li Tuahai took a sharp drag on his cigarette, pushed his body forward and said, can you call yourself a godly man without indulging? What? Can you call yourself a godly man if you don't do what you want? As the words fell, the familiar electronic beep sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second mainline mission, the rescue of the lost medical student. Current mainline quest progress, 2 out of 100. Progress 2%. Special reward 1,000,000,000 jittery coins. Detail inside ability *10. All store property rights of Lotus Road Snack Street. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. 3 seconds. A man in a black suit, suspected to be a real estate agent, rode an electric bike and stopped behind Li Tuahai. He held a thick stack of title transfer contracts in his hand and patted Li Tuahai's shoulder. May I ask if this is Mr. Li Tuahai? This is the title of the store on Lotus Road Snack Street. You check it. Li Tuahai was a bit confused as he received the thick stack of information. Is the system that responsive? It's really strange. Did he do it in advance? How did he know that I would come to Lotus Road? Or is this a coincidence? It can't be a coincidence. I come to Lotus Road for a barbecue, and in the blink of an eye, I'm rewarded with the title to all the stores here? Hiss. This open life of mine, It can't also be arranged by the system behind the scenes, right? Forget it. Why think so much? After handing over the contract to him, the man in the black suit twisted the throttle of the electric car and disappeared into the crowded night market. Li Tuahai clutched a large stack of contracts in his right hand and slapped it against his spread-out left palm. Can you call yourself a top godly man if you don't do charity? Ding dong! The WeChat message rang. Li Tuahai pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was a group chat message. Fatty Hai invites you to join the group chat. Lotus Road pavement stalls concentration camp. Fatty Hai handed over the authority of the group leader. Fatty Hai exits the group chat. This is the new boss. Boss, get rich. I'm a Chiu Chow seller at the Lotus Road intersection. Come by the store sometime and enjoy the authentic Chiu Chow cuisine. I'm selling Zhanjiang barbecue. One day if the boss needs to make up, come over and eat oysters for free. I'm the owner of the foot spa in the alley, so if you have time to come over and wash your feet, I'll find you the youngest and most well-behaved girl. I'll get you the youngest and nicest girls. Looking at the various complimentary group messages, Li Tuahai secretly sighed. It doesn't cost money to do anything. What do you think I need money for? Might as well take it to charity and get some more assets. All kinds of interesting system rewards. You can also gain social status and fame. In time, looking at the entire Magic City. Who the hell dares to touch me? Li Tuahai. Li Tuahai put the thick stack of property rights contracts on the plastic chair, picked up a bottle of Budweiser on the table, and said, Mr. Lan, on behalf of an individual, I'll donate another $100 million to the DOS Charity Foundation. Ding! The host's face value has been raised. And any more top-notch beauties, regardless of anything else, will have an insurmountable upper hand on the host just by looking at their face value alone. Please protect yourself. Too many female perverts secretly crave your body. Chapter 17, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor and Allocating to the Imperial Temple. Li Tuahai, who was nibbling on a skewer of lamb's waist, was keenly aware that there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes watching him around. He looked around and realized that the women around him were looking his way. Intentionally or not, some women are blatant. The two of them looking at each other without fear. Even with longing and teasing in their eyes, some women are secretly poking and prodding. Want to see but do not dare to see. Steal a glance was Li Tuahai found. Face immediately red with the monkeys but like twisting to the side. When did being handsome become a burden? Li Tuahai tilted his head and gulped down a few mouthfuls of Budweiser, sitting on the sidelines. Tina watched the knot in his throat running up and down as her mind began to reminisce about the earlier moments at the hotel. Boss, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of those patients in the hospital. Lan Yefeng poured himself a glass of beer with clumsy movements, lifted the glass with both hands, and took a small sip. Ahem. Ahem. At first glance, she hadn't been drinking, and she felt so bitter in her mouth that she wanted to vomit a little. Mr. Lan, Teacher Lan, don't. You don't drink. Li Tuahai hurriedly escorted her arm and made her put down the wine glass. I'm not some cardinal capitalist who needs you to drink until your stomach bleeds to invest in you. $100 million. I'll donate it when I say so. Tomorrow, I'll contact the bank and put this money into the foundation's specific account, as a kind of virtue for myself. He let out a long sigh. I did a lot of bad things when I first got rich, I guess. And now I just want a chance to make up for it. Lan Yefeng naturally knew that $100 million was not a small amount. The average person would have to save for 666.666 years at a monthly salary of over $10,000 and $5,000 per month. Based on a lifetime of living 100 years, one would have to be a cow or horse for 17 lifetimes to earn that amount of money. Boss Li, your money is not from the wind. Not to mention drinking to the stomach hemorrhage. Is today I drink to death here, as long as you really donate. Lan Yefeng opened a bottle of wine, red eyes, tilted his head and poured it into his stomach. I'll transfer it to you now. Li Tuahai picked up his cell phone, and after some operations with the help of the system, the money was transferred to the account of the nameless charity foundation. It's turned. Lan Yefeng bottomed out a bottle of beer, picked up a paper towel and wiped his mouth, folded his hands and said, Boss Li is really a great man. Live a long life. Li Tuahai doesn't want to live only 100 years old. Now that he has money and a system, it's unlikely that he'll be able to find any method of longevity later on. Shoo. At this moment, two rogue whistles suddenly rang out from the next table. A good-looking, dyed yellow hair, short-sleeved, ultra-short skirt with a pair of long legs little Taeyukai walked over with a bottle of beer. Oh ha, bull. She walked up to Li Tuahai under the uproar of her friends and said, Handsome guy, drink one? Takumi doesn't drink. I'll drink with you. Ting Ting was busy picking up her wineglass and stood up to clink her glass with the little Taeyukai, then gulped down the glass with a gulp. After drinking, his right hand violently covered his mouth and nose. His face slowed down in a very difficult way, and he raised his head. Still drinking? I'll accompany you. Li Tuahai glanced at Ting Ting, hooked his nose with his hand and said, "Kid, what are you doing you? I still need you to hold my drink?" He smiled and picked up his glass, clinking it with the little teiyukai. "I'm not easy to support. You have to work hard. I spend a lot of money every month." When he finished his glass of wine. "Handsome guy, I think you are quite handsome. Can I add a WeChat?" "Sorry, have a girlfriend? Family control is strict." Lee Tuahai stretched out his hand and politely shook the little teiyukai's hand. "Nice to meet you. You're pretty too." Buzz, the little teiyukai had a red face, took one step and 3 turns back, and returned to her original seat with a fondness. She couldn't hide that look of fondness from an experienced man, who could see it at a glance. But who was he? Lee Tuahai, clearly not lacking. Meanwhile, sitting a dozen meters away, at a table against the wall, 2 women were silently watching the place. Lin. It seems to be different from what we thought. When Su Wenwei saw Lan Yefeng, she knew that things were not what they thought. Since the establishment of the John Doe Charitable Foundation, Lan Yefeng's touching story has been reported on all the major self-media outlets. This kind of silent, selfless dedication to society is really rare nowadays. And with Lee Tuahai asking her out and bringing a pretty little sister who was suspected to be a college student, it was obvious that he was also talking about business. And just now Lan Yefeng toasted with red eyes, as if that kid had done something heavenly for this society again. Just now, Lee Tuahai donated another $100 million to the nameless charity foundation. Tang Yinglin looked at her cell phone, the notice sent out by the staff, and was ashamed in her heart. She was also the gold master behind the Doe's charity foundation. But $5 million was more or less nothing compared to $100 million. A young philanthropist, an enthusiastic young man who silently donated behind the scenes. But they thought so nasty of him. At the moment, Tang Yinglin couldn't wait to take detergent and steel wool balls and wash her brain properly. Anti-wise. A phrase comes to mind. Your 10,000th deconstruction of me does not constitute a 10,000th of me. But a glimpse of you. We were all too involved in the world and almost defamed Lee Tuahai. Yes, Su Wenwei's extremely charming and pretty face reddened. Such a great and kind man. How could he use a Rolls-Royce and car keys to lure someone into a car to get a room just because the bunny girl at the roadside bar is sexy and good-looking with a great body? It must have been through conversation, knowing that the person was a medical student, and telling her that it was unsafe for a girl to work part-time in a bar dressed like that she made an appointment to go to the hotel to be carefully enlightened. Hey, this Lee Tuahai, it's really getting more and more puzzling. At 10:30 in the evening, it was getting late. After Lee Tuahai sent Lan Yefeng away, she took Tingting around the Lotus Street night market, all of which were vendors who had come out and worked hard to set up stalls for their families and livelihoods. The economic environment has been bad in the past few years, and no one has made much money, living a pretty depressing life. Everyone stopped for a moment. I'm the new landlord. My name is Lee Tuahai. The uncle who was carrying the iron pot on the side, frying fiercely on a big fire, looked at him with a dumbfounded face while upsetting the spoon, not even looking at the pot, and put salt and vinegar in the salt and vinegar. There is no other way. Only the hand is familiar. This. Considering that everyone hasn't made much money this year, the stall fees and store rent will be reduced for everyone for 3 months. I'm sending out an announcement in the large group now, so let's all inform each other. After saying that, he pressed his hands on the screen of his cell phone and sent out a message at the Lotus Road pavement stall concentration camp. As soon as I heard the words rent-free, it was still 3 months. Bang! The uncle jerked the iron pot toward the side of that improvised stovetop, wiped his hands on his apron, and pulled out his cell phone to check his messages. A grin followed, an extremely genuine smile. Goo, Boss Lee is a great man. You are worthy of the Imperial Temple. Boss Lee, thanks. Boss Lee, you really helped me a lot. I back Jang how to repay you. Oh, Boss Lee, do you want to try my roasted oysters? They're all fresh and opened first. I just sent a message to the group, and you didn't even bubble. Said the heavily painted owner of a footbath store that opened off an alley, as she ran to the door on her high heels. Boss Lee, yo, come and play, come in and play. The boss's wife crossed her waist with her right hand and beckoned in a very enchanting manner. News sister, yo. Ting was busy wrapping her arms around Lee Tuahai, returning a stern look from her boss's wife. She tilted her head and looked at Lee Tuahai's knife-sharpened lower forehead line. All righteousness, lots of money and good heart, and importantly, huge handsome, right in her aesthetic point. Wrapping her arms around this superb man, Ting leaned her little head into Lee Tuahai's arm with a happy face. Tina, She wrapped her arms around Lee Tuahai and tilted her head, her eyes full of little stars. Know what I call this? What? I call it robbing from the rich to give to the poor, giving back to the people what they deserve. You must study hard and learn more knowledge, so that you can utilize this knowledge in the future to follow in my footsteps as I move forward. Lee Tuahai looked at the night market and smelled the sweaty odor of the working people. Aha! Chapter 18, 1 week test period. Lin, Su Wenwei shouted. The night market walked into an extremely eye-catching woman. Looking at the temperament does not belong to this city alley. Tang Yinglin, a black professional package hip skirt suit. With a slim small suit. The pace of pulling to Li Tuahai. She has bright eyes and white teeth. Her jade nose is small and straight. Her eyes have a godly look. And the high ponytail tied up behind her head is flung around, making her more youthful and beautiful. Li Tuahai. She raised her hand to strike, but her wrist was clutched like an iron vice and stopped in midair. Tang Yinglin. You heel. Stalking me. Ting Ting, who was holding Li Tuahai's arm, was busy pulling her hand out and softly said, Brother, who is this pretty sister? Ting Ting, who was still a student, looked at the woman in front of her with excellent temperament and looks, but she was a little less confident. I'm his girlfriend. Who are you? He's just my sister, said Li Tuahai. Don't scare people, they're still a student. Me. Tina's eyes were a little moist, but she was indeed a sophomore at Aurora University. Brother, I have something to tell you. She pulled Li Tuahai aside, a hint of courage in her eyes that didn't belong at her age. I will be a woman you look up to, and those things I will never do again. Thank you. Next time I won't bring you to a roadside stand and let those hooligans harass you. I'll take you to a French dinner on my own. I swear. Swear venomously. No. Ting Ting. Li Tuahai a little confused. Roadside stalls are quite good. French feast. French feast at advanced? Hey. No. Why are you telling me this? Idiot. Tina fought back tears and ran away, quickly fleeing as one vendor looked on. After walking down the street, the tears finally got out of control and instantly welled up. She walked down the street, crying all the way, wiping a handful of tears from time to time, not caring about the strange eyes of passers-by. After walking for 10 minutes or so, it was quite indisputable that I swiped a mission-shared bike on the side of the road. She stared at the car very heartily, and set her mind on the ambition to make a name for herself in the Magic City. Tick-tock dash. Suddenly an Aston Martin DB11 on the side of the road dropped its speed. The backseat window rolled down, and Tang Yinglin poked out a small head and said, Sister, there's another seat. Take my car. I'll send you back to school. You're from Aurora University, right? If you're interested in graduating, you can come to my sister's company for an internship. Medical students, people are medical students. Li Tuahai sat in the seat inside and said with some impatience, Oh, medical students ah. Our company's hospital department is also recruiting, although small, but high treatment oh. Tang Yinglin said. Li Tuahai from the inside seat, crossed her, put his head on the car window and said, Don't listen to your sister ah. Your sister, she didn't mean anything else. You follow Mr. Lon to learn well ah. Aya Takumi. You're pressing down on me, Tang Yinglin said daintily. Li Tuahai pointed at the driver in front of him and said, You haven't eaten. Step on the gas pedal, step on the gas pedal. The Aston Martin DB11 raised its dust with a roar. It was only after she couldn't see the car's taillights that Tina, who was riding a shared bike, burst into tears and bawled. At a stoplight. Li Tuahai questioned. Tang Yinglin, do you think it's fun for you to bully a little girl like this? Stimulating her is good for her growth. Where is the tolerance so weak? Tang Yinglin's upper body was straight, sitting in the back seat, returning to her usual high spirits. Alright, stop pretending. Others don't know that you were pretending at the night market. Can I still not know? Li Tuahai didn't think that a multi-billion-dollar woman big shot would like a man so easily. Since you're doing a play, you have to do it all. In front of anyone, you can't deny that you're my boyfriend. Tang Yinglin said, Still talking about me? Li Tuahai. She pulled out her cell phone and flipped through the Doe's Charity Foundation internal group. You're quite good at pretending. Sometimes I find you quite contradictory. I can't tell what's real and what's not. $100 million you say donate. You're quite generous. As the words fell, a familiar electronic tone resounded in Li Tuahai's head, detected the host's posthumous donation of $100 million to the John Doe Charitable Foundation, hereby rewarding. Reward? I don't accept rewards, being a part of this community. It's nice to see future medical professionals who almost went astray in their early days due to living in poverty. It's a due diligence on my part as a top godly man. What's the point of doing that? You can't just do something good and reward it either. System, just spoil me. Li Tuahai checked the reward records in the system mall. 1, 000, 000, 000, jitterbugs. Detailed insight ability *10. Title to all stores in Lotus Road Snack Street. Body strengthening points *1. Crashing secret card *1. There are more rewards than you can use, and more rewards than you can use at all. Li Tuahai, what are you staring at? What are you up to again? Don't you dare to show your true colors? I always feel like you're hiding something from everyone. You're not sincere. I'm not sincere? Li Tuahai disliked back. Don't PUA me here. What do you guys mean by sincere? It's like clear water at a glance. So you can take whatever you want, right? You can only say 3 words to people. but you can't throw away your whole heart. And this is called insincerity? This is called self-protection. Am I going to tell you guys that I have a system and I'm actually a normal person? What's wrong with my head? I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I'll make it to the other side alive with brother Tetsuko? I'd have to pretend to be crazy all the way through, and deliberately pretend to get in my face all the way through will let them fail to get to the bottom of me, my nature, and the level of my intelligence, and they would have already made a move to investigate me. If it was a world like the one in that sand-sculpted godly text, where they are a small child covering their ears and eyes, they would have been found out a long time ago, still out there pretending this way, that way, openly, darkly. Life is pretty short, 30,000 days or so who are you pretending to show it to? Seeing that Lee Tuahai didn't show his cowardice in front of himself, Tang Yinglin secretly suspected that his background must be greater than that of the entire Tang family. It might even be much bigger. No, it's definitely much bigger. It's impossible for someone, with a random mouthful of money, not involving any commercial tax avoidance, to donate $100 million pure and simple. Such a ho-hum. Her attitude suddenly eased a few points and said, on Li Rui Long's side, you may also have to borrow your family's relationship. As I said, 1 week test period. Give the master emotional value in place. Move down Li Rui Long. Easy as pie. Li Tuahai was upset and cursed. He's something. He's a ball. What does he think he is? Tang Yinglin was surprised. You know him? Let me tell you. The ones who pretended to be my boyfriend earlier are all dead. Emotionalness. Value. Li Tuahai said at the top of his voice. As the words fell, a faint scent of jasmine didn't enter his nostrils, and Tang Yinglin's slender left hand hooked onto his arm, leaning her small head against his shoulder, closing her eyes and falling asleep without realizing it. Chapter 19. The brocade bag. The driver looked up at the rearview mirror, while turning back and saying to Tang Yinglin, boss, there's a car following. Tang Yinglin woke up at an unknown time, sitting on the back seat with Li Tuahai leaning on her shoulder, sleeping soundly. Dump it. 2 cold words. She was used to this sort of thing. As the CEO of Tangren Pictures, it wasn't once or twice that she had been stalked, especially in the past 3 years. Li Rui Long had kept a close eye on her and would often send people to follow her. Li Rui Long is a double standard. He can wake up in a different woman's bed every day, but not hers. He'll arrange for someone to get hold of those women and keep them in a cage like a canary. It was only for his enjoyment alone, and the desire to control it bordered on perversion. The Aston Martin began to accelerate. Tang Yinglin, however, frowned slightly. She was really tired. The people around her could only see the glamour of the Tang family's eldest young lady. They couldn't see the hardship, stoicism and difficulty behind her, the pressure she was under. An ordinary man would have cried and complained to heaven and earth. The company's business was already complicated, and now with the addition of Li Rui Long, who made him sick, the $100 billion bet, and the family's pressure, she was about to collapse. She opened her mouth and pressed her voice in a silent cry. Suddenly, her left hand was pulled by someone. Her fingers interlocked. Yinglin, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be your most solid support, Li Tuahai said as he leaned on her shoulder and closed his eyes. At such a moment, suddenly saying these words, Tang Yinglin was surprised. Wasn't he just sleeping? When he says emotional value, isn't that similar to the movie Hair Out Loud? Why is your mind suddenly so delicate now? Li Tuahai, what kind of person are you really? At that moment, her right hand was clutched tighter, giving her a very solid, powerful feeling, and her inner strength seemed to be recharging a little. She was silent, letting Li Tuahai clutch her hand. Li Tuahai leaned on her shoulder, panicked abashed. He simply could not imagine what a person with a heavenly background should be like. It can only be overbearing and crazy at times, subtle at others, shameless and nasty at others, and moral at others. Even he is upside down, so it's hard for others to characterize him as any kind of person. The driver in the front row is also wondering. The last second the two people were still fighting. This second they are good at biting their ears. It seems that Tang always has a real boyfriend. The fake wouldn't dare to be so reckless with her. Even if it was a single look from Tang Yinglin, the fake was too scared to cross the line one step. Over an hour the Aston Martin stopped at the gate of the old townhouse on Fuxing Road, and Tang Yinglin shrugged. Wake up, it's here. Li Takumi, who was leaning against her shoulder, shook his chin from side to side. Rin, I'm going to sleep with you tonight. The two were so close that even the nostrils of both could be felt. Honey, get off first. Tang Yinglin took Li Tuahai's hand, and the two of them walked towards the inside of the old ocean house. When she saw the driver leave, she immediately let go of her hand. Li Tuahai, can you stop pretending? Isn't there an outsider here? Doing a full set of theater. In case your driver was bribed by Li Rui Long? Li Tuahai raised his hands to slick back his hair and said, impersonating your boyfriend. Luan Jia is risking his life in OA. After saying that, she walked into the building, leaving Tang Yinglin alone in the wind. I can't feel it. I can't feel it at all. One minute it's like that, the next minute it's like this? Could it be that this Lee Tuahai is an epileptic? The early morning sunlight filtered through the windows of the old townhouse, dispelling the dimness of the room. A ray of clear, slightly warm light fell on Lee Tuahai's eyes, and the crystal orange orbs snapped open. After a brief wash, he began to wander around the old townhouse. He soon realized that on the third floor, there was a Zeiss periscope. This is the old Tang bought from the auction house, purely mechanical, a telescope, nearly 100 years old. He curiously put up. In front of him is a new world. Ha! Guess what I see? In the process of moving the binoculars, Lee Tuahai suddenly had a flash in front of his eyes, and saw the most special one out of the several windows in the opposite building. Do not listen to impoliteness, do not see impoliteness, do not speak impoliteness, Namo Amitabha Buddha. It's still bad luck to see it in the morning. Hi, not up yet? It's time to eat. Su Wenhui suddenly shouted from the first floor, almost not causing him to faint. Oh, right away, right away. You guys eat first. Come on down and eat. Lin cooked your noodles herself today. They should be lumpy in a few minutes. He didn't reply, shifting the view of his binoculars to admire the beautiful woman passing in front of him. It wasn't until he sensed someone at his back that he jerked his head back. Ah, Tang Inglin, why don't you make a sound when you walk? The person in front of her was wearing a small black halter dress, and looking down the slender legs, a pair of jade feet dyed with red nail polish were only wearing a pair of cotton socks. What are you looking at? So mesmerized? Sneaky, Tang Inglin asked. Li Tuahai moved the binoculars to the side and gave her a very serious look without saying anything. I'm going downstairs for dinner. After the people left, Tang Inglin came up and headed for the tarmac outside the old townhouse. Taking a closer look, and couldn't help but frown, there were a couple of very suspicious people hovering around the old townhouse, and one hiding in a tree. Watching the goings-on inside through binoculars, those guys had a Bluetooth headset hanging from their ears and looked suspicious. She took out her cell phone and messaged the security captain. There are a few suspicious people around the road. Go check them out. After sending the message, she mentally sighed. This Lee Tuahai's sense of counter-surveillance is quite high. He looks like a big man on a normal day, but he's actually very cautious behind his back. It's a deep hide. It is also guaranteed that Li Ruilong sent someone to sneak in the middle of the night and plot against him. Had breakfast. Li Tuahai had nothing to do and went into his study to practice his calligraphy. It didn't take long for Tang Inglin, who had packed up and was ready to go to the office, to walk into the study. Maybe it's the weather, but instead of wearing that slim, breathable little suit today, it's just a white shirt on top and a wraparound skirt underneath. Under the skirt, a pair of long and tight jade legs wrapped in black one-piece stockings, vaguely visible white and soft skin. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. The thin heels with black tops and red soles made a rhythmic, rhyming sound as they hit the floor. Yo, I didn't see it. You still know how to write brushstrokes? Tang Inglin bent sideways and looked at a piece of white rice paper on the desk. Li Tuahai nodded his head slightly. Very serious. Like a different person, he picked up the brush and slowly dipped it in the inkstone while saying, You go out first. About Li Ruilong, I have the brocade bag to give you. The words fell out of his mouth, and without saying anything more, he gripped the quill and twisted his wrist, penning away. Chapter 20, The Word Quiet Secretive. Tang Inglin stepped out of the study with a thin high heel. She was chaotic inside, wondering if this Lee Tuahai was really stupid? Or is he pretending to be stupid? Or is he the son of a family with a heavenly background? He's all upside down. Like him, one can't get a handle on his nature at all. After waiting for a short while, Lee Tuahai walked out of the study, holding a yellow pouch embroidered with dragon and phoenix totems, and shoved it into Tang Inglin's hand. Open it when necessary, and remember, the path is simple. Tang Inglin couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly felt that the Lee Tuahai in front of him seemed to know everything clearly, saw everything clearly, and had a good plan in his belly. With his words, Tang Inglin's heart was much more settled. It's a good thing the fake boyfriend this time isn't a water boy, and won't be taken care of by Li Ruilong in 3 or 2 tries. Thanks, Tang Inglin said. Auntie Hui and I will go to the office first. What about you? I'll sleep in a bit more. Haven't been up this early in a while. Okay, let's go then. See you tonight. Tang Inglin and Su Wenhui walked out of the old ocean house together, and soon the sound of an engine firing resounded outside. Gradually it went silent again. Tang Inglin? Little Donnell? Lin? Lee Tuahai shouted a few times in the empty old ocean house, and no one responded. I don't know why, but my heart suddenly became a little excited. He kicked the pair of slippers on his feet aside carelessly, ran barefoot to the 3rd floor, went to that Zeiss telescope, and after looking at the beautiful women on the street for a while, he felt something wrong in his heart. So he returned to his study to practice writing. This practicing writing is practicing one's heart. If one's heart is crooked, then all kinds of dangers, all kinds of bad luck are on their way. A true man, raised with a great deal of integrity, with his heart set, he returned to his bedroom and went back to sleep. Tangent pictures. Tang Inglin, dressed in an OL outfit, was flipping through some documents at her desk, and she had a headache with the generally low recharge rate of a large number of short dramas that had been put on the market recently. Li Rue Long hired another water army and reported like crazy, so that the short drama under her name is often stuck in the review once the heat of many short subjects passes. There's not much use in putting them back on the market, and that's just one of the little problems. There's a whole list of problems waiting for her to deal with. At the thought of that bet, she clutched her head and cried out. Crumpling onto her desk, suddenly, she remembered that Lee Tuahai had given her the brocade pouch, randomly taking the LV bag placed aside. He fished out an embroidered pouch from it, and upon unwrapping it, inside was a small note. She opened the note, and there was only one word written on it: quiet. It seemed that this Lee Tuahai had long ago discovered the problem in her. During this period of time, the company's revenue has plummeted, coupled with Lee Rue Long's long-term harassment, backstabbing, the family's pressure, and the employees clamoring for a wage increase. Her heart has long been in turmoil, getting so restless that you can't settle down to deal with things one by one, not being able to calm down and deal with things. These problems just kept upsetting her, and it all became a vicious circle. This Lee Tuahai? What kind of person is he really? The first time I met him, could it be that he has been acting up since that time? He knew I was behind him and looked back at me, only it was too dark for him to see clearly. He did it on purpose. Tang Yinglin couldn't help but lower her head in some shame. Her pretty face flushed red. He was able to point out my problem very accurately with a single glance. He's just pretending to be a pig in a poke. This Jing character is written quite beautifully. Tang Yinglin called Su Wenwei and handed her the small note, telling her to frame it like a picture frame so that she could put it on her desk and remind herself of it every now and then. The time came to 12 o'clock without realizing it. Tang Yinglin had recently lost weight and fell asleep on her desk after drinking an iced Americano. Li Tuahai, who slept back to sleep, drove a Lamborghini Big Bull, ate a bowl of wontons haphazardly on the roadside, and then drove towards Tangren Studios. Tangren is a big company. Immortal Sword I, Immortal Sword 3, Regulus Sword of Heaven, Scars and other explosive ancient TV series, all produced by them. This first time as a boyfriend, to find their female president. More or less a little nervous, he picked up the roses on the passenger side and inquired all the way to the president's office. Seeing that Tang Yinglin was sleeping on the table, he walked over very carefully and gently called out a few times. There was no response. Sleeping heavily. Li Tuahai draped her in the slim-fitting suit he'd brought from home, and it was still a little chilly with the air conditioning pumping in the office. This time, he couldn't help but look towards Tang Yinglin's chest, since she was the only one in the office. It was rather casual, with her shirt unbuttoned 3 times and the black lace bra she wore inside exposed. Li Tuahai gulped. Seeing some fragments from the binoculars in the morning flashing through his mind, he stood to one side, scrutinizing the outline of the woman in front of him. Tang Yinglin belonged to that classical oriental woman's face shape, melon face, with delicate and beautiful features. Looking at those delicate lips smeared with expensive lipstick, he had an urge to get a kiss in the office. Looking towards her lower body, Tang Yinglin was still wearing professional clothes, upper body white shirt, lower body black package hip skirt. Her waist is very thin, looks like she has big hips, 2 wrapped black silk thighs, squeezed by the chair some flesh, slim calves stepped under a pair of fine high-heeled shoes. Tang Yinglin was indeed a rare big beauty, and her body was the kind that men could only dream of. First class. With her condition and base, she doesn't lose to the current first-tier female stars. Her hand suddenly moved, and when she got up, the slim little suit draped over her body slipped off, and she was surprised when she asked, Lee Tuahai, why are you here? Came over to see you. Lee Tuahai smiled. How? Is the brocade bag opened by you? Quiet is possible, but things aren't that easy to fix. Tang Yinglin looked embarrassed, then asked, have you had lunch? Are caring about me now. That's some spot on emotional value. Tang Yinglin buttoned up her shirt, stood up, took his arm and said, come on, let's take you for a stroll around our Tang. Nominally, he was strolling through the company, but in reality, he wanted to tell everyone that Lee Tuahai was his boyfriend, and deliberately did it to show Lee Rue Long. The two of them went up and down the company and Tang Yinglin stayed by Lee Tuahai's side, removing the veil of a high-cool female president and looking like a small woman. Back to the president's office, she pointed to a desk off to the side and said, why don't you play a game there for a while and accompany me to a dinner party tonight? I'll go. Lee Tuahai sat down on Shihao's ergonomic chair and opened WeGame. Is it convenient for me to go? You don't mind those people knowing about me? It's just that they have to get to know you. In short, just talk less and don't embarrass me. Tang Yinglin warned. You'd better be decent to me when you go. Chapter 1. Heaven does not create those who are above men, nor those who are below them. Tang Yinglin, dressed in an OL outfit, sat on a chair and looked Lee Tuahai up and down. The clothes are too plain. Tonight's party is important. Now go find Auntie Hui and ask her to take you to buy a set. I'm fine in this one. It's clean and dry. Lee Tuahai smoothed his hands down the fabric of his executive vest. If you have this spare money, why don't you donate it to my charitable foundation? Buy the clothes as usual, and I'll donate the money. Tang Yinglin's words were laced with a bit of impatience when she saw someone disobeying her. There had been people posing as her boyfriends earlier. None as stubborn as Lee Tuahai, and none as puzzling as he was. Those guys are all what Ivy League graduates, presidents of publicly traded companies and the like, with all the aura of a so-called quality male, but in private, none of them dared to talk back to Tang Yinglin, let alone have any intimate contact. And even so, they were still happy to have the name of a big Miss Tang's boyfriend. It's a great way to go out then. One had an accidental car accident, one drowned fishing, and one jumped to his death. In the end, it can be said that for that so-called face, all pay a heavy price. Aren't you afraid? Tang Yinglin looked toward Lee Tuahai, who was dressed in a plain outfit, with a meaningful meaning. Li Tuahai paused for a few seconds and said, "As a man, I feel that you have offended me." After saying that, he turned around and left the office, following Su Wenwei, and went to a luxury suit customization store. Like a puppet, he unfolded his arms and spread his legs sideways for the young shopgirl to take body measurements. The so-called kneeling service didn't give him much pleasure. He even felt that it was the business world, a distortion of human nature. The godly heroes that I had previously watched, as soon as they got the system, they would go to some SKP upscale mall and buy a dress that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to wear. They enjoy all sorts of compliments from snobs, gloating and feeling like they've become the man of the hour. In reality, it's nothing more than a big wrong seed with no independent thinking, harvested by capital. Put on that skin. You have confidence, take it off, and you become a loser in seconds, which is obviously not a quality that a true godly man should have. After buying the suit, he followed Su Wenwei to buy a Patek Philippe watch. In short, inside and out, in all sorts of details, it has to be molded into a kind of very powerful and successful upper-class person. 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yinglin rode in a volume Rolls-Royce Phantom, picked up Lee Tuahai, and drove towards the Peace Hotel. In the back seat, she was satisfied as she looked Lee Tuahai up and down. The delicate face and understated temperament, coupled with the all-gleaming eyes, her eyes flooded with light, also said that he is an ordinary family. This image and temperament, properly a male son of some big family. Lee Tuahai, I'll see how long you're going to pretend. The Peace Hotel is a century-old restaurant in the old Magic City. Having existed in Du Yuexing's time, today is the 60th anniversary of the founding of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, and Tang Yinglin wants to come over to try her luck, to see if she can recognize the relevant contacts, to be able to make the short drama project under Tang's banner go smoothly. When you enter, you are required to take away your cell phone and check your money. The positions inside the venue were seated according to personal assets, just like the seniority ranking in the entertainment industry. First-tier stars and investor bigwigs make the first row, and the rest of the second tier take their seats in order. As for the 18th line, there is no qualification for the rally at all. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Peace Hotel, and Tang Yinglin, dressed in a silver dress, walked to the door with Lee Tuahai on her arm. Tang Pictures, Yinglin Tang. After reporting the name and number, the man in the suit who guarded the door registered, and after obtaining some data, gave the table, in the third circle on the periphery of the stage, with a value of more than $3 billion, which is considered a C-level customer. The two were about to go in and the man in the suit looked at Lee Tuahai and said politely, "Mr. Tang, and this man's name." As the words fell, a system beep sounded in Lee Tuahai's head. "Honorable host, do you need to transfer $86 billion from 10,000 decentralized accounts to your own account?" "No, system, are you trying to get me killed?" He had followed Tang Yinglin here, so even if he hadn't reached the minimum asset amount, he must have been able to get in. "My name is Lee Tuahai. My ID is 511 3971. After the staff made some inquiries, an extremely embarrassed expression appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. Mr. Lee's account balance is less than 10 million, and has not reached the minimum threshold for this rally." The man in the suit was also dumbfounded as he looked at the balance of all the accounts that added up to 1,023.5. "It's fine. I can do the kids' table," Lee Tuahai said casually. "Mr. Lee, you really know how to joke." A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. "It's the boss of No Yo Media, Gu Half City, a $10 billion boss, a B-level client. Who could be the second circle on the periphery of the stage? With your kind of strength, you should be doing the first round. Who dares to let you sit at the kids' table? This is a strengths-based rally, and regardless of your family assets, on an individual basis, only B-level clients are eligible to bring their friends and family. Gu Half City walked over to the computer screen at the counter and looked at the account balance of 1,023.5 on it. A cold grunt of disbelief. He said to the man in the suit in charge of the capital inspection, "You're still young. I know, Boss Lee." Together, with that, the three of them walked forward and backward, Towards the inside of the restaurant, Tang Yinglin took Li Tuahai and walked to the table number C13 and sat down, a little sullen in her heart. But there are people outside of people, and there are rules in a place. Yo, little general manager Tang, you're even here. Rare, really rare. How's old Tang doing abroad? I heard that he's working on some AI and brain-computer interface. This is a windfall. A middle-aged man, nearly 60 years old with white hair and wearing glasses, sat down in C13 and greeted Tang Yinglin. Uncle Wu, you are still so young. Tuahai, let me introduce you. This is Wu Shichen Wu Uncle, the boss of Manhwa Venture Capital, mainly investing in the internet industry. Very powerful. Li Tuahai smiled, and the two shook hands briefly. This is your cousin? Wu Shichen asked with a smile. No, my new boyfriend, Li Tuahai. Tang Yinglin put her arm around Li Tuahai and said, baby, this is Uncle Wu. Very powerful. Started from nothing, has seen a lot of wind and waves, especially excellent. Oh, Li Tuahai responded, picking up his chopsticks and picking up a peanut rice from a small dish, feeding it to Tang Yinglin and give her a wink. The implication is, keep your mouth shut and bet your peanuts that I don't give a damn who he is. If you have more strength, can you have as much strength as the hangers-on? Wu Shichen smiled awkwardly after seeing Li Tuahai's reaction, but inside, he was extremely shocked. The bet between the Tang family and the Li family was known to everyone in the circle, and previously Tang Yinglin had even found 3 fake boyfriends, all of which had become a laughingstock in the circle. But this time, he watched the interaction between the two be very different. Previously, Tang Yinglin would never bring those men to any kind of banquet, let alone such a grand 60th anniversary of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, which was attended by some dignitaries. This time, even the baby came out. In the industry, rumors of frosty female president here. But the first time, suddenly, Wu Shichen had a flash of insight in his head and asked, who is Li Rui Long to you? Hearing this, Li Tuahai naturally understood Wu Shichen's misunderstanding. He smiled and shook his head, turning his body sideways, not wanting to talk to him. Come out to mix or talking about the background. Mixing circle, spelling father and relationship. But God says all men are equal, but equality is a word that is full of lies in modern society. It's the inequality that is an unacceptable reality. Don't know. I'm just an ordinary person, Li Tuahai said as he turned his back to Wu Shichen. Chapter 2, should I keep playing dumb? This attitude of Li Tuahai made Wu Shichen a little embarrassed. He laughed and got up to head to the other tables to catch up with his old friends, his booming voice echoing throughout the venue. Tang Yinglin used her elbow to touch Li Tuahai's back. You have a better attitude. Open your mouth. Li Tuahai turned around and picked up his chopsticks again, picking up a peanut from the porcelain dish and feeding it to her. Eat yourself. She shut her mouth and rolled her head to the side. Just then, the sound on the stage issued a burst of blinding sound. The man on the stage looks like 30 or so years old, not smiling, just like who owes him tens of millions of dollars. Seeing the man on the stage, Tang Yinglin immediately lowered her head, her eyes not daring to touch him in the slightest. Honorable guests, I am the host of this gathering, Tang Run. Welcome to the 60th anniversary of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce. All of you are the giants of various industries. The purpose of this gathering is to integrate resources, the monopoly of the market division, for the New Year's layout and outlook. I hope that we take this opportunity to create a better future together. Now please find your place and take your seats. Once everyone has arrived, President Liu will deliver the conference address. When Tang Run finished, the stage applauded. Li Tuahai calmly held the peanuts one by one without feeling anything. This kind of chamber of commerce, to put it bluntly, is an organization where a group of people join together to form a monopoly and work together to defend their own interests against later comers seizing the market. They are all some of the top wealthy figures in society, and the qualifications for membership are at least $1 billion. Tang Yinglin, next time this kind of banquet or don't bring me here. Don't fit in. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Don't be nervous. Put it casually. Tang Yinglin's chair moved towards Li Tuahai's side. Li Tuahai was a bit speechless, let out a long sigh, and said, these people, all of them, are people with top cognition and top wisdom in the society, and everyone's ability is also top-notch. So it's reasonable to say that they can unite and make some contributions to this society. But they don't. They're just full of grabbing markets and grabbing profits, which I find quite boring. When Tang Yinglin heard this, she didn't say anything and surveyed, with an extremely surprised look, Li Tuahai, who was eating peanuts one by one. Soon, Wu Shichen returned. He had a business smile on the corner of his mouth, and his afterglow swept over Li Tuahai, his face showing embarrassment. Table C13 was also filled. After President Liu delivered the conference speech, the dinner officially started. Before the meal, the veteran members of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, with hands folded, coincidentally began to pray. These swords pointing at you symbolize the chamber's protection of you, and if you are threatened by others in the rest of your lives, we will be the hand and foot to draw the sword for you. Looking at these old men, living in a lifetime of competition for fame and fortune, Lee Tuahai felt very dull and bored after the prayer. Wu Shi-chun, exercising his organizational skills, said, I see that there are many old members at this table, but there are also some new faces, so let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. He got up and raised his small white wine glass. Me first. You're no stranger to me, right? Manhwa Venture Capital Wu Shi-chun. Mainly just investing in some potential internet businesses. These rich people like to make friends, plus come to the leading in various fields, get to know each other, in the future encounter trouble, or a convenient in the country. It's a humane society, and they all understand this and are particularly proactive. At that moment, a man who looked like a squirrel stood up, two incisors leaking as he spoke. Lu Shi-long is also the old man in the club, engaged in online games. This everyone knows. Long total who do not know when in high debt of more than 3 billion, that is hard to resist. Pay off the money. Where? All is the support of the brethren in the meeting, for me as a guarantee, which got $600 million of capital as the capital, to have today, here, to the brothers to say thank you. Sloan tilted his head back, a glass of white wine went down, a sweet sound came out of his mouth, he showed the empty glass to the crowd, and then sat down immediately after that. Two more Mordor giants began their introductions one after another. Mr. Wu, Mr. Long, Mr. Bai, Mr. Wang, all kinds of total. And what is the math global competition champion? Harvard senior, from scratch Jedi turnaround. Blah, blah, blah. Li Tuahai listening to really brain pain, just a strong clip food. Like this business bureau, no one is running to eat. A few pleasantries were exchanged and each was invited to leave. The meals on the table are all high specification. A table counting 28888 Mao Tai. Most of them are not much to eat. All poured, waste. Tang Inglin, who is considered a latecomer in front of all the uncles. Does investment in the movie and television industry? Please take care of me in the future. Little Mr. Tang. Your boyfriend. Why don't you introduce him to everyone? Quite familiar. This 4 miles and 8 townships of the handsome young man. I know. Whose son is he? The squirrel man joked. Yes. Why don't you give an introduction? Wu Shi-chun catered with his voice. He wanted to see what kind of background such an arrogant kid had. In 01 in sight. No respect for the old-timers at all. Tang Inglin looked towards Lee Tuahai who was still burying his head in peeling lobster. After knowing him for so long, she really didn't know what kind of background this Lee Tuahai had. She only knew that the kid seemed to be quite rich, splurged for a while, and then had his heart set on charity, out of the generous. That is 100 million donations. Not only his own donations. He also urged people around to donate. The Cultural Oriental Hotel is his family's property. The luxurious suites under the Oriental Pearl Dome are also his family's property. And the top bar PH in Magic City is also his family's property. And there are countless luxury cars under his name. Can't count at all, saying that he is particularly rich. Just now when the capital inspection, all the balances in the account added up. But even the threshold of $10 million is not enough. Could it be all the money he made from the industry in his name? He donated it all? Tang Inglin snorted with the seniors sitting next to her. Lee Tuahai seemed to ignore the group of people, eating lobster and abalone by himself, his whole body exuding an aura of not wanting to know any bigwigs, an aura that was tinged with looseness. In front of such a big man, ordinary people would have been nervous and trembling in their speech, and it was extremely uncomplicated for him to remain so relaxed. At the end of the day, it's still a heartfelt disdain for these refined egoists, and this kind of looking down was easily detected by the group of bigwigs at the table, and the more he did so, the more the crowd felt that he was not simple. Li Tuahai clutched the meat of a peeled large lobster in his right hand and dipped it in the sauce. Lost in thought, this self-introduction will undoubtedly determine the first impression, which in turn will determine one's standing in the circle and the resources one can garner. Is it better to keep playing dumb? Or should reveal his litany of assets and titles so that everyone is shocked as well? No. Might be said to be young and foolish, showing off in front of seniors, and in more serious cases, might be taken as a fraudster. Besides, I didn't struggle. The process of starting a business from nothing. Once this group of old greaseballs asked about the details, ironically, I'm sure to reveal the details. If I'm targeted by people with ulterior motives, then it's dangerous. I'm just a hungover guy who relies on the system and busts his ass for rewards. He suddenly felt someone pushing him, and when he looked back, he saw Tang Inglin small eyes seeking help. Just eat. Introduce yourself to everyone too. It seems like there's no way out. So in order to blend into high society and learn more, it's better to pull myself together and have a self-introduction. Lee Tuahai stuffed the lobster meat into his mouth. Chapter 3. The smallest details are the most important clues. Well, my name is Lee Takumi. Well, Please give me more advice from your seniors. Well, there's nothing I'm particularly good at. And well, it's been nice meeting everyone. Lee Tuahai finished introducing himself. The bigwigs at the table all looked at him with a look of shock. Earlier they were expecting him to say what kind of a through background he had. In what field did he excel? What are his strengths? Why could he make the multi-billion-dollar frosty female president fall in love with him? At this moment, all expectations have been dashed. On the side of the Wusher Chun was very happy, shouted in a row, vigorously clapping his hands and said, "This, all know that the shopping mall is like a battlefield. That is very complicated. Often let a person's heart pines. This people, when they don't have money, they all want to become rich. And after they become rich, what about all kinds of lawsuits? All kinds of competitors are blocked and killed. And they don't realize how happy the rich are. It's understandable that this little Don, looking for a simple person to fall in love with." Tang Yinglin smiled awkwardly. Her face was a little hung up. Tuahai, he's actually still very kind. Often doing some charity. Nameless. Yo, doing charity. It's good to do charity. I even donated $300,000 when there was a flood some time ago. A woman at the table, not waiting for Tang Yinglin to finish her sentence, suddenly interrupted. "Although this $300,000 is nothing compared to your billions of dollars, it's still my real money that I took out." Afraid that others would not believe it, the woman opened her cell phone, and also took the donation certificate in the photo album and showed it to the crowd. Li Tuahai glanced at the woman, knowing that she was showing her love to outsiders with this behavior, trying to get into everyone's good graces in exchange for certain resources they want, but it's counterproductive to be too deliberate. Moreover, interrupting someone is inherently impolite behavior, especially since the table is full of dignified characters, and coupled with her speech and demeanor, it's not hard for the people around her to tell what her strength, disposition, and social status are. "Mr. Tang, I'm really envious of you. Raising a gigolo. It must cost you a lot of money a month, right?" The woman looked like she was in her 30s, with a delicate and charming face, long wavy hair, big breasts and a nice ass, wearing a purple custom-made Italian evening gown, and a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg on the middle finger of her right hand. The shape is wow. The kind of look that makes a man want to pounce at first glance. Nah, once you open your mouth and do something about it, it doesn't seem to have much substance. The woman's name was Lu Mengyuan. She was a famous socialite in the upper-class circle, and had followed many business tycoons, but generally acted as a vase of existence. A few years ago, she seduced Tang Xian at a cocktail party and was slapped in public by Tang Yinglin. The two have been feuding ever since. When I came in just now, I saw that this little white boy failed the capital inspection. And guess what? All his accounts add up to just over $1,000. As the words fell, the bigwigs on the table looked at each other with extreme shock, which in hindsight made it understandable why they had stammered so much when they made their introductions just now. The bank card balance is not enough. In front of so many billion-dollar bigwigs, no bottom line. The introduction was so simple. I thought he was deliberately keeping a low profile and didn't want to draw attention to himself. Turns out there wasn't much stock at all. When will brotherly consider sister awe? I'm not as stingy as some people. As long as you serve your sister well, she'll have enough pocket money. Sis has such a good figure and is rich. The people chasing me are lined up from here to France. Hearing this, Li Tuahai was not happy. He put a peanut rice into his mouth and chewed it, put down his chopsticks and said extremely calmly, "I don't feel that having a bank card balance of just over $1,000 is a reason for you to laugh at me. Nor do I feel inferior in front of you billionaire industry leaders. Also, I, Li Tuahai, am not so discerning that I would like a woman like you. It's true that Lin has been supporting me all this time, but I'm going to pay her back accordingly." 1,000. Balance of over $1,000? Tang Yinglin, who was sitting beside him, had her eyes glazed over. The brain suddenly buzzed. She felt more and more that she couldn't see through this man in front of her. This time when he came to the banquet, his whole person seemed to be a different person. A feeling that was a bit indescribable, and, clearly, it was only yesterday that he donated $100 million to the DOS Charity Foundation. It's $100 million in real money. The average person who earns over $10,000 a month, without eating or drinking, has to save for 833 years. According to a lifetime of 100 years old, you have to save for 9 lifetimes to be enough. With all the properties in his name, the dividends must have just come in and turned around and donated them. Left yourself only 1,000? Li Tuahai, what kind of person are you? Lu Mengyuan's shrill voice rang out again, and she said, "Oh hey, the first time I've seen someone put eating soft rice, said so justified, fresh and vulgar eh." When Li Tuahai heard this, he didn't want to explain, and even more so, he didn't want to use those false names and assets to press the other side. If you do that, what's the difference between you and the powerful Lu Mengyuan? Ms. Lu, I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying, the smallest detail is the most important clue? What do you mean? Lu Mengyuan was confused by what she heard. Her willow eyebrows clustered as she sneered. The first time you met me. You can't be trying to say that you've caught me in something, right? Come on, tell me about it. Ha 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 ha. Silver bell-like jeers rang out from the seats. Li Tuahai got up, walked over to the middle-aged man with a square-faced inch head and thick eyebrows, and asked, Mr. Wang, can I see your cane? What are you looking at my cane for? Mr. Wang was a little confused. Can I watch? Look at it. A cane. What's not to see? Li Tuahai picked up the cane and said, Take Mr. Wang. See this cane? Crafted from rare Xianbei serpentine wood, it contains a sharp steel blade that only a handful of veterans who fought in the war to aid Korea would have. So he must have been a decorated officer previously. They all know that Mr. Wang was a veteran before, but they don't know that Mr. Wang participated in the war to help the Korean War. And it is precisely because of the experience of life and death that he can make him in the real estate industry that has long been saturated with bloodshed, and rise to prominence. What does a cane tell you? Get your words straight. Lu Mengjia was a bit angry. All know that behind her back, on the strength of her own flirtatious energy, hooked up with 3, but said it in public. Face is still very hung up. The cane is just to show you to pay attention to the details in life. Right, Mr. Wu. Li Tohado, suddenly being QD. Wu Shichun was a bit confused. And at the same time, he was also very vain, feeling like his little secret was going to be poked out. Just now, I noticed that the eye contact between you and Mr. Wu was very unusual, even if you pretended not to know each other. That's a look that only comes between very close people, a look peculiar to passionate lovers, husband and wife, a look that doesn't fool anyone. Chapter 4, Man's Nature. Hidden fatalities. You're talking nonsense, Lu Mengyuan exclaimed in agitation with her face reddened and her tone laced with anger. Also, just now, your slit gown slipped toward the outer thighs. I saw your knees red and swollen, and youngsters know to pat a pillow. At this point, Li Tuahai's gaze moved to her legs. Lu Mengyuan hurriedly buried her head to organize her gown. Last night, she did go to a room with Wu Shichun. She was tilting her head and said pitifully that her knees hurt. Endure. That was the response she got at the time. Ha, ha, ha-oa. Dash. This was the exchange between the two men at the time. Gigolo. You pussy eater. You talk more nonsense. Slander me. I'll smash you to death with money later. Lu Mengyuan's tone of voice, coupled with her words and actions, all revealed her cowardice. It's a woman's reaction to being poked and prodded, and the angrier she gets when the evidence is overwhelming, the more it shows that the situation is true. And throwing dirt is a usual trick for these women. Oh yes. I also observed that Mr. Wu's lower eyelids are purple plus slight edema, indicating that there has been some overindulgence recently, and that he may have bad kidneys. Mr. Wu, you have to pay attention to your body when you get older. Don't overindulge. Abstinence for the long haul. Ha 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 ha. Wu Shichun laughed openly, not as angry as Lu Mengyuan. Since he was seen through, he admitted it in a big way. Nice. Last night I was with Hope at the Mandarin Oriental, spending an evocative evening together. He looked to Lu Mengyuan, smiled, and got up, ready to completely publicize the relationship between the two. On the way over, Li Tuahai suddenly stood up from his position, wrapped his arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear for a while. Wu Shichun's face sank, and he wanted to push Li Tuahai away with one hand, but his words made him freeze in place. You are divorced and still have a child. Lu Mengyuan started out as a kindergarten teacher, then worked in a club for a while, and went to South Korea to get plastic surgery and breast augmentation after disembarking. She doesn't really like you. She's looking at your billions. Li Tuahai spoke quickly. Wu Shichun previously also found someone to investigate Lu Mengyuan, but because of the bed that a little thing is too on the head, did not dig deeper. What I learned is that this woman is an upper-class social flower. Slutty very much. It's just some tactics for coaxing rich men. Lu Mengyuan takes your money and plays with male models and keeps male gym students outside. She's so sexually active that you can't feed her. She had to go to your company as a finance, but behind her back, she was secretly fishing for oil and transferring property. She can appear beside you. It's not at all that the two of you are destined to be together. It's Li Ruilong's deliberate arrangement. She previously, to put it mildly, it's Li Ruilong's plaything. Hearing this, Wu Shichun's expression became ugly. His face shook a little in anger, and his every breath contained anger. He controlled his emotions and patted Li Tuahai's shoulder, mouth and ear to pick up. Transfer of property matters do not need you to worry about. That branch of the legal person is not me. As for letting her do financial, it's useless to talk about it if you know what you know. Awesome, Li Tuahai bragged. Wu Shichun gently patted his back, His expression was very peaceful, if what you said above. There is half a sentence adulterated. Huangpu River Elegant Seat A. Mr. Wu, do you have a son or a daughter? Li Tuahai asked. Son. What's wrong? 8? Well, 7, a little over 7 years old and turning 8 in 2 months. That's taller than his peers. Yesterday he should have splashed ink on Lu Mingyuan's face. There is a drop of ink mark on her ear. Dazzle Blue was hard to wash off. Li Tuahai looked at Lu Mingyuan's earlobe and continued, your son has been a bit naughty. But she has been a kindergarten teacher previously and is experienced enough not to get angry. Another thing is that she has to play the role of a good wife and mother when you're around. Wu Shichen let out a long breath, marveling at Li Tuahai's insight into the details. And what he said above hit almost all the right notes. This ability to have insight into details requires a strong knowledge base and system in your head. He began to re-examine the young man in front of him. It's a deep and empty mind. That earlier self-introduction was, obviously, intentional on his part. With this kind of ability that he possessed, he was clearly an old gun, and could never be some kind of white boy that Lu Mingyuan had talked about on her lips. If he's a white boy, it only proves that the person making that judgment has a low IQ. And that pigeon egg-sized diamond ring on his middle finger, it should be the one you lent her. Looking at the design and material, it's worth more than 50 million. Even if she has a lavish consumer mindset, with her real power, she can't reach that spending tier, and she'll be unable to part with it. And the ring she's not wearing reveals more information. She was engaged, and it was while she was with Rui Longli. Wu Shichun couldn't hold back any longer. His eyebrows clustered and he tilted his head back, somewhat crumpled as he clasped his hands to his temples. After he let out a long breath, he whispered in Li Tuahai's ear, the word color is a knife in the head. It's my nature, and it's hard for me to overcome. I should have chosen a better woman instead of being handled in bed by Lu Mingyuan in a submissive manner. Li Tuahai smiled and shook his head. Mr. Wu, nature is hard to change. And there are robberies in your destiny that you can't avoid. Now is the perfect time. So why not jump out of this moment? Yesterday, at the Mandarin Oriental, he did have a night to remember until now. Looking back, the images, the teasing, the flirty words, the expressions, the glances, all of them were stirring the neurons that turned him on and even want to do it again. Even knowing that Lu Mingyuan was a bitch, not bad. Although he rode in the shopping mall for decades. Bloody and stormy. What scenes have not seen? What difficulties have he not overcome? What pain has he not suffered? But since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty. In the matter of sleeping, he was obviously a weakling, and was slept over by Lu Mingyuan. Slept over thoroughly, you could say it's addictive. At this time, Wu Shichun repeatedly rubbed his hands on his face, revealing a look of anxiety. Lu Mingyuan, she is not likely to sleep again, and will make her pay a painful price, but, judging by his current reaction, he will meet many more Lu Mingyuan in the rest of his life. Hey, qualifications stupid. Even if it is worth billions of dollars, it is nothing more than a medium-root tool. This is what Li Tuahai had in mind. It was impossible for him to say it, but he already had a clear idea of Wu Shichun's fate in his mind. Mr. Wu, go look at her left hand. The engagement ring is not there, but the lighter skin tone there shows that she used to wear it proudly for a long time. Not because of the man she was engaged to, but because of Li Rui Long. At this moment, on the stage of the venue, a few ancient beauties in theater costumes were dancing with fling. A flatulent and not too late hard to be echoed over the party. Waiting to put on the heavy makeup, the show begins. Scenery on the stage. Offstage, Veet broken-hearted Wu Shichun grimaced and suppressed the anger in his heart at the limit. He looked at Lu Mingyuan expressionlessly and walked up to her. One yanked up her left hand. Chapter 5. If you bloom, butterflies will come. If you are wonderful, heaven will arrange it. Wu Shichun's eyes flickered at Lu Mingyuan's middle finger. Then eyes with a murderous aura looked at Lu Mingyuan. In that flash, he noticed that the skin color at his middle finger did have a lighter ring than the surrounding ones. That young man's ability to see into details was almost to the point of being frightening. Old husband, you don't listen to that little white boy nonsense. Lu Mingyuan's tone was mixed with uneasiness, and the eyes that looked at Wu Shichun were tinged with deep fear. Whenever she saw that look, it was followed by an absolute blistering blow. She knows Wu Shichun, after all. They've also been sleeping together for over 6 months. When they first slept together, Wu Shichun wanted it almost every couple of days, and the two of them went out to a hotel and stayed there for days at a time, nothing but business. After drying off and going to bed, dietary supplements, getting an in-home acupuncture and massage, and going to bed to recuperate, continue, until the two people's whole body strength was drained. Lying on the bed did not want to move, even go to the restroom. The thigh muscles are hot and painful. Time. The two people will be separate, each busy with their own things. Lu Mingyuan had never seen a man who was so old, still played with such flowers, and had such a good body. She was sometimes even afraid that after Wu Shichun swallowed the little blue pill, he would die suddenly in the past while doing his job. and then be reborn and cross over to make up for it. Go to the starting point to follow the next book. All reborn who still start a business. I know in my heart if he is bullshitting or not. Wu Shih-chun clenched his teeth. His fists clenched bonbon hard, and his rapid breathing seemed to be storing up energy for his anger. Once the anger in his chest was full, it instantly exploded in a violent wind and rain. Husband, is our relationship so untestable? You listen to the words of a white boy. Lu Mengyuan hated Li Tuahai, who was calmly eating peanuts. Her expression and eyes were unnatural. The heart is weak. Wu Shih-chun, who was also observant of details, had his eyelids fluttered. He violently raised his right hand to the top of Lu Mengyuan's head, and then suddenly stopped. Ah! Lu Mengyuan exclaimed, closing her eyes. The imaginary slap didn't land. Only the feeling of hands mopping up the hair and a conciliatory voice ringing in her ears. I apologize to all of you for making you laugh and spoiling the fun. Lu Mengyuan opened her eyes and a string of tears came straight out. Hubby, I really didn't do anything. I'm going to do it. I'm not human. She gambled. Wu Shih-chun buried his head and smiled, and the hand on the back of her head, darkly poking, tugged back harder. Eat first, eat and go home and talk slowly. I'll listen to you make it up. After returning to his seat, he switched seats with the squirrel man to Li Tuahai's right, his head coming up to the front and praising Tang Yinglin across the room. Little Mr. Tang, you've got a vision. Good job finding a boyfriend. On this quality of little brother, I, Wu Shih-chun, pack my bags and say that it's a potential stock. The future will definitely work. He patted his chest and bulged his eyes with certainty. Tang Yinglin had something to say, but Wu Shih-chun stopped talking to her, his interest all on Li Tuahai. Little brother, other than observing those details, how did you get the other information that is so private and so long ago? I think it's the first time you and Lu Mengyuan have met, right? If there are any good intelligence channels, introduce them to old brother. Wu Shih-chun picked up the mutai and poured wine into Li Tuahai's glass. He gestured. Money, resources, never shortchange a brother. Li Tuahai braced his hands on the table, crossed his fingers, and mooched his hands a few times like or cement. Mr. Wu, if it wasn't for Lu Mengyuan's cheap mouth, first talking about Lin Lin, and then later talking about me, in the spirit of keeping a low profile, I wouldn't have said this to you. I'm not even going to have much contact with anyone at this party, ever. But, I, Li Tuahai, am by no means a person who eats dark losses. No matter who you are, it is impossible for me to hit without returning a blow or a curse. Wu Shih-chun was silent. He couldn't see through the young man in front of him. To say to his social experience. In front of a person, first up and down eyes a look, and then observe the person's movements. Talk, more or less heart will have a spectrum, but the young man in front of him gave him a special feeling. He was at least a boss worth billions of dollars. No one dared to speak to him in such a tone. He felt stupid. How could someone who could be by Tang Yinglin's side be a simple man? This time, it's categorically not going to be some fake boyfriend. Earlier, he thought that Li Tuahai and Li Ruilong were both surnamed Li, and he also thought that both were from the Li clan, and it was Tang Yinglin who had intentionally found a brother to be her boyfriend to deliberately anger Li Ruilong. In hindsight, he was wrong. Dead wrong. If this young man in front of him had a background, it must be a bigger family than the Hong Kong City Li clan. If not a background, he must be a person with top special talents, just like the national master Nan Huijin Red Dust experience. In Hangzhou City God Mountain, met a sword fairy old Taoist, 2 fingers point to, waved his hand into a sword. A beam of white light flashed, split the cliff opposite an old pine tree. Since it's inconvenient to disclose, there's no point in pursuing it further. Wu Shih-chun clapped his hand on Li Tuahai's back. Thanks brother, do me such a big favor? If you need me in the future, say hello. He took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it over. Doing investment, mainly in the internet category. By the way, I haven't asked you, little brother, where do you work? Li Tuahai took his chopsticks, caught 2 peanuts and put them in his mouth to chew. Not that he had to eat peanuts. After all, it was more than a little disrespectful to talk to someone while nibbling on a large lobster. Lately, I've been helping Yinglin with some trivial things. You know, Tang Pictures. Lately, it's mainly a short drama business. Skit? Hey, what a coincidence. Wu Shih-chun finally found a reason to establish a long-term relationship with this young man in front of him, and was happy in his heart. That Chikawa casting stream, you know, BA, I invested in it. When I first pitched, $3 million for a 15% stake. I said hello and got a prorate for your pitch flow costs. You have lowered the cost of this cast flow. The advantage in the market competition is very big. Come. Quickly add a WeChat. Make an appointment some other day to talk in detail. Wu Shih-chun took out his cell phone. Come, you sweep me. Uncle Wu, Qianshuan has your shares. Didn't you say so earlier? Tang Yinglin, who was beside her, her eyes instantly lighted up, and she was busy pouring a glass of wine. tilted her head and drank it down, saying, "Take care of me in the future." Ha 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 ha. Well said. Wu Shichun picked up his glass of white wine, tilted his head and sipped it clean. He spaced out Li Tuahai, poked his head at Tang Yinglin, and compared his thumbs, saying, "Little Tang always has an eye for ah. I think this kid is fine." At this time, the ancient-style songs and dances on the stage to fling vigorously to cheer up the end of the stage. A familiar face with a microphone on the stage. Gu Half City's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on a corner of table C13. That, everyone be a little quiet. This, is the annual charity fundraising session again? Recently I boosted a public welfare organization called the Anonymous Charity Foundation. And personally, I'm prepared to donate 100 million per year. Now, the organization has another project of donating to the Hope Elementary School in the mountainous area, which is being prepared. Ah, everyone is a dignified figure in the Magic City. Send out kindness. Chapter 6, The Way of Heaven. To make up for what is lost is to make up for what is lost. Next, we have the Doe's Charity Foundation. Mr. Li Tuahai, delivering a project speech. Gu Half City looked towards table C13, and everyone's eyes followed that direction. At the moment, Li Tuahai was eating peanuts while smiling at the corners of his mouth, listening to Wu Shichun spouting beside him about what a great investment he had. What was the audience size? How much money could he collect? Upon hearing someone on the stage call Li Tuahai to give a speech, Wu Shichun first froze, then looked at the young man beside him with a very complicated expression. Lu Mingyuan's eyes on the opposite side were even more shocked, like seeing an iron tree blossom. Her brain buzzed. A blinding sound. Li Tuahai calmly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, lightly patted Wu Shichun's back, and walked towards the stage in large strides. "Hello everyone, I'm the initiator of the Doe's Charity Foundation, Li Tuahai. I apologize for interrupting a pleasant meal." Everyone is a dignified figure in Mordor, a leader and a leading figure in various industries. But just now, I chatted with Mr. Wu for a while, and I found out that, he doesn't seem to be happy. Why would a multi-billion-dollar boss be unhappy? Why? Li Tuahai threw out a question and tilted his head. Yeah, why? In my humble opinion, 8 words, are defeated by greed and suffer from ambition. Suddenly QD off stage. Wu Shichun was dumbfounded. His old face reddened with shame, and he looked at Tang Yinglin with some bad intentions, asking, "Little Mr. Tang, where did you find this boyfriend?" "Pretty great, let's see. It's much better than that what's his namely Ruilong." As he spoke, Wu Shichun glanced at Lu Mengyuan, who was sitting across from him. The other party was weak and instantly avoided his eyes, burying his head in drinking the old pigeon ginseng soup by the spoonful. "Because my dad knew the old townhouse on Fuxing Road. He had to rent it, and now he's bought it." Tang Yinglin spoke back. "Bought it?" Wu Shichun was shocked this time. "You know that's a 100-year-old house. It's an intangible cultural heritage. It's over $500 million. So you just bought it? If this doesn't have some sort of heavenly background behind it." He was categorically unconvinced. "Today, whatever I say, I will become a yellow paper burning worship brother with him. So young, can't possibly have so much wealth on his own, right? Then the family behind it? I'm afraid that speaks for itself." Wu Shichun's mouth smiled slightly as he looked towards Tang Yinglin and sighed in his heart. This little ninny is also underestimating her. She's not a fool. How could she find a simple vegetarian and wait for Li Ruilong to pinch him to death? That, little Mr. Tang. Which big family's son is this brotherly? This is in addition to the one in Hong Kong City. I really don't know of any big family surnamed Li in the country. Tang Yinglin spoke back decisively. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Wu Shichun's florid white eyebrows clustered. "You don't know even though you're living together? It's because it's not convenient to say." He speculated in his heart and looked towards Li Tuahai, who was calmly delivering his speech on the stage. In front of so many bigwigs. The speech that is not stumbling at all. Logical thinking clear. The sense of relaxation is very strong. It was a far cry from the feeling I gave when I introduced myself earlier. This guy is just pretending to be a pig. No, he just doesn't want to attract the attention of others. He is collecting the aura of a strong man. The low, magnetic voice came from the stage. Education is a right that everyone should have. But we still have some children in the mountainous areas that don't get the education they deserve. And many of the schools are rather dilapidated. Seniors, please be generous and extend your hands to help those children. Their musical talent may surpass Beethoven's, but they won't have access to a piano for the rest of their lives. They may be the next Gates, but they won't have access to a computer for the rest of their lives. Li Tuahai looked at these dignitaries on the stage, the leaders and champions of various industries, who have earned the huge wealth of the society by virtue of the country spending a lot of resources on their cultivation, and by virtue of their own hard work and wisdom become one of the very few top billionaires. The villa is restored as an estate, traveling by private jet, with countless butlers, nannies and maids, but still thinking, How can we monopolize the market of selling vegetables to the people? How can we make another resource integration and distribution app? How can we make more wealth? Enjoying the reputation of so-and-so entrepreneur, the compliments of all sorts of people who want to get to the top, and the best of society's spiritual and material offerings, and then tell you that I'm actually very unhappy? Asking for it. It would be strange to be happy when you are so desperately seeking fame and wealth that you do not know how to be content and grateful, and you are bound to be constrained by fame and wealth. Lee Tuahai took the microphone and fundraised $100,000. You can build a computer classroom to give the students some basic knowledge of computers. $40,000. It will equip the school with some modern kitchen equipment. $25,000. You can build a music classroom. $20,000. You can equip the student gate with some sports facilities. With a wave of his hand, he said, I'll take the lead and personally donate $1 billion for the construction of Project Hope. $1 billion? This young man is donating $1 billion? Or, individuals? What the hell kind of strength is that? The stage was in an uproar, and everyone was inquiring about the background of this young man on the stage, asking whose kid he was. Gu Half City remembered the scene of the previous Capitol inspection at the door. The corners of his mouth hung a smile, and he sighed in his heart. I told you, it's the young people after all. Such a big boss. How can all the accounts add up to just over $1,000? This Lee Tuahai is really powerful. It's fortunate that we didn't tear ourselves apart from him earlier when the foundation was established. Or would I be here now? The dean was arrested the day after the person left. Or the evidence was overwhelming. Is there such a coincidence? That searching for evidence doesn't require a lot of manpower and background. He was secretly glad. When a man walked up in front of him, grinning. Wusher Chun walked to Gu Half City's side and asked in a whisper in his ear, Elder brother Gu, put it is not convenient to disclose. Whose family's son is this young man on the stage? Gu Half City was first stunned, then spoke back. Don't inquire. And don't go to investigate. It's useless even if you go to investigate. Just do our own thing. Crouch. Do not allow to check even if. Even inquiring cannot? Wusher Chun was so scared that he burst out in foul language. What kind of strength and background does this fucking have to be? Casually taking out $1 billion and donating it? What is the purchasing power of these $1 billion in the country? Is he really clear about that? What a concept. Donate. Of course you have to donate. I have to. Not to mention contributing to the society. Just based on his connections. I'll donate. Wu Shichen raised his hands high, his loud voice resounding through the venue. Me, Wu Shur-chun, donate $100 million. Lee Tuahai smiled and nodded slightly as a familiar electronic beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the third main mission. The Hope Primary School fundraising. The current progress of the main mission, 3 of 100, is 3%. Special note, the completion of the Hope Primary School is only the first step. The subsequent maintenance and continuous investment is the most important thing. Prerequisite for obtaining rewards, the host relies on his own ability to provide a steady stream of economic support for the subsequent investment. Chapter 7, Light Without Shine. Still waters run deeply. Tuahai couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the electronic beeps in his head. What a responsible system. He paused for a moment and looked at the stage. Wusher Chun's eyes were full of friendship and pleasing colors. He donated this $100 million. I'm afraid that the main thing he wanted to do was to express his sincerity to himself. Right? Remember a couple months ago, the president of the Capital Used Car Reserve spent $10 million to auction off Joe Hongwei's old Maybach at a high price. Which probably means something like this. President Chu was trying to get old Joe to take him through the circle and get some cutting-edge business information as well as resources, and Wusher Chun's purpose was much the same. The main thing is still his curiosity. Likely Tuahai, so young people, in the hope of the project, can proudly donate $1 billion. He actually has what kind of background? And what kind of strange man with strange powers? Good. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your generosity. I thank you on behalf of those students in the mountains. You will change the fate of thousands of families. With Wu Shur-chun taking the lead, the other business giants, naturally, were not stupid. This is Lee Tuahai initiated the Hope Project standing. At this time donations, naturally can fall on the other side of the personal favor. If you are in trouble in the future and want to ask for help, you will have an excuse. Chung Kong Pharmaceuticals, Wang Dalong donated $10 million. Me, Johnson Group, Gao Chiqiang donated $20 million. Buckingham Entertainment, Su Jiang, donate $5 million. Dragon Media, Long Yen, donate $3 million. Project Hope's fundraising was in full swing, and after a little over an hour, the combined fundraising was $2.14 billion, more than 3 times the 2023 total of $633 million. Thank you to all entrepreneurs for your donations. A family that accumulates good deeds will be blessed. I wish you all full of blessings and a long and prosperous career. Lastly, I would like to thank one more person, And that is my girlfriend, the president CEO of Tangren Pictures, Tang Inglin. Mr. Tang. Lee Tuahai looked toward the stage, his eyes filled with love. Lin, let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Mr. Tang to the stage. Tang Inglin, who was wearing an evening gown, had a stunned look on her face as she felt extremely unfamiliar with the man on stage. Ever since she came to attend the 60th anniversary of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, she had noticed a change in Lee Tuahai, his mannerisms, his expression. It was as if he was a different person. It was so different from the first impression in my head that it was even a bit cutthroat. Not only her, those who shared the same feeling with her. There was also the old general manager of No Yo Media, Guhaf City. Originally, the fundraising activities of Project Hope were arranged for him privately by Lee Tuahai before he came, and he was not prepared to show up, but in order to try Lee Tuahai, he suddenly let him on stage at such a big occasion. Would he show some horse feathers in front of a group of business giants? Will he make a fool of himself in front of all the business tycoons? Reality told him it wouldn't. Can't measure the depth at all. Tang Inglin slightly raised the hem of her evening gown and walked towards the stage in a confused manner. She walked over to Lee Tuahai and whispered, "What are you up to? Putting on a full show. Didn't you bring me here just to let Lee Rui Long know?" Lee Tuahai said, "I'm a person who can't take care of myself very well, and all my money is ready to devote to charity." For the rest of his life, Mr. Tang worked hard. After saying that, Lee Tuahai was very considerate in organizing her evening dress that was dragging on the floor, with his right hand wrapped around Tang Inglin's shoulder and his left hand holding the microphone. He said, 90% of this $1 billion I donated is due to General Manager Tang. She was the one who helped me with contacts, found me resources, and gave me market information that allowed me to make a lot of money in the Forex market and the virtual coin market." Tang Inglin's willow eyebrows clustered, looking at Lee Tuahai in shock, sighing in her heart, "What on earth are you babbling about?" As the words fell, the stage erupted in an uproar. The face of the giant crocodile who had previously endured the pain of cutting his meat had a hidden look of disappointment. Through the information revealed by Lee Tuahai, they knew that this young man came from the financial market, and that it was Ms. Tang's family who assisted him and allowed him to make huge profits in it. Although Tang Inglin was responsible for this, it was also partly Lee Tuahai's own strength, that is to say that this young man's ability was moderate, not up or down, and had not yet reached the point of a supreme heavenly pride. Hey! Disappointment. Wuxia Chun's mood wowed. Feeling blood loss. Financial markets? Tens of billions of hotels. Luxury cars. Helicopters too? It's at least $100 billion of assets to dare to spend like this, right? Guhaf City on the side was suspicious. From the financial market cuts hundreds of billions of dollars level. Are checked. Never heard of Lee Tuahai. This number of people. Could it be that he's just a puppet, doing favors for some big shot? On stage, Lee Tuahai wrapped his arm around Tang Inglin's slender waist and said with a smile, "Lin's recent short drama business, isn't going very well. Often we get malicious reports, bad reviews from waterboys, card reviews and a host of other issues. If there are seniors with relevant resources, please give a few points." Tang Inglin looked at Lee Tuahai gratefully, and she felt that the man beside her was not unworthy of being relied upon. Personally, she rarely attended such occasions, being extremely low-key and not too fond of bustling on weekdays. And this time she had come to address the issue, saying that a jaded old man in a white suit with graying temples and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the stage said, "Is it Tangren Pictures? I do have some energy." The elegant old man is called Jian La, a veteran leader specializing in the filing and review of short plays. Li Tuahai sniffed, and after nodding to the people on stage, he held Tang Inglin's hand and walked towards Jian La after the dinner. There was the reception. Some of the busier owners leave first after getting what they want. Some others went to another banquet hall in the Peace Hotel, which was filled with many desserts, champagne towers, red and white wines and other kinds of drinks. With waiters in vests shuttling in and out, Tang Inglin talked to Jian La for a while, and then it became Lee Tuahai's home turf. Saying that the content of any short drama should take the route of excellence and be positively oriented, the two chatted away, forgetting themselves. Li Tuahai was in a trance when he suddenly realized that Tang Inglin had disappeared. He quickly scanned the entire reception site and found that the earlier host named Tangrun, with a grim face, had called Tang Inglin into the corridor outside. Strange, Lee Tuahai quietly followed up. The outside corridor is different from the hall corridor, more like a small piece of balcony for people to rest. Tang Inglin, I really didn't expect you to come here too. I'm not the loser my cousin knew me to be in the beginning. I'm going to get stronger and stronger. Cousin? Lee Tuahai eavesdropped around the corner of the hallway. Tangren turned his back, looked at the moon outside the balcony, and said in a cold voice, becoming stronger and stronger? Someone who can't even protect a dog, and still tries to fight Lee Rui Long? You still don't know how deep the water underneath Magic City is, and a woman from business is your most wrong choice. Chapter 8. I am the king of the changes that cover the circumference of the sky. I'll definitely win the bet and build Tangren film into $100 billion market capitalization. Tang Yinglin clenched her pink fist and said, "You can't do it. I will do it." What a disobedient fool. Tangren turned around and gripped Tang Yinglin's left wrist tightly, along with her entire body, and pressed it against the wall. When the time comes, the one who loses the bet is my cousin. The one who ultimately loses face is the entire Tang family. Give me to hide abroad immediately. Cousin, me. Tang Yinglin blushed and looked at him with begging eyes. You don't have what it takes to win the bet. Give me some self-awareness. After saying that, Tang Ren's right elbow built up his strength backward, preparing to deliver a vicious punch on Tang Yinglin's belly the moment he swung his fist. His wrist was clutched like an iron vice. Li Tuohai? Tang Yinglin was surprised. You were really going to hit up there just now, weren't you? Let go of her. Li Tuohai's calm tone carried a threat. Come on, Takumi. He looked over to Tang Yinglin, who was speaking with her eyes lowered, and sighed in his heart. It's still the first time I've heard her sound like this. After letting go of Tang Ren's wrist, swish, his opponent threw a powerful swinging punch. Li Tuohai leaned back and quickly dodged it, and the two of them pulled away from each other. Another leather shoe sole was seen kicking violently at the face of the door. Even the wavy pattern of the sole was visible. Another instantaneous dodge. His opponent slammed a vertical chop towards the top of his head. Pop! The left hand was raised in a horizontal block, followed by the right hand slamming into Tang Ren's abdomen. And just as he touched the other party's clothes, he suddenly turned his palm into a fist, instantly erupting with a powerful force. Bang! With a muffled sound, the hit sent Tang Ren flying backwards, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of acid. Kid, pretty good. Practiced? Learned vocal music and piano. As for interceptor fist, do slightly know it. Just now, Li Tuohai spent 5 billion in billions of inches of light and billions of inches of gold system mall and purchased the great perfection intercepting fist. Do muscle habits and an understanding of the intercepting fist way made him instantly, in terms of martial arts attainment, surpass even Bruce Lee in his prime. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he had only exerted 10% of his strength, Tang Ren would have already been killed by his punch. After a few minutes of slowing down on the ground, Don Ren got up from the floor and straightened his tie. That said, our Tang family, it seems that we don't know any characters who are strong in the financial field. Don't even know me, let alone a cousin. Are you donating $1 billion yourself and taking all the credit for it on your cousin? Li Tuohai spoke back. Just because you don't recognize it doesn't mean Tang Yinglin doesn't. Sometimes people shouldn't be too arrogant. You're really a peculiar man. Tang Ren snorted coldly. Cousin, where did you find your boyfriend? Honestly, I'm surprised this time. Tang Yinglin lowered her head, her eyes looking away. He is not my real boyfriend. It's just that I'm looking to piss off Li Ruilong. Oh, sure enough. Still playing the earlier trick. Tang Ren turned to face the door of the reception and said, Li Ruilong won't let you guys off the hook, so behave yourselves. After saying that, he headed inside. After the people left, Tang Yinglin led Li Tuohai out of the Peace Hotel, and the two of them sat in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce and drove towards the old townhouse on Fuxing Road. After taking a sip of water, Tang Yinglin was the first to break the silence. I made you laugh just now. Hoof. How about I thankfully know that General Manager Tang, who is usually as cold as ice, is also an ordinary woman. After hearing this, Tang Yinglin's willow eyebrows clustered. Her heart was very unhappy. Then she stretched out. You're pretty good. Tang Ren is a national boxing and martial arts champion. Yeah, a little bit of interceptor. Some understanding of my own. That $1 billion, did you really make it from the financial markets? As I said on stage earlier, the main thing is that someone helped. Not you, but someone else. I can't see through you a bit. You're very different from before. Tang Yinglin turned her head sideways, staring at Li Tuohai's knife-sharp jawline, the pair of eyes, the god-fluorescent internalization, as deep as others. You're using me to hide yourself, aren't you? You've had it in your mind since you rented my father's old townhouse. The person you were before. You did those out-of-character things on purpose. You fooled everyone. What are you talking about? You're the one who thinks too much. Li Tuohai twisted his head and their eyes met. His eyes were as calm as a deep, bottomless lake, giving off the impression that he was not the same person at all as before. Tang Yinglin, I promised you that I would move down Li Ruilong for you, and now we have a common ally. Who? Wu Shi-chun. Him? Tang Yinglin recalled the scene during the earlier meal and immediately asked, what exactly did you say to him? Like I said, I'm still an intelligence merchant, so naturally some of the information will be favorable to him. In Li Tuohai's earlier words to Wu Shi-chun, there were 8 parts true and 2 parts false, but as for the 2 points of falsehood, no one is even going to look into it, and they can't look deep enough. Lu Mengyuan has done in the club. Plastic surgery, breast augmentation deliberately close to Wu Shi-chun, are true, and have a past with Li Ruilong is also true. Only it was short-lived, though, and it was only when she was working at the clubhouse that the two crossed paths briefly. At that time, Li Ruilong ordered her every time she came and gave her a diamond ring in order for her to serve herself better, said he was going to take her as his wife, but I don't know why. Lu Mengyuan, who was always very smart, believed it. Infatuated, she kept wearing that diamond ring and often showed it off to people around her. She also didn't think about the fact that there was such a big difference between the two families. Plus Li Ruilong was already a famous playboy. How could you really marry her? Even if he agrees, the whole family doesn't agree. And he's not so kaharkan. Li Tuahai exaggerates the relationship between the two, but there is really something fishy in it. Leaving some suspense and leaving Wu Shih-chun with endless imagination, he started with nothing. And when he was just getting rich, and playing with flowers, it was natural for him to think in the nastiest and most depraved terms. For example, Li Ruilong is Lu Mengyuan's master. It was because there was something fishy between the two. So even if Wu Shih-chun confronted the two in person, he couldn't really ask anything. After all, a family scandal can't be spread, let alone a boss as big as him. Li Tuahai reached out and suddenly wrapped the puzzled Tang England tightly in his arms. Not waiting for her to ask an angry question. A familiar voice came from just outside the car window. Little Mr. Tang. Wu Shih-chun was red-faced after 3 rounds of drinking and slumped against the car window. Aya, you two are still really close. Seeing Tang England lying in Li Tuahai's arms, like a kitten, he was quite surprised. Tang England smiled, turned her head, and turned her face away in mock shyness. And shy. By the way, brotherly, if there's any great market in the foreign exchange market, get in touch with your brother, Wu Shih-chun said. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. Sure. WeChat contact. Wu Shih-chun finished. His head swung upright to look forward. His smile disappeared instantly, and his wrenching face was terrifying. The Bentley's rear window slowly rose. Li Tuahai saw, sitting in the car inside the Lu Mengyuan, face bruises and purple, delicate makeup all cried. Chapter 9, The Zhuangsheng dreams of butterflies. As the two cars intersected, Tang England quickly sat upright and coldly said, I wonder what you're thinking? I just want to spend my days in peace and have nothing to do but be charitable and make this world less afflicted. That's all. You? Who the hell are you? Li Tuahai called back. Take care of me. I will help you move down. Li Ruilong. Just. Tang England looked at him suspiciously. Spare me the probing. His words were plain, but in his tone, they carried some warning. This time, I helped you know Jiangla and solved such a big trouble for you, so I have to show something, right? Li Tuahai said. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to eat the beef noodles cooked by Mr. Tang's hands, and by the way, remember to serve me with 3 love omelets. As the words fell out of his mouth, he called Yuan Hua again and said, I want a computer. Hi, configuration-wise. Any requests? Expensive. Good. Li Tuahai named 2 points. Good Lu brother. Now I go to ask the friend who knows. Help you group 1. Well, I'll push Dawn's tweets to you and she pays. After hanging up the phone, Li Tuahai looked at Tang England and asked, this little request, Miss Tang should have no problem with it, right? Tang England clasped her hands in front of her chest for a long time before finally letting go. Success. But the noodles I make aren't as good as Auntie Huey's. And, remember your promise to me, don't be scared by Li Ruilong to pee your pants when the time comes. The next night, with the air conditioning blowing, Li Tuahai sat in his 50-square-foot bedroom and looked at the new computer in front of him. Anticipating the score results, the CPU went with an AMD EPYC 7763 at 65,000 apiece. And he bought 2 of them. Memory ECC64G bought 32 sticks for over 90k. The hard disks were directly different brands and 25 were selected, each costing tens of thousands of dollars per unit. Moving on to the graphics cards, he went with 3 RTX 3090s at around 18,000 each. Soon, the score results came out. Li Tuahai looked at the results above. His heart was shocked, with a hint of excitement. Number 1 in Asia, 4th in the world. He leaned back in his $10,000 plus gaming chair, which felt very comfortable, and soon had a writer's assistant desktop version on his computer in ice. Since he got the golden finger, he went on the starting point and wrote a novel. The aim is to write your own account of God's hoaxes. Not many people read it, and the comments section is still full of people cursing him. But it's time to record it as a diary. If a subsequent fated person sees it, they can still get some clues through his records. The internet was fast, and it was down in a second. And he logged on to QQ and wrote the 9th chapter of the 3rd volume. Looking at the comments section, readers of the previous 2 volumes are saying he's pretending to be a punching bag. In fact, he just wanted to truly record the truest psychological changes and experiences of an ordinary person. After obtaining the divine hero system, if the reader has $100 billion and is given a face by a chick or an outsider, I don't believe that he doesn't pretend to hit his face. Instead, he turns his head and holds his tongue. They can't wait to whip those gold-digging women hard in the face. After they finish whipping them during the day, they go to the hotel at night and get a small whip to continue whipping them, sleeping while smoking and cursing. I told you to worship gold. I told you to worship gold. Now you know what dad is like. Scrolling through the comments section, he saw another comment that said he was exaggerating and not very generative. Hyperbole? I'm a top god ho alright. When it's a farmer's gold ho? If I wanted you guys to have a system, you'd be even more exaggerated than I am. I can't tell you how some of you would go to the top local clubs and have a different kind of fun every day. The day before yesterday, he had also seen a godly text in which the protagonist, after obtaining the system, went directly to the foot spa and ordered 4 technicians. And you're fucking pretending in front of a little dirt boss? And a bunch of readers commented on love to read? You're so goddamned rich. Don't you know how to eat something good? Is he really a system? Or is it in YY? Lee Tuahai does not know. But this plot cannot even say exaggerated. Can only say super outrageous, okay? Hey, playing an ordinary person who obtained the divine hero system is still really tiring. Acquiring the system all this time, he is playing an ordinary person. The purpose is to tell the readers the most real psychological process and change after the ordinary people get rich, but readers don't believe it. They don't believe it's the case, and they think he's playing hard to get? That's because they don't have the system and think he's writing YA goddamn novels. Another thing is that he is playing pig in a poke, and after having so much money, he ironically can't let others figure out his true nature. This will give you an advantage over the competition because of the disparity of information available to both parties. What others see is only what you want them to see, and what you see in others is the truest version of him. With that trick, he fooled almost everyone, including the readers. Hiss. I just have one suspicion right now. Lee Tuahai tapped this line in the latest chapter. Where did this system come from? Although it's quite unbelievable, but I really obtained the system. If I'm lying, I'll be poor for the rest of my life. I think there's an invisible hand behind the world. I can feel his presence, but he doesn't show it. Last time I went to Lotus Road for a barbecue, the system turned around and gave me all the property rights of that street. It's too much of a coincidence. It's as if he knew I'd definitely go to that road. Readers, I feel like my life is being set up. What should I do? Wait online. It's pretty urgent. Lee Tuahai looked at the word count in the lower right corner of the writer's assistant. 1,575 words. Still a few hundred words short of 2,000. He quickly tapped down a few more words, asked, Readers, do you think we have a sense of freedom? Why do I feel as if my life is being organized by someone else? Knocking down the line, Lee Tuahai picked up the tea face next to the computer. Let's say I pick up this cup of milk tea. It looks like I'm consciously picking up this cup of tea, but I always feel that before I pick up this cup of tea, something has preempted me by inputting a command to me. Let's leave this query here for now. I'll find a way to explore it later. Money, we now simply cannot use. Eat wherewith play. The system has rewarded assets. This daily expenses. As long as I open my mouth, grabbing someone to pay for me. This social status we do not lack. Nothing to do charity, but also topped a young philanthropist's name. As he typed this, Lee Tuahai picked up his milk tea and sucked on it. I don't think any of this is important. It's all fluff. I just want to know how I got this system and who gave it to me. Well, let's not talk about it for now. Everyone remember to keep the system a secret for me. I'm writing this diary to mix in with a bunch of novels that write YA God and hero texts. I should also be able to fish out of water and not let anyone find out. Right now it's mostly about doing a little bit of system quests. He's asking me to rely on my own ability to keep investing money for the later stages of Hope Elementary School's operation. Right? Lee Tuahai is thinking clearly. To put it bluntly, it's all about cash flow. The money made from this plate that is continually fed into another plate. So which plate should he go into? Beauty. With beauty on a plate. Beauty is the barometer of the economy. Which plate has more beauty? Which plate has more oil and water? Chapter 10. There's money on the plate where there are lots of beautiful women. Through the windows of the old townhouse, the moon was like a hook. Lee Tuahai sat on the gaming chair, rocking from side to side, and he suddenly remembered Sumei's jittery number that he had previously written down in his palm. And I wonder how she's doing? Thinking of the billion jitterbugs rewarded by the system, he downloaded a jitterbug on his desktop. After typing in a string of numbers, a familiar face appeared and the familiar voice rang in his ears. I on the screen. Sumei was wearing a light blue shirt on top. Her chest was bulging, and her lower body was a burgundy wraparound skirt, which set off her shapely and charming figure. The slender jade legs were wrapped in white stockings with lace edges, and on her feet were a pair of 7 centimeters high-heeled sandals. Her makeup was lighter than usual, but her eyes were still soulful and talking. In the upper left corner of the screen, the words "No Beauty" are displayed. The upper right corner of the live broadcast room shows that the number of online viewers is more than 300 people. He remembers that Sumei has more than 3 million fans, and he did not expect to open the live broadcast, and the number of people who watched it was only 1/10,000th of a million. which is pitifully small. The bottom line is still good. Sneaking a peek at an acquaintance opening a live stream. Why is there a weird feeling? Lee Tuahai clicked on the gift and saw the balance of jitterbug coins displayed in the upper right corner, and the 0 behind the number 1 could not be counted at a glance. Before he went bankrupt, his Shake Shack number was level 43. Can't remember how much he swiped in total? Almost 100,000 or so. At the time he was also able to make money, and usually had more annoying things to do at work, so he fell short of the emotional value. Welcome Brother Haven. Is Brother's rank so high? Sume ruffled her long hair back and smiled with arched eyebrows. Every time I see a ranked one, I mean seriously, come into my live room, I feel like one of those walking ATM machines. Brother, are you there? Brother, why are you ignoring me? Brother, so high and mighty. Let's see. How can I melt this iceberg? Sume pursed her lips and gazed in thought. I'll look at Big Brother's avatar. She clicked on Lee Tuahai's avatar and was a bit surprised. Brother, avatar Westlake. Ah, really? The head looks like Westlake. Ha? Su Hanwon. Su Hanwon? She snapped in response, pointing her right index finger at the screen and asking, wait, is that Su Xian? Brother, I get it. Officer, I'm your by Sujana. Sume pouted and said coyly. The words fell and the person disappeared from in front of the screen. After about 10 minutes, when Lee Tuahai saw Sume on the screen again, his entire body was shocked. Once the classic intro to the legend of the new white woman plays, she wore a morning bun, with some barium comb inserted on the side of a cloud, a white silk shirt with a collar, and a fine linen skirt, all in white in front of the camera. Sume was carrying a white oil paper umbrella and holding a huge Maori-type pillow in her left hand. She tossed the oil paper umbrella aside and looked at the thatch-type pillow and said, how come the inside of this wine is yellow in color? Aha! I added some extra medicine to ward off evil spirits and detoxify poison, called Xiong Huang. It's the best to drink at the Dragon Boat Festival. Su Hanwon's voiceover came from the computer. Ah, Xiong Huang? Sume was shocked, shrugging her shoulders demurely with a seductive expression. Xiong Huang. The thatch-type pillow snapped and fell to the ground. She covered her chest, tilted her head as a face of pain, and her whole body went limp, collapsed on the ground, and disappeared in front of the camera. Ma'am, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Su Hanwon's worried voiceover came from the computer after Sume sprayed a bunch of dry ice. The entire broadcast room was filled with white smoke. Suddenly, a giant white snake plush toy appeared in front of the screen, and the soundtrack from the computer burst into life. Your heart breaks and I weep. I'm wrapped up in love with a cause. The pop-ups at the bottom of the screen scroll rapidly. Wow. So it's a snake demon. Ha 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 ha. I laughed out loud at the pig. Excellent. Anchor. I'm scared. I'm scared. Ha 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 ha. Immediately after Sume changes to a special effect, the screen shows her flying through the air, chasing after her while saying, I'm your by Sujin. Brother. That cry of brother had crisped Lee Tuahai's bones. Can you take me, ma'am, on a West Lake tour today? I want to go on that boat. Okay, I'll give it to you. Let me off the hook. SIS.Li Tuahai opens the gift bar and sends out a flower boat worth 2,800 jitter coins. Sume smiled with her eyebrows arched and pouted. Thank you, officer. Thank you for the sea of flowers sent by the official panhandling. Oh, you know what, brother? I think for our love, can we not go on that cruise like that, Jack and Rose? And it's the cruise ship that deserves your rank at this time. The background music of the live broadcast room, again changed to My Heart Will Go On. Brother, you're of such a high rank. It's really not worthy of your status if you're on such a small boat. I'm afraid of you. Lee Tuahai opens the gift bar and sends out a luxury cruise worth 6,000 jitter coins. Let's be like Jack with Rose on the bow of a cruise ship. Sume said before the words were out of her mouth as she spread her arms wide and danced her way through the screen. Li Tuahai clicked on the gift bar and sent another Star River Dream Chaser worth 59.99 diamonds. Ah, thank you, brother. Sume covered her mouth, her eyes suddenly glowing, smiling like a flower. Thanks to Han Man for sending the Carnival ×1, thanks to Han Man for the Carnival X2, thanks to Han Man for the Carnival X10, thanks to Han Man for the Carnival X100. A carnival costs 30,000 jitter coins, which is 3,000 yuan, and Lee Tuahai swiped 100 in a row, so that's 300,000 yuan. 300,000 might top a couple years' salary for an average person. He swiped out in seconds. Although 300,000 was a lot, it was more or less insignificant compared to the 100 million that the system had gifted him. Brother. Whoa. Thank you, brother. Brother. Thank me, brother Hanman. Crap. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. Out of the box is 100 carnivals. Big brother Nyoton. Brother, do you still lack a pendant on your leg? Brother Han. Have you lived from the Southern Song dynasty to the present? So rich. Thank you, brother. Sumei's heart was beating wildly with excitement, her left hand continuously patting her chest, tears of joy coming out of her eyes as she laughed. Li Tohai sends out a pop-up, see private message. Add my V, the pop-ups below the live feed rolled on, it's over. Big brother is not running for gifts. Big brother, I beg you, please let her go. This girl I really like. Please big brother. Not envious of lovebirds. Not envious of fairies. Envious of big brother every day. Big brother, help me top 2 more. Sumei picked up another cell phone. Quickly added Han when contact information. Big brother is too rich. In a few dozen seconds, he swiped 100 carnivals. The salary of an ordinary person for several years. Is definitely a big brother. Brother Han 1, I've added it, pass it over there. Sumei waved her hand to the audience in the live broadcast. That's all for today, Main Yang. Thanks for your company. See you tomorrow. I'm going to go. I'm defending my big brother. It's not going to be airborne overnight. Is it? Damn it. The anchor is dirty. I want to take off. Anchor, don't go. Okay? Please. Chapter 11. Do you believe I'll die for you? Into the night. Slightly cooler. Li Tuahai turned the air conditioning in the room to 25 degrees. His legs folded on the computer desk, covered with a blanket just now. Sumei was setting him up to swipe votes, and with his intelligence, he could certainly detect it. The other side does give a lot of emotional value though. Plus, having slept with her earlier, he's a little over it and wants to be nice to his woman. Even if she's a fuck buddy, this would have been a different woman, and as long as he didn't want to brush it off, no setup would have worked. He leaned his back against the gaming chair, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and sent a message to Sumei, saying, all in Mordor, come out to meet for dinner, soon. The chat dialog box reads, the other party is typing, turning into Sumei Yang again, over and over again a dozen times. 5 minutes later, a message came back from the other side. Brother, for you to like me and be willing to come to the live broadcast room to support me. Main Yang is really happy, and I'm really thankful for brother's recognition of me. But brother, we just met on the first day. You don't know me well enough. Main Yang, with you to be honest, I am on the theater graduated. Open live also because there is no background, cannot catch the play. Is a temporary transition. I do anchor since it. About Main Yang go out to eat quite a lot, but I have not been to one of them. This thing I have the principle, and do not want to hang on to the brother. Li Tuahai had thought that Sumei would be a bit contrarian behind his back, and was quite surprised to see the other party reply like this. Brother, do you have someone you want to protect? Main Yang wants to make money. She wants to make lots and lots of money. When I save up enough money, I'm going to make some connections. I want to be a big star. Brother, I hope we can be friends. When the time comes, Main Yang will definitely treat you to dinner, and treat my fans who have supported me all the way to dinner. Seeing the message from the other party, Li Tuahai leaned back in his gaming chair and closed his eyes. Someone you want to protect? Su Qing? Su Mei? Tang Inglin? Su Wenwei? Forget it. I don't have any feelings. They are all just tool people. I just want to do charity and make the world a little less afflicted. Sumei saw the big brother has not replied. The heart is a little panic. Can give her 100 carnival brush at once. Big brother? Must be in reality is also very strong. She is afraid that she cannot grasp. Brother, are you asleep? Feeling the vibration of his cell phone, Li Tuahai flipped it open to read the message. Getting ready for bed. Come on. I'll keep an eye on you. Okay. Thank you brother. Brother, good night. Wish brother go out with peach blossom luck. Sumei happily replied. Li Tuahai had 3 microsignals. One for people he had been familiar with since childhood. One for people who got into some fancy stuff. And one for the new people he added after obtaining the divine hero system. Sumei, Su Qing, Tang Inglin, Su Wenwei, Gu Half City, Wu Shi Chun, Jiang La, the store managers of some luxury car 4S stores, the store managers of PH stores, and the management of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, among others. A whole new identity. A whole new social relationship. This identity, these social connections, opened his eyes to a very different world. It turns out that in this world, there are still so many people who are living an enviable life in a low profile, enjoying the material and spiritual provisions that society has adequately provided to them. He switched accounts and what came into view was a transfer of 120,000, transferred by Sumei, Takumi. I'm earning money and donating it to your charity foundation. It's not as much as Tang Inglin's fraction, but I'll try my best. You said you had business problems and your assets were frozen. It's okay, I have the money. And, be kind to yourself. Don't suffer yourself and donate all your money to the foundation. It hurts my heart. Li Tuahai was shocked. He couldn't tell if this woman really had feelings for him, or if she was looking at his wealth. After all, Zhang Wuji's mom also said that the prettier a woman is, the better she is at cheating. They can even act on their heads, look you in the eye, Straighten your clothes and pat the dust on your body. All these details can be acted on. It's impossible to guess their motives until the moment of truth. Spending some money is fine. Moving emotions is not. Lee Tuahai sighed darkly, casually returned Sumei's transfer. What are you comparing yourself to her for? She came from a much higher starting point than you. There's no point in you comparing yourself to her. Why did you refund my transfer? Why? Sumei replied back in seconds. And the communication between the two of them didn't match up at all. I'm making money, and as I said, it's going to your charitable foundation. Whatever you want to do. I hope to help out a little bit too. Sumei on the other end of the phone, her nail-wearing hand tapping rapidly on the screen. Her eyes instantly reddened after seeing Lee Tuahai's reply. Tears snapped down her face. She was clogged up inside and hated herself for not being able to do anything. Seeing the other party's reply, Lee Tuahai could probably guess Sumei's state. Sad. Maybe even crying. It is true that he could have taken Sumei's transfer of 120,000 and donated it to the foundation. But as to why he did not take it, he could not quite say. Perhaps because he sympathized with her at the bottom of his heart. It's not easy for a girl to earn some money as an anchor. And she will be harassed by many greasy uncles every day. People donate $5 million a year to Tang England. That's because they are special. They have the whole Tang family behind them to support them. You don't have any power. And 120,000 is not a small amount of money. So if you need to have an emergency someday, you'll have a backup. No matter how glamorous she is on the surface. Driving a Panamera. It's tough behind the scenes. If you become a big star someday, I'll take a donation of $120,000 if you say so. But aren't you just starting out now? Is froze? Suddenly the phone rings. On this broken screen iPhone 15, or Sumei bought it for him. It was also the first time a woman bought him a cell phone. Answering the phone, Sumei sobbed in a small voice, her voice a little weak. Lee Tuahai, where are you? The old townhouse on Fuxing Road. Silence. I know you like Tang England. I know I can't compare to her. She has money and looks and ability. But can we really not even be friends? Hiss. Lee Tuahai's head hurt a little. How did he like Tang England? Can Sumei still talk? Every time I say east, you tell me west. On the other end of the phone, Sumei said in a tired voice, can you come stay with me? Lee Tuahai was a bit speechless. He came to see the anchor woman, but he just wanted to see if he could use the beautiful woman to make money, and then support the Hope Primary School's later economic investment after completing the mission. Well, get the assets rewarded by the system and then enjoy and continue to do charity. Who knew that he had sinned by going to see Sumei and rewarded her with 100 carnivals? What goes around comes around. Your reward is me. You find your sister Su Ching and ask her to accompany you. It's not convenient for me. Lee Tuahai refused. There was a long silence on the phone. Neither party hanging up. I want to jump. Lee Tuahai, you son of a bitch. You. Sumei let out a loud cry, crying and cursing at the same time. You slept with me. You played with me. And now you climbed up to a high branch. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. But I'm going to be able to do something about it. Have you thought about my feelings when you said those words? You know my heart is killing me right now. Sumei sobbed uncontrollably. You scum. Brute. Son of a bitch. Do you believe I'll die for you? Chapter 12, What Don't We Know About Love? Lee Tuahai breathed a sigh of relief in front of the computer. I'm really convinced. I'll do it. You can't joke about human lives. If Sumei really jumped in a fit of anger, he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. On the phone, Sumei's tone instantly turned calm, even mixed with a hint of joy. You still care about me? She cried and laughed, wiping her tears with her hands. Both pairs of eyes already red and swollen from crying. The extremely rational Lee Tuahai had never seen such an emotional woman before, and he just thought this behavior was stupid. Gambling with your life on your place in someone's heart? Stupid to the core. Lee Tuahai cursed and went downstairs. He drove the Lamborghini Big Bull parked in the garage and sped towards Sumei's place. When the car drove out of the gate of the old townhouse, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the old building behind it, Tang England held a tall glass, sipping red wine, silently watching the car leave. Unable to say what expression she had after the car left, a pair of her eyes stared at the goblet and she kept rotating her wrist. She was alone in the bedroom, the desktop computer on the desk flickering brightly. In the bottom right corner was a constantly bouncing message alert and an email waiting to be answered in her inbox. It's the first time I've cooked pasta for a man. She rose from the couch in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Or a brother. That smile at the corner of her mouth looked like she was laughing at herself, dressed in a burgundy lace nightgown. She yawned and sat down in front of the computer. Blue light reflecting on the veiled face. After a few clicks of the mouse, the relaxed look from earlier was replaced by a coldness that rejected people. The big Lamborghini Bull stopped in front of a cluster of villas. This was the second time Lee Tuahai came here. The last time was when Sumei had a fever. What's going on? This feeling of being needed seems not bad. Lee Tuahai pushed open the car door and just felt funny earlier. In order to play the life of an ordinary man who got rich by storm, he actually had sex with Su Mei. It was also very daring to be outdoors, on the stone table of that big pine tree, and even more hilariously, in full view of his now fake girlfriend. Damn. It's stained with karma, but it's crazy enough to think back on earlier experiences. He pressed the key, locked the car and walked towards the villa he remembered from the last time he held Sume wrapped in a sheet of blankets and took Sume to the hospital. Sume hooked her arm around his neck and yelled as hard as she could. This is my boyfriend. Uncle. Recognize. At that time, the security guards on night duty at the entrance were all shocked. Lee Tuahai was also embarrassed. Gunnery friend is gunnery friend. Talk about what girlfriend? While passing the entrance post, the security guard saw him getting out of a Lamborghini and looking familiar again. The uncle had a horrible attitude, stuck out a head and asked with a smile, "It's room 101 of building 6. Sume Suwoner's house, right?" Ahem. Lee Tuahai nodded and passed quickly. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, Lee Tuahai skillfully entered the password for the first floor and pushed the door to go in. When the lights were turned on, the first floor was silent except for a few pieces of furniture. Going to the master bedroom on the second floor, the comforter was neatly laid out without a single wrinkle. After finding a few more rooms, he felt something was wrong. Sume! 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 He quickly climbed the stairs and headed for the top floor, which had a loft with a triangular wooden ceiling, topped with 2 large panes of glass so he could see the stars at night. Sume had laid on that cot earlier and had patted him on the starry sky above his head, and seductively patted the empty seat beside him with her little hand. Takumi, I want to lie in bed with you and count the stars. Childish. Can you learn from your sister Su Ching and be more mature? This was the reply I got at the time. Li Tuahai's nature is not like this. He is very soft, and the image he played earlier was purely and simply into the drama. Sometimes he wondered if he was suffering from schizophrenia and had many different personalities. After his hasty climb to the top floor, there is a small wooden loft in one corner of the balcony with a small door that pushes open to a whole balcony. Sume had several times grilled chicken wings, roasted oysters, lamb loins and lamb whips on the balcony by herself, and the sight of those fishy things didn't sit well with her, but he thinks men like to eat that, or she thinks it's good for their health if they eat more of it. Hoo. Several times, in order to grill the barbecue, he was burned on his hand by the iron stick inserted in the barbecue, and he even called the video to Lee Tuahai to ask, "Do you want to eat it?" He. Are saying that men will be fierce after eating this. Don't eat. Lee Tuahai even educated her at the time, saying, "Sume, I realized that you really learned to be bad after you had your first time." These past events were projected in his mind, and after sweeping his eyes from side to side, he suddenly realized that on the edge of the balcony's parapet lay a pair of slippers with white fluff. Sume. Lee Tuahai strides toward the small attic and yanks open the wooden door. He. Why so loud? Sume was kneeling on the carpet, holding a few double photos in her hand, and twisted her head to giggle at Lee Tuahai. She tilted her playful little head as if she was being pampered and beamed. I knew it. Hey. You care about me. You just won't admit it. Lee Tuahai sank his face and twisted his head. Don't allow me to leave. I won't allow you to leave. Sume was busy running over, holding his thighs with both hands and sitting on the ground like a rogue. I got you a computer. Look at it. It costs over $20,000, and it doesn't lag at all when you play games. She pointed to the corner, the mainframe on her computer, flashing a nice dazzling color. I'm telling you, Lee Tuahai, the computer I use for live streaming is just over 8,000. Lee Tuahai tilted his head and exhaled. Ha! Come on. You go play a handful of games. I'll watch you play. Sume hugged his legs, bit by bit, tugging, pulling, pushing, pulling, rubbing towards the corner. She doesn't play games and can't read. After sitting down in front of Aura's gaming chair, Lee Tuahai's left hand rested on the computer desk, holding his head. After a long moment of silence, she said loosely, Tang Yinglin also gave me a computer. The running score of Asia's first, the world's fourth, to more than $1 million. As the words fell, he knelt on the ground and put his hands on Lee Tuahai's knees, once again reddening his eyes. Sume's expression suddenly became serious. Her large watery eyes were red, and the tear stains at the corners of her eyes were once again wet as she tilted her head and asked, What do you mean? She was dressed in a black professional suit, a slim, cinch-waisted chambray suit with a gray silk blouse and a bow tied at the neckline by a silk scarf that just about held back the pair of bunnies. The taut wraparound skirt was just above the knee. With black stockings and translucent red stiletto heels, she was kneeling on the ground, sexy and flirtatious, painted with exquisite makeup. She tilted her head, a pair of big tearful eyes staring straight at Lee Tuahai. I am no match for Tang Yinglin. Who let her have a good father? I deserve to die. She clenched her pink fist and hit her stomach. I'm not capable. Lee Tuahai clutched her, a pair of sword brows raised upwards. Sume, I really don't think we can communicate with each other. What I'm trying to say is that there's no need for you to compare yourself to Tang Yinglin at all. And there's no need for you to be so humble. You need to be yourself. Your unique self. Don't you want to be a big star? Then go for it, and I'll be behind you. Sume crawled a few steps towards Lee Tuahai's heel as she asked, Tuahai, do you love me? This is a headache question. Lee Tuahai did not know how to answer. Just said, do you understand love? Do you think that you, including me, we really understand love? We're just fuck buddies, both craving each other's bodies. Sume suddenly wrapped her arms around Lee Tuahai's waist and hugged him tightly, crossing her arms and locking them around his waist and back, her forehead firmly pressed against her thighs as she reached out to take off his pants. Come on. I'm all changed out of my clothes. Presidentus. Wrap-around skirt. Just think of me as Tang Yinglin. Come on. Come on. She cried as she spoke. Li Tuahai's brain hurt straight away. He squatted down and hugged Sume, but the crying in the attic got louder. I don't understand. I don't understand it either. I don't know what to do. His heart burned. Sume cried at the top of her voice. Lee Tuahai, do you think that with my condition, I won't be able to find a man if I leave you? Chapter 13, Discovering Business Opportunities. Lee Tuahai held Sume with both hands and faced her cries without any waves in his heart. You calm down. He shook Sume, and the two of them looked at each other with eyes full of sincerity. You are a very good woman, with a bottom line, knowing how to strive for progress, having dreams, and having love. As soon as she heard this, Sume immediately stopped crying, and the curves at the corners of her mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Li Tuahai feels that this kind of too emotional, too temperamental woman is dangerous, like a time bomb carried around, but it can't be helped. In the first 2 volumes he has already been involved in karma with Sume in order to play the role of an ordinary person getting rich, as well as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger to confuse outsiders. This world is extremely dangerous. The weak are the strong. The law of the jungle. There are crisis traps everywhere, like a huge iceberg hidden under the surface of the sea. If you let some lords take hold of your nature as a person, he will be able to prescribe the right medicine, find your weaknesses, make a game for you step by step, lure the army into the jar, and finally finish you off. Keep praising me. This fairy loves to listen. Sume, her face streaked with tears, kicked off her translucent red thin high-heeled shoes and sat down on the attic's cot, her back leaning lazily against the bedpan. Her pair of beautiful legs were elegantly together and slightly raised, a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk. Facing Lee Tuahai. Li Tuahai sat on the gaming chair a meter away from the bed and his eyes jerked away. He pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the comments section of his copy of the Divine Master's Chronicles to divert his attention. Wickedly impetuous? Turning to a reader's comment about the protagonist, he would smile. By the feedback of the data, he is doing the right thing and hiding his true self successfully, and the truth is just the opposite. He's actually an extremely low-key kingo who doesn't want to draw attention to himself, and just does a little backstabbing, because this world is just too dangerous. The slightest inattention is the body, death, the path, and extinction. How many people who are young and ambitious end up being middle-aged and miserable in their old age? And how many people get rich and famous, sing their way to the top, then go to jail and end up dying on the streets? I just want to secretly enjoy myself behind my back and seek a good end. Lee Tuahai asserted in his heart and made up his mind. The reason for buying the old house on Fushing Road was just to use it as an opportunity to get to know more people in the upper class, so that if something happened later, he could protect himself. But who knew that once he entered the mansion, the entanglement of interests in it was like a whirlpool, extremely domineering and swept him in. Maybe, this is my life. He put his cell phone to rest and put it on his computer desk. Takumi, what are you staring at? A seductive voice came. Come on, come on. Bedtime. Lee Tuahai smiled faintly. His extremely rational will would not allow him to give in to such a small scene. What he wanted was not a brief moment of pleasure. It's the sun and the moon in the palm of your hand. It's the sky on your sleeve. It's a step-by-step process to become the mastermind behind this world. How is it possible to mingle with a few women every day and be full of depraved thoughts? Not coming. The cold and resolute voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere that had just been created in a very untimely manner just for a moment. As reason wrestled with manly instincts, he had a flash of insight and realized the business opportunity. Ding! The protagonist has managed to hold himself at the pass of lust. The system grants you a flash of lucidity, harvesting growth, and the original plotline of life has quietly changed. My life's plotline has changed? Just because of this small handful of self-control. It started a butterfly effect? Lee Tuahai was shocked when he heard the electronic beep soon, though, he sensed something was wrong. Wait, what do you mean the original plotline? As soon as I write a novel, you tell me, my plotline? Do you want to know the origin of life? Want to know who you are? Want to know the ultimate secret hidden behind this world? Finish the main quest you've managed to find. The host is in debt and accidentally obtained this system, towards a life of wealth, but all day long, but muddled, wine and liquor, wanton spending, even thought of how to go to the poor quality of pretending to hit the face, But fortunately in the past the blessing of the deep. Instant stop loss, the prodigal son returns. Surely, my deliberate persona. The things I deliberately went through. Fooled even the system? The electronic beeping in his head didn't stop. And he didn't seem to be completely transparent before the system. Without a shred of privacy, most people in this world can't find their own main mission in their whole life. Most people just want to survive, make a living, or pursue the desires of fame, profit, color, power, etc., and live a chaotic life, eventually falling into the cycle of reincarnation forever, unable to discover the ultimate secrets hidden behind the world. The reason this system lets you do charity is to prevent you from falling into this kind of circle as well, making it difficult to find the truth. And the host will definitely be guided by this system to eventually become a real top-level godly man. Takumi, go to sleep. What are you gawking at? Sume urged. Shut up. A chorus of rebuke made her lie on the bed completely dumbfounded, her eyes moist once again. Lee Tuahai, are you as much as to humiliate me like this? I'm still trying to make you happy? You asshole. Sume sobbed and let out a C or Y. Li Tuahai ignored her and inquired to the system. Then what was my original plotline? Under Sume's temptation, you had a night of pleasure, and the next day you slept in the attic until the early hours of the morning, and Sume thoughtfully roasted you many oysters of excellent quality, sheep's loins, and specially purchased deer's blood at a great price, after which you fully enjoyed the pleasure of indulgence. From now on, your life plotline becomes a simple life of circling around various women, getting bored, starting a small business, and pretending. Huge fragments of consciousness instantly flooded into Lee Tuahai's mind, and he saw the life before the plotline was altered and spoke in a cold voice. It's not what I want. It's just charity. You've rewarded me with so many assets. That kind of life can be lived. But I still want to know what's in store for me after the main line is completed. There was a brief silence in his head, and the system made no reply. Ding. The host has had an epiphany in the battle between reason and instinct, and has discovered a business opportunity. The first stage of the growth plan mission has been opened. 1. Knowing and doing. Use your discoveries in a specific industry. Create a company of your own, improve your execution, and get a cognitive upgrade from knowing to doing. Unfinished. 2. Company startup. The core purpose of building a company is to make a profit. Determine the company's standardized workflow, salary system, develop a reasonable organizational structure, and recruit no less than 10 official staff. Incomplete. Point 3. Small scale. The host's idea is validated and the company completes the transformation from 0 to 1. Realizing stable profitability. Note, the company's profits are used for the subsequent operation of Hope Primary Schools nationwide. Mission combined reward Fushing Road Gym *3. Goodwill value function open. Body strengthening points *3. Chapter 14, Predestination or I am destined to die. Sume. Not waiting for Lee Tuahai to return to his senses, the door to the small attic was violently pushed open, and he rushed after her, rushing to catch Sume before she could go over the rooftop railing and hold her at the waist. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. You let go of me. Let go. Sume was like a big fish in the hands of an angler, waving her hands and feet around recklessly. Li Tuahai suddenly let go of her, pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pants pocket, and drew one out. You dance. I really jumped. Sume walked to the railing and twisted her head, looking at him with teary eyes. I really jumped. Her pair of tearful eyes stared straight at the man behind her for a long time. From this detail, Lee Tuahai could tell that the woman in front of him, the reason for this behavior, was to try to judge her position in the man's heart by hurting herself. Or maybe it feels like the man is overly neglecting her and wants to make the other person care about her through this behavior. Ding! An extremely crisp ringing sound. Li Tuahai flicked the lid of the lighter with his thumb and lit the cigarette sideways, exhaling a mouthful of smoke before saying, You'll do as you're told if you want to stay by my side. If you don't listen, jump off a building. Whatever. He shrugged with a cigarette between two fingers of his right hand. You're committing suicide. I'm not legally responsible. There won't be any condemnation on your conscience either. Lee Tuahai added. As you said, I'm a scumbag. After saying that, he lifted his leg and left, and before he could take a few steps, a pair of slender hands hugged him from behind. I listen and I change. I will be the woman who stands by your side. Hearing this, Lee Tuahai let out a long breath as he twisted his head and said to Sume, It's better to take care of yourself first. You give me the feeling of being like a child who never grows up. We're together by fate. And you've been good to me, so I'll take care of you. He touched Sume's head and raised his hand to wipe away the tear tracks on his face. The mind is amazed. Before he met her, he had never imagined that there were people in this world who were so sentimental, so emotional, so stupid. Could it be that, in this world, there really is that which cannot be calculated except by precise calculations? He wrapped his arm around Sume's waist. Let's go. Where to? Sleep. Didn't you just keep urging me to sleep? Sume pursed her lips and smiled. Her heart was happy, which showed that her appearance was still seductive. The two went into the loft and lay down on the cot. After she was tossed around like this, Lee Tuahai was really tired, and for some reason, Sume's existence made him feel that this was the life that human should have. Sume knelt on the bed and began unbuttoning her silk shirt with both hands. What for? Her hand was clutched by Lee Tuahai, and with a slight push, she fell back onto the bed. The two touched their heads together and looked up at the stars outside the large glass window in silence. I just told you to shut up because I had something on my mind. You know? It's important. And I was afraid that if you interrupted me, I wouldn't be able to remember it. So, then I was wrong about you. Baby, don't call me baby, okay? Takumi baby. Sume couldn't help but giggle. Sume, do you think our destiny is written by ourselves? Or is it predestined? Lee Tuahai suddenly asked as he remembered the plotline alteration the system had said earlier. Some time ago that what? Neza. Yes. Didn't Neza's demon child descend say? My destiny is up to me and not God. Lee Tuahai frowned as he looked at the stars in the sky and into the depths of the universe. But, I always feel that behind this world, there is a pair of invisible hands that are dominating my destiny. I really felt his presence. You say, if it's true that he's in control of our destiny in this life, then what are we left with? Sume came to his ear and whispered, you still have me out. An electric current instantly spread throughout Lee Tuahai's body, and he coldly shivered as he slapped his right hand on his forehead. Sleeping here? Sume stuck out her tongue and went to Lee Tuahai's ear to lick his earlobe. Tired. Go to sleep. Good. Sume's right leg rested on Lee Tuahai and hugged him. Closing her eyes, early the next morning, the sunlight poured through the skylight and onto Lee Tuahai's face. His eyes opened and then quickly closed again, blocking them with his hands. Takumi, come down for dinner. This woman is so annoying. Lee Tuahai got up, put on his slippers and went downstairs. Sume, like a hostess, sat down on the opposite side of the table and said, this is the cordyceps flour chicken soup I ordered for you. Bird's nest. It's a waste to order so much. Lee Tuahai picked up the takeout and took a sip. Why does it feel like it tastes weird? How come? It's very expensive. This soup is over 100 a serving. Sume picked up a small spoon and tasted it. It seems to be a bit. Don't drink it. I'll go online and learn how to do it after I'm off the air for a while, and then I'll make it for you myself. Sume suddenly picked up the cell phone on the table. Her body stood up as if electrocuted. It's over. It's over. It's going to be late. There's fruit washed for you in the fridge. Remember to eat it on. I'll go first. Takumi. She was wearing delicate makeup. Her eyes were still red, and now she was acting like nothing, so she really didn't hold a grudge. A minute or so later, the roar of an engine sounded from the garage outside. Buzz dash. The pink Primera sailed away. After eating breakfast, Lee Tuahai mouth a little thirsty. Get up and go to the refrigerator. Pull open the refrigerator door to see. There is a plate of strawberries, a plate of lychee, a plate of cut watermelon. All of them were covered with plastic wrap and topped with a love note from each. A good day starts with a happy morning. Takumi, I love you. Takumi, I've realized that you're a bit of a weirdo, but I still love you. Sometimes I wonder what our relationship really is. Lee Tuahai took out all 3 plates of fruit from the refrigerator, found a black marker, and replied to each of them on a sticky note. I don't know what love is, but intuition tells me that none of us understand it. Sometimes I wonder if I really do think differently than normal people. Who knows? Don't get hung up on terms like relationship. Just go with the flow. It's not up to us to say what's going to happen. He put down his pen and put back the 3 plates of fruit as they were last night. Sume said that her live computer are only more than 8,000, coupled with the empty refrigerator. Lee Tuahai can deduce that Sume's consumption view on weekdays. She's a frugal person, even though she makes a lot of money. After a brief wash, Lee Tuahai drove the big Lamborghini Bull and returned to the old foreign house on Fuxing Road. In front of a floor-to-ceiling window, Tang Yinglin was doing yoga on her yoga mat when she saw the Lamborghini slowly drive in. When Lee Tuahai entered the door, he saw Su Wenwei wearing a light yellow sleeveless dress, the hem of which was just above the knee, revealing a section of bare jade-like calves. Busy in the kitchen, upon hearing the commotion, she came out of the kitchen. Is Xiaohai back? Ready for breakfast? Noodles in vinegar soup. Chapter 15, When the beginning is right. The evil way is also the right way. I ate. Lee Tuahai finished his speech and walked away from the upstairs, bumping into Tang Yinglin, who was descending the stairs. She was getting ready to head out for a run in a pink slim-fit workout outfit, yoga pants, and a pair of coconut 350s on her feet. Where were you last night? Went to talk to a friend about a project. Lee Tuahai coped with the sentence and returned to his room. He sat down in front of a computer desk worth more than $1 million, and for some reason, remembered the 20,000 odd computer that Sume had equipped him with. Women are just the spice of life. And the most important thing at the moment is to complete the first phase of the program's growth tasks. The mission combined reward Fuxing Road Gym *3. Goodwill value function open. Body strengthening points *3. He took an A4 sheet of paper out of the drawer and prepared to analyze a waiver first. We choose the track. There are two kinds of traditional industry and internet track, without even thinking about it. The latter is definitely the choice. The traditional industry has existed for too long, and the points that can be innovated and iterated have almost all been perfected. And now they have all entered the price war in vicious competition stage. If a white guy, without relevant resources, contacts, and knowledge of the underlying laws of this industry to go in is to give away money. No amount of money is enough to give away money. Because what can determine whether you are in an industry and can make money or not is whether you know the industry well enough. Not how much money is there? Internet. He picked up a pen and wrote the word internet on a blank A4 paper. Setting the general direction. After determining the general direction, we have to choose this general direction inside the segment. Single point breakthrough. To focus resources on a point. You can be competitive in the market. The next step is to analyze your preferences and specialties, as well as take stock of the leverage you have at your disposal. 1,000,000 jitterbugs. He recalled the billion jittery coins that the system had rewarded him with earlier, which was a great advantage. Jitterbug. He identifies the segments on A4 paper, and the next step is to continue to segment, making sure to break through at a single point. There are so many tracks to do jitterbug that almost all traditional industries have been redone on it. Last night, when Sume was tempting him earlier, there was a moment when he really wanted to pounce on her raw and tear her apart. In that instant he knew that true commerce must act on human instinct. Wipe the edge. A4 LSP. Finally, this money earned is used for the subsequent operation of the National Hope Project for systematic rewards. A business plan is thus written on A4 paper. The next step is practice, judging the gap between his perception and reality, and then iteratively adjusting. Xiao Hai, come down and eat some more. Su Wenwei's knowing voice came from downstairs. When I was at Sume's house just now, I also didn't eat a few bites, and I was honestly still a bit hungry. Ordering takeout is still not as healthy, tasty, and expensive as making your own, and it's just a convenience. Oh, here it comes. Li Tuahai stuffed the business plan into a drawer and went down to the first floor restaurant. On the snow-white table was a steaming bowl of noodles and vinegar soup. Suck it. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. It did taste so much better than the ones outside. Su Wenwei came out of the kitchen, wiping her wet hands with a handkerchief, and asked with a smile, "Is it good?" "Not bad." Soon, Tang Yinglin came back from her run. She was sweating, and the tights she wore were even more flattering. Her S-shaped perfect body was revealed. A fragrant sweat covered her reddened cheeks, and there was a body odor coming from her that could be smelled from a distance. It was as if she was a bomb, the kind of smell that made you want to be close, even if she was sweaty and sticky. "What project did you talk about last night? A few $100 million? Didn't negotiate. But it's definitely more than a few $100 million. There's no upper limit. It's better to look at the strength of both partners." Li Tuahai couldn't help but look at her twice more. Who doesn't love a beautiful female president? Tang Yinglin unscrewed the water cup in front of him and tilted up her slender goose neck to drink. The picture was beautiful and lustful. "Also, you guys are in finance. A couple $100 million isn't that big of a deal." When she finished, she went upstairs to take a shower. Not a moment later, Li Tuahai was sipping sour vinegar soup and settling the remnants in his bowl. Tang Yinglin came downstairs in her OLE uniform and sat across from him with 2 slices of whole wheat bread, a bottle of butter, a hard-boiled egg, and a cup of oats in front of her. It does take a lot of self-discipline, exercise self-discipline, and diet self-discipline to keep a body like hers. Women who are self-disciplined are naturally endearing. Li Tuahai previously brushed Jitterbug, brushed to a girl's dormitory in an electronics factory. It was stinky. Stinky socks everywhere. Garbage piled up into a mountain. The stench of the nose. A female roommate couldn't hold back any longer and posted it on Shakeology to expose it, with the caption, "Here's the little fairy in your eyes, going out in all her glory, wearing little black silk high-heeled dresses, and living in a place full of cockroaches. Such a woman is even better looking." Li Tuahai is not interested. No appetite. "What did you say?" Tang Yinglin jerked his head up and glanced at the clean bowl he was holding. "All eaten up and still no appetite?" "No. Not." Li Tuahai was speechless. Thinking about it, why was he still talking to himself? "Right. I'm going to the office with Auntie Hui after dinner." "Where are you going?" "Drop you off by the way. Do you want to eat at home tonight so I can send Auntie Wise to Sam's to get some groceries? I also go back to the company." Previously bored. In the shirt scene, media hung a idle position. Work to touch the fish to do their own side business. A job to take to money. Li Tuahai remembered the previous business plan said. He's a strong executioner. And as soon as the general direction is finalized, it's executed with a vengeance. Unlike those who are smart but not smart enough to finalize their plans, once they encounter obstacles, they will be internally consumed. They will be depressed. They will want to give up. and they will feel that their life is bleak and they cannot see any hope. In his case, there are only two sentences. The old man just works. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it. Tang Yinglin picked up a piece of whole wheat bread, buttered it, and said, given your wealth level, I'm afraid you're not going to work, are you? By the way, is there any interest to come and do it with us, Don? I found out that you've had prior experience in short theater ventures. What? You want to make a drama after making money in the financial market? Are you thinking of making a drama or are you aiming for an actress? Li Tuahai put down his bowl, spread his two hands and said, if you say it's for something, what is it for? After all, the brain grows on your head. I can't control what you think, but I can control what I think. Finish eating. Tang Yinglin joined him, sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, with Su Wenwei sitting in the passenger seat. Xiao Zhang, first send Mr. Li to Shirt Scene Media Culture Company. Li Tuahai sat in the back seat, idly checking his backpack, which still had a crash the secret card *1 in it. In this world, everyone has a dark side that is not known to the public. Using this card, you will find out the little secret of the person to whom the card is given. Please enter the name of the person to whom the card is being issued. Su Qing, with a thought of his mind, the card immediately took effect.